Yes, yes, yes. Welcome in, chat. How are we? Happy Tuesday. Yes, I did, in fact, just spend about 15 minutes with a box on my... trying to see the eclipse that isn't happening today and is happening tomorrow. So that's why I'm a bit late to the stream. I took a really long time doing everything today because I thought, well, I don't have to rush because there's an eclipse at 6:15 and I'm going to see it. So it's totally fine. And then, yeah, it turns out it's tomorrow. Just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous stuff. It's because my mum and Sophie were both talking to me about it today, and I was like, okay, two really important women in my life are telling me about the eclipse. That must mean it's happening today. And I totally thought it was happening today. So, there you go. Welcome in, everybody. How are you all doing? Hello, Morgana. Hello, Ninny. Hello, Vord. Hello, Nappers. Hello, Atomic. Hello, Redbeard. Half a laptop, Mama B. How are you all doing? I'm gonna make a pinhole camera tonight. Yeah, I made one today. Yeah, it's so easy to do. I was enjoying looking at the sun anyway. I was enjoying experiencing the physics of the pinhole camera. I was like, it's crazy how this works. It's crazy how this actually can help you see an eclipse. And it's not like an optical illusion or anything. It's just correct. It's completely correct. Morgana says, feeling very fucked up about being forced into military service for another year. Can you not, like, get out of it? Also, aren't you in Switzerland? It's like a neutral country, right? So you don't need to worry about that. What wars is Switzerland doing? Last time I heard, it was none. The only way is to a massive fine. Yeah, that sucks. But also, as I said, Switzerland. Fine. You're not invading anybody, are you? You're not doing any genocides or anything like that, as far as I know. Could be wrong. Don't know. Seems a lot less intense than if you were to have to do it, I don't know, for another country. But yeah, if you're forced into it, you're forced into it. No one here is gonna judge you, you know. How dare you have to do, how dare you do this military service when the only way out is for you to pay lots of horrible fines. I'm not a man, very dysphoric. Oh, I thought, so they don't, what? So only if the state sees you as a man. So they don't force women into military service in Switzerland. That's ridiculous. Oh, in that case, it extra sucks. I'm really sorry to hear it, Morgana. Fucking hell, yeah, no, that sucks. No, that's completely horrific. That's much more horrific than what I first thought. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Let's get some love in the chat for Morgana. Does Switzerland have one of the largest gun ownerships in the world? Because I think it was... You're required to have one for defense of the country or something like that. I don't know. But yes, there is a large gun ownership in Switzerland, as far as I know. You can have a gun in Switzerland. Neutral country, but... lots of guns. How does that work? You tell me. You tell me. My day's been okay, other than making the mistake of having the pinhole camera, doing a wrong. Getting it wrong. I went down to see my mum. Spent some time in the garden with her. My mum's apple tree is kicking out fucking loads of apples. They're not ready to be eaten yet, but the amount of apples that are coming off it are crazy. And I was like, okay, I know what I'm doing. I'm gonna get some apples off my mum's tree, and I'm gonna make apple cider vinegar, and I'm gonna pickle some stuff in the apple cider vinegar, and I'm gonna make some dried apple slices to go in my muesli. I'm gonna, you know, stick them in the oven at like 60 degrees. Have a go with the ginger bug, maybe, if you can. Yeah, make some fizzy apple juice. I mean, you don't really need to do that with apples, because apples have got the sugar and the microbes in them, and you could just make I think it's like carbonated and not alcoholic before it becomes cider. I think so. But I think you'd have to put it in the fridge as soon as it starts carbonating. I think you could just literally slam it in a jar and it'll start fermenting and carbonating. But I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. You might have to keep feeding it with apple in order to do that. But I am definitely gonna 100% be making a bunch of stuff with my mum's apples. She don't got any pears though. The pear tree is not quite good. The pear tree is not kicking out any pears, which is unfortunate. But I think we're gonna turn my mum's little plots of little plots. She's got like bits underneath the trees that are sort of segmented off from the rest of the garden. And I said we should build up those sides and make some raised beds. You could grow potatoes and shit. So I think we're gonna do that. And then I'm planning on tomorrow speaking to my neighbors and figuring out how much people would like to see a community garden in our courtyard with some raised beds. You know? Might need the broom bottle with the twisty water tube on top to keep the air out, but the pressure burps through the water. I think that's only if you're making cider. I don't think you need that. To keep the air out, but the pressure burps through the water. No, you just need a cheesecloth lid. You mean to keep the dust out. Right? But also, I've brewed my own fruit soda, Trunks. Hello, Trunks, by the way. But you know I brewed my own fruit soda recently, and I didn't need that thing that you're talking about. Neighbor's got 2 fig trees. It's got a ton of figs this year. I thought I didn't like figs. Turns out I just never had a fresh one. Exchange plants and fruits and eggs. Oh, that's nice. Her persimmon tree is about to have a bunch of ripe persimmons on it. I can't wait. That's so cool. I know the thing you mean, like a water valve thingy that lets gas. No, I know what Trunks means. Yeah. I know what Trunks means. But like I don't know why you need that. You could just burp. You could just, if you're putting it in bottles, if you're putting it in sealed bottles, you could just burp them. You know? You don't need to be spending crazy money on it. You just need to remember, oh, I've got things that might explode in the kitchen, so I need to let the air out. I need to let the gas out. They need to let the gas out. I saw someone making Mountain Dew wine, and it had one of those Mountain Dew wine. That's just so gross. That's so gross. Genuinely can't believe it. My God. Big courgette, cucumber, and apple harvests. My end. That's great. That sounds very good. There's a big tree in Hume that has a load of figs on it. This is not that far from my house. I might head over and get some figs. Just get some figs off it. You know what I mean? They're all just there and ready, aren't they? So might as well just get them. Why not? Sounds like a Minecraft drink. No, Minecraft drinks are much better than that. Minecraft drinks give you the ability to swim in lava. Mountain Dew gives you the ability to shoot lava out your ass. That's what you get from that. Drink enough, it'll make you feel like you can. Hey, chat. I'm so glad that Andy Burnham's our Prime Minister. It's so good. You know why? Well, Take a look at this.
Actually asked for. Do you ever look at your high street now and think, who actually asked for this? Another vape shop, another betting shop, an adult gaming centre, another dodgy business opening where something useful used to be. It's just not on, and I am doing something about it. I'm giving local people and councils more control over what opens on their high streets and more powers to rein in the unwanted businesses that just aren't good for our communities.
How? How are you doing this? How is this going to work? What do you mean?
For too long, Westminster stood by and watched as the life drained from high streets across Britain. That changes now. This government is committed to restoring our high streets and bringing back hope.
So you're gonna rein in Amazon, yeah? You're gonna rein in Amazon? You're gonna stop data centers being built? You're gonna stop BM Bargains from opening massive warehouses? Are you gonna stop all the big, huge corporate retail companies from dominating the local market? Is that what you're gonna do? Because that kind of stuff is how that would work. But if you're not doing any of that, then I don't understand how any of that you just said is gonna happen. Yeah, I can't wait for him to give reform councils even more power. That's so good. That's so sick. I mean, luckily we have some Green Party councils, like Lewisham, like we reported on Red Planet on Sunday, that Lewisham Council is now a sanctuary council borough in London for migrants, and they don't cooperate with British ICE, they don't cooperate with the Home Office for forced deportations, which is great. But I think that Emily McKenzie says, that's my council, lucky you. Fucking lucky you. Welcome in. But also great work on getting him in, you know? Yeah, Lewisham's real good. Lewisham's got a lot of stuff going on for it. Yeah, it's alright for some. Yeah, I've got fucking Salford over there right next to me that's full of fucking reform. Luckily, my council is probably going to be green, which is going to mean all sorts of things. But obviously, Bev Craig being the mayor, her being Labour is a bit shit. But we'll see. What's really funny about Bev Craig is that she said exactly this today. She said exactly the same as this today. She said, we are going to stop vape shops in Manchester. Right, well, what's going to go there instead, kidder? What's going there in their place? You got a bunch of people that you're willing to lower the business rates for, or are you going to keep... Are you going to keep the business rates how they are so that hipsters have to come in and be like, honey and Duja pizza? Yeah, what are they going to be? Amazon lockers? You know, some of the, like, I made this artisanal soup and you drink it out of a shoe and it will be funny and profitable for about 2 months and then they'll have to shut down again, right? You know, like, the reason that vape shops are opening, and, you know, the other thing that they say is Turkish barbers, right? The other reason that, you know, they complain about the high street Turkish barbers, right, is because there are just a bunch of migrants who are willing to earn less money and pay their staff less money, right? Because they are forced into our society who... where, you know, they're an underclass and shit like that. You know, the lads who work at the barbershop that I used to go to when I could afford it. Yeah, also Turkish barbers. Yeah, what, you mean the best ones? When I could afford it, going to the Turkish barbers, literally just down the road from me. And by the way, in town, if you're talking about the city centre, there's barely any fucking Turkish barbers in the city centre. There might be 3, right? And there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shops. There's a Turkish barber near me and everyone swears by him being the best they ever went to. This is the thing. It's ridiculous. Why are we complaining? Everybody's got a fucking beard. Everyone's got fucking beards and top knots nowadays. They want to go to a Turkish barber because they know how to trim fucking beards. You know? One of them wacky sweet shops. So, like, a lot of them are, you know, what people say fronts for Saudi money laundering and stuff, right? That's what they say. I don't know about the legitimacy of that. I don't really care because there's like maybe 2 in Manchester that I know of. There's one round the corner from Market Street, and there's one that is like part of the post office, but it's not a sweet shop. It's just like it's a tourist shop and all that stuff. It's like, what are you? Who cares, right? It doesn't even fucking matter. But yeah, the Turkish barber thing, it's ridiculous. Like, you know, these lads who are trimming my beard and what have you, they're all Kurdish refugees, yeah? So they might be people who've come from northeast Syria, they were being ethnically cleansed or whatever. They've come from, you know, maybe fighting in the YPJ or whatever. And, you know, they're here now in Manchester. They're trimming people's beards. They're getting paid fuck all. It cost me £19, yeah, to get a beard trim. It takes about half an hour. And then he's going to do another one, right? He's going to do another one in the hour. So that's 2 beard trims, 40 quid. How much of that do you think he's getting? You know, the boss is getting the most of it, as with every single company. That's how it works. And if he doesn't get one for the rest of the day, he's not getting paid. That's how it is. It's like they're like fucking Twitch streamers, you know? So, you know, the whole time, yeah, he's Yasui, he's getting less than 50%. Come on, are we being for real? He's getting fucking maybe £15 of all of that, you know? For real. There's no way he's getting more than that. Hello, Soph, how you doing? Welcome in. Everybody go follow Sophie from Mars. Amazing streamer, co-host on Red Planet. Yeah, I did hear about the subscription services thing from Burnham. Yeah, it's like, yeah, let's bring that up. Let's bring that right up, yeah?
Did you know that in the UK...
Let me take... Oh, by the way, I watched this last night, chat. This is so fucking good. This is one of the best videos I've ever seen in my entire life. Yeah, you want to talk about the British economy? This is where we're going. Yeah? This is where we're going. I'm going to find the Burnham stuff, but like, this is going to be me. This is going to be me in like a week, yeah?
You can actually grow your own tobacco. Here are some of my leaves currently drying. Now, I actually have here a cured leaf. It's cured early because it was one of the smallest leaves there was. It's less than half the size of all the others.
This popped up in my recommended. Yeah, I thought it popped up in my recommended because I'm doing crusty fucking grow vegetable solar punk shit, right? That's what I thought, but there was a bunch of other, you know, there was a bunch of other people in the comments who said, oh, the algo just gave me this video, and it's like, yeah, you better believe this one's popping off.
But that is ready to shred and smoke, so I'm going to give it a go. The leaves I have drying over there are only half of what I still have to pick. This one here was the first one I...
Look at it, it's not even that intrusive, chat. Chat, if people get onto this, right, if fucking rude boys and gangsters get onto this, yeah, we're about to see some incredibly cheap tobacco getting about. Because think about it, right? If you're a rude boy gangster who is used to, I don't know, growing weed, putting a grow on weed or whatever, yeah? Look at this, it's a tobacco plant. You're not going to need to do fucking fuck all to it. It's the leaves. It's not. You don't even have to try and get it to flower or get feminized seeds or anything like that. There's no faffing around. You put the seeds in the ground, they grow, they make a big tall plant. Each one of these leaves is like 3 cigarettes, yeah? So if you get fucking 50 of these plants, what is that? Let's do a quick bit of maths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I missed a few, so let's say that's 18 per plant. Or 20 per plant. Let's say roughly 20 per plant. Yeah. Even just 5 plants. You have to add anything else to it in order to smoke it. No. This guy, literally in this video. Look, watch this video. Watch this video.
At the bottom, how I've already...
Tobacco, tomatoes, peppers, classic garden plants. Yeah. 66, 3 packs per plant. That's what I'm saying. It's fucking crazy.
Took half of the...
And also, completely natural. No arsenic, no fucking anything. You don't, you know, they don't put any of that fucking shit. No formaldehyde. You used to buy 100% tobacco. I used to buy American Spirit, yeah. I used to buy American Spirit, which they say is 100% tobacco, no additives. And the smoke was a lot crazier. It was like, it just tasted like nothing, right? But not really. because obviously I'm used to smoking fucking amber leaf in the UK. That, you know, that's what I used to smoke when I was a smoker. It was amber leaf all day, every day. I think if I was really struggling, I'd have a pack of Golden Virginia or maybe Drum. And Drum is very bad, right? Drum is terrible. It's like the most... just thinking of the smell makes me sick. But, you know, this is it. Yeah, most of the smokers I know smoke 150 packs a year or more, the amount of money they could save. This is what I'm saying. Just grow your own tobacco, mate. Grow your own tobacco, mate. It's ridiculous. Check the video. It's mad. Check the video. It's mad.
There. And around about a quarter off of that one, same again with that.
3 packs off a plant.
Plant will be ready.
A plant is costing you nothing to grow. A little bit of water and compost, and you know how much do they sell cigs for in the UK at the minute? It's like £30, right? All the VAT and shit. There's gonna be enough, just like baggies of baccy getting about.
Pick before the ones at the top. You'll know when they're ready to pick.
You can't grow tobacco without a license in France. I see.
See it on that.
Same in some places, yeah.
That if it's in the shade, but the end of it started to go yellow.
Yeah, exactly so.
Ready to pick and cure, right? I haven't picked that because I wanted to leave some leaves on the plant itself for the plant to flower and produce seeds, because each plant will produce about 10,000 seeds per plant. And if you've ever seen the seeds of a tobacco plant, you almost need a...
No, I don't think it's regulated in the UK. I don't think any British person has ever been smart enough to grow their own tobacco.
Scope to see them.
I genuinely don't think they have been.
One seed in a pot.
Yeah, it's a pretty plant as well. And Ick in Trunks was talking about it. Were you? Yes, you could use it as an organic pesticide, correct.
That theoretically
could
yield 100 cigarettes off of each plant.
Maybe it's only possible now because of climate change. I don't think so.
The tobacco you'd buy in the shop that's mass produced. It's not like the tobacco where the stuff you buy in the shop is pure garbage. But unless you're buying organic natural tobacco, the stuff you purchase in the shop, they add 700 chemicals to that tobacco, including formaldehyde and arsenic. So that stuff in the shop is pure poison. Tobacco.
I love how he says arsenic. Arsenic.
Plant has been around for 12,000 years, and it was massively medicinal and spiritual, especially to the indigenous tribes. It was a natural pain.
I love how this guy is so good, chat. I love him so much. The indigenous tribes. The indigenous tribes. Just them ones, you know.
Killer. It was used to treat a range of different skin conditions. It was anti-parasite, anti-inflammatory. Now, once your leaves start to go yellow and are ready to pick, I'll show you what you need to do next. This isn't a quick...
They made the blokes woke. He's a woke bloke. He's a woke bloke. That's literally what it is.
The curing of...
He's got a very, very bad tattoo that you're going to see in a minute.
It's slightly harder, but you could. It doesn't take long to figure out. But it's a waiting game.
This guy's just from the south. It's probably London. You know, he's going to be from Essex, London, something like that. One of them places, sort of like the southeast of the country.
Tobacco, because that plant, I planted that seed in mid-spring. It's now August. The plant was actually ready. That plant has been ready for a few weeks. So mid-spring to July, that's how long.
It takes 3 months to grow. 3 months to grow.
The tobacco plant has taken for it to be ready to pick.
Ridiculous.
Once it's picked and hung up, you then have another 3 to 4 weeks. Once your leaves start to go yellow, you need to pick them and you need to yellow them off, right? You don't want to straight hang them up.
Yellow them off.
You don't want to hang them up green. You can, and they will still work, but they'll take a long time. You can. There's a stage, a yellowing off stage that is extremely quicker, right? This is how you do it. You get your leaves and you just put them in a pile like that, and you just wrap them up in a tea towel and you leave them. And you'll notice how they'll start to go yellow a lot quicker than if you was just to hang them up green. Once the leaf has gone like 30-40% yellow, it doesn't matter that there's still green on it, that's where you hang it up. There is so much different information online to how you should hang these up, right? The first bit of information I followed was hanging them up in a garage. I don't know if you can see up there that there's still a few remaining leaves that I've got hanging up in the garage.
Hey, Bellatrix.
But what happened was I hung loads up in this garage, And it's been so hot in the UK, even though I had an airflow, mold started to grow on the leaves. And when mold forms on the leaves, you have to throw them away. All that hard work was for
Nah,
nothing.
just smoke that.
So I've moved them all outside to where you saw earlier. They're still under shelter, so they won't get wet if it rains. Not that we've had any rain. But they seem to be doing a lot better out there, just air drying. So yeah, it'll go from green to yellow and then start to turn brown. The whole leaf needs to be brown before you shred it. Also, how beautiful is the tobacco plant? Like,
Yeah, look, it's so nice.
It smells so sweet. It's amazing. Now, when your tobacco leaves are ready, they will go...
There's this bad tattoo chat. He's just got like a random Native American tattoo. It's so odd.
Like a crispy brown. The whole leaf will be brown and it'll be like...
Just one of the whitest things that you've ever seen.
Like a crispy autumn leaf. But you don't want it too crispy. So what you want to do, you need the tobacco pliable. You know when you open a pack of tobacco and you feel it?
It's not a skull and headdress though, so I'll give him that. Yeah, at least it's like an actual, you know, person, human being, right?
But it's not super dry and crispy.
He's probably got a compass somewhere and an angel as well.
It just won't smoke right. It will just be so harsh.
Wouldn't the UV light damage the chemicals in the leaves? I don't know what you're talking about. What? When it how else would it grow? What do you mean?
Best way to do this is to get all your tobacco leaves.
He's got a dream catcher over his bed.
Airtight container, and then throw some either orange.
What's the sleeve? It looks biblical. Well, Emily was right. It's just like an angel. It's just, look, you know, rude boy, wide boys like this. In the UK, they've always got a sleeve. It's just nothing. And nothing on it means anything. They were just going, yeah, it looks all right. That's just all it is. It's just, it probably doesn't mean fucking anything. You'll just see so many fucking white boys with just, like, sleeves of tattoos, and it's just, they all look the same. They've all, you know, they're pretty. Listen, don't get me wrong. I like tattoos. I like tattoos as a form of art. I think it's cool that people put art on the bodies and that's what it, but to me, I don't know, just to me, I think like tattoos should tell a story or have some meaning or whatever, you know. It's an expensive and permanent thing to do on your body. I have not got any tattoos, no, because I overthink it. Whenever I have enough money to get a tattoo, I overthink what I want and I just don't get it. So there you go. But hello, Ninja Cam, welcome in.
And it will sort of moisten the leaves. Now, because I only have one tiny leaf that's ready, I don't need a massive container to put it in, so I just put it in this airtight jar.
Once it's picked, what do you mean? Once it's picked, the UV light damage. Where's it hitting UV light? I don't know what you mean. And he's got it curing under a thing. Look, it's under a roof. Look, wait. Where the fuck was that? Where was that?
Conditions.
Look, he's got it under a roof. There's no sun hitting that. You know. Where do we get to here?
It just won't smoke right. It will just be so harsh. Best way to do this is to get all your tobacco leaves that are ready, put them in like an airtight container, and then throw some either orange peel in there or potato peel, and it will sort of moisten the leaves. Now, because I only have one tiny leaf that's ready, I don't need a massive container to put it in, so I just put it in this airtight jar. And at the bottom of the airtight jar, I put a tiny piece of orange peel, and I just shut that, and I left it shut for about 2 hours, opened it, and the tobacco went.
You got your palms tattooed? Nice.
Crunchy, like you could crunch it and it turned to dust, to being pliable, exactly how you need it. Now, obviously, to shred tobacco, you need a shredding machine, right? You can get them on Amazon for around about £20, a hand crank one. You can pay a lot more for like the electric shredders. But I haven't ordered
Nah, just chop it with a knife, bro.
one yet because my tobacco's not ready. This was like a rogue leaf that's ready, so I'm gonna have to.
Why is he squatting like this? Because he's a gangster.
It's how they would have originally.
This is gangster shit.
First thing you want to do
with his posh Essex kitchen with his like £500,000 marble sides.
the stem out of it, like the spine down the middle. That piece there, I'm not sure what they call it.
Imagine him cooking in that position the entire time. Yeah, he's stood up actually.
So you want to get rid of that, and then you. Well, look, I've never shredded up tobacco with a knife, so I have no idea. But you,
oh my god, he's got Listen, not just olive oil. He's got Philip Oberio. Filippo Berio, Filippo Berio, Filippo Berio, Filippo Berio.
I need it really small, really finely chopped up. I got myself a really sharp kitchen knife and I just kept cutting and cutting, and actually it's come out pretty good.
He's got a sombrero on the other arm. I didn't even see that.
It looks like how it would look if you was to buy it in a pouch. Now, originally, the indigenous tribes that used to smoke tobacco,
the indigenous tribes,
1,000 years ago, would have smoked.
He's using a pocket knife on a cutting board. Yeah, I feel like this is just like his mum's kitchen, man. I don't know. He's either so rich it's ridiculous, or you know, he's just still lives at his mum's and he's 30 odd. You know.
I don't actually know too much about that. I know the Native Americans used to smoke it through a pipe made of bamboo. But I haven't got a wooden
That's probably
pipe,
wrong.
and I'm not about to sit here and carve a wooden pipe out of bamboo. So I've got some normal. They're not normal. They claim to be natural.
They are normal. They are normal. I don't know why he says. I watched this last night. They are normal. You get these if you're not in Britain,
100%.
You get these fucking skins with literally every single fucking pack of baccy that you can get. Yeah, like these come with amber leaf. They come with golden Virginia. It's just the standard one that all of these companies use that they put in the packs of baccy. You know what I mean? It used to be Rizzlers. No, you wouldn't. You used to get Rizzlers in a pack of. No, you would get in amber leaf. Yeah, when they used to do amber leaf in a box, I would get amber leaf in a box, and it would come with the baccy in a little foil ting, and then like a slide of skins. But the pack of skins would be, it was like brown. It said all that crap on it. It was like 100% natural, blah, 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 all this, but it was brown, you know?
They're claim
papers that people who roll their own use. Oh, right, yeah.
Gum.
Yeah, but some people just have Rizzlers, yeah.
Just rolling papers. So yeah, I'm just going to try it in that.
Have you seen Pot and Pan Highland papers? No. Look at him. This motherfucker doesn't know how to roll a ciggy at all.
I'm giving it my best go. I've filled it up, and you could still, off of that tiny leaf, you could get another cigarette out of that, maybe.
Nah, come on. You need to pack that ciggy, bro. You need to get some more of that in there. That's ridiculous.
Done thin rolls. There you have it. My first.
Oh my god, it looks so bad. He's not put any in the top. That's so funny, dude. He's done better than a lot of people's first rolled ciggy. That's a lot better than people's first rolled ciggy. You gotta pack it with baccy. If you're making a ciggy, you gotta slam the tobacco in there, man.
Homegrown.
Hey Katrina, what's up? And Chud Destroyer, hi.
Tobacco. I'm actually so buzzed
hey YouTube.
to try this. I've been waiting since April. What's that? 3.5 months. 3.5 months from seed to cigarette. Let's give this a go.
That's actually fucking ridiculous, man. 3.5 months. Ridiculous. You used the roller when you used to smoke? That's cheating.
Now, I feel like I need to find a decent location to try this, so let's go look for one.
This is so... Chat, this is the best bit of the video. He's like, yeah, mate, I need to find a proper location. So he gets in the fucking car. I need to smoke this in the woods. In a hammock. Why you just smoke it where you are? It's so funny. He is trying to be spiritual about it, which is kind of cute, right? But I just think this is so funny, man. It is proper Devo, isn't it?
Setting to taste test this homegrown tobacco, and then in a hammock with a cold can of Peroni. Hammock is so sick.
With a tinny?
I swear, it's so easy to throw up.
Can of Peroni, by the way. What the fuck is this, bro? What the fuck is this? A can of Peroni. Fucking Peroni. What do you mean?
Literally 2 wraps either end. It took me seconds. And there's like an inbuilt netting in it. Like that.
No, Peroni is just... I don't know, man. It's Italian beer, but it's not like, you know, why would you have a can of Peroni? I just don't understand. Yeah, he's a man of taste. Like, Peroni is okay. It's like a light beer. It's trashy in the US. I mean, over here, I guess, we think it's a bit more posh. I don't know. Let my boy live. It's just so funny that it's a can of Peroni. I don't know why. Why would you not just have a can of Stella or something? I don't know. If you're having a can of beer, right, but you've got like a homemade, home-rolled, homegrown tobacco cigarette. I just don't understand.
There's another bit that connects to that and hangs from a branch.
Oh,
it's like
God.
netting in it. So once you're in it, you can get...
You think he'd make his own beer, right? Yeah, he should make his own beer and all. It's not hard.
To a branch up there.
Even just get some fucking apple juice from Aldi and let it go off.
And then you're basically in a tent.
Hey, Johnny, welcome in, by the way. And hello, Joe One as well. We had a new chatter as well. Orion Ironhooves, welcome in. How you doing?
They all just slept in there. They were just plotting up wherever and sleeping in them. It looked proper sick. Yeah, if you want to grab yourself one of these, the guys are called Two Trees on Insta, but I'm going to put a link in my bio anyway. So click that and it'll take you straight to it.
There you go.
Let's try this tobacco.
Oh, this is so funny. Watch the way it smokes, chat.
I planted the seeds to the plant growing to about 6 foot tall. The leaves turning yellow, picking the leaves, hanging them, curing them. The majority of them.
He's so serious about it, yeah.
I saw earlier.
Yeah, it's top.
Only cured because it was a tiny leaf, so I don't know. A lot of people don't smoke the smaller leaves; they just throw them away because they didn't get as much nutrients as the bigger leaves. But I'm not going to throw tobacco away, so. Let's try it.
Oh, mate.
Gotta have a Zippo lighter.
You've got to have a Zippo as well. Oh my God, he's fucking incinerated that.
That's mad. That is mad. That tastes so clean. You know when you like take a drag from a cigarette, you get that weird chemical flavour.
Oh my God, he's absolutely tanning it. Proper Elvis, that.
I'll tell you what, if you ever smoked American Spirit, their tobacco, because they claim to be 100% free of additives, is smoked similar to that. But cleaner. It tastes cleaner than American Spirit. And American
I stopped smoking 4 years ago, but I want this cig. I mean, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. This is what big tobacco does, innit? They slam it full of fucking chemicals, you know? Whereas, what is going on? This is how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to grow your own tobacco. You just get it from the soil, dry it out, chop it up, put it in a ciggy. That's it. That's as simple as. Joe One says, I've grown my own tobacco. What?
I full grew my own tobacco.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying. He's saying it's super easy to grow. He just said he's grown it in 3 months and now he's smoking a ciggy from it. No, I think that this is great. I think this is fucking top. I love this guy. There just needs to be more guys like this, I think, broadly in the UK. Men will, do everything to avoid becoming a soft soil boy and growing your own tobacco, right?
I was expecting it to be really harsh as well. It's extremely smooth. It is extremely
Hey Val, what's up?
Smoke. Like, it doesn't hurt your throat or anything like that.
If you grow one, you get these seed pods that have thousands of seeds in, so you're good for life. That's what he says in a minute, yeah.
You know when you like first smoke a cigarette and you get all tingles in your feet and your hands? You don't get none of that. Like, it hasn't gone to my head or anything.
Yeah, because that's the poison. that's the poison that they put in the fucking ciggies to keep you from to make you keep smoking it and shit.
That reaction you get there with the head rush and all that must just be them chemicals that they add to it. Quick smoke is pretty much finished, but
I need the poison. I live for the tingles. That's fair enough, Mark.
Roll a bit bigger, so like I get longer smoking time with it. But that's mad. Hopefully I'll get like a decent amount of leaves that dry properly like that one. Also, if you do want some seeds, inbox me and I have some going, so I'll send you some. Place as well, I think I'm gonna just chill down here for a couple of hours, wait for the stars to come out, although I can't see much through them trees. But what a place to just lay there and ponder on existence and the mystery of the universe.
He's comparing this to his first cigarette. He's just saying that you don't get a Nicky rush. Your first cigarette is neurochemically not like any other cigarette. Yeah, but if you don't smoke for a while, you can also get, what do you call it? You can still get Nicky rushes, right? If you haven't smoked in a year or 2 years or something, and you just go, like you've, not stopped, you'll go fucking a bit dizzy. You'll get like a head rush in it. That's what he's talking about. I like unfiltered Lucky Strikes when I'm feeling extra. That's fucking crazy. Unfiltered is fucking crazy, by the way. I don't know how people do that. I've been told if you go from a light cigarette to a very strong one, that can also happen. Yeah, it's because they put extra arsenic in it. Yeah. Take a 15 milligrams in and you get a rush no matter what. That's crazy. Unfiltered Camels used to be my jam. First ever ciggy that I smoked was a Camel Light. I nicked it off my stepdad and I sparked it on the toilet. And as soon as literally, as soon as I fucking lit it, it was almost like instantaneous. My mum screamed my full name from downstairs and was like, "Are you smoking in here?" So I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. It's like burned into my memory. I know. How did she know? She was smoking 26 a day. She was smoking 26 a day. I was like, how did she smell it? What's going on? And my stepdad used to smoke his cigs all the time upstairs, and I was upstairs. It's like, what the fuck? How did you know? She just had that smoker sense. It's like, what the fuck? Mental. Absolutely mental. But yeah, Camel Lights, man. Extremely heavy tar cigarette. And then going... when I started to get my own ciggies, I would get Marlboro Reds, which are also massive, fucking huge tar. Not sure about the UK. Last I took a pack of smokes in Virginia is near $8. Yeah, try $18 in the UK. Yeah, they smashed the back. That's why this video has come up. That's why this video is popping off. How many views has it got now? 155,000 views. That's why this video is popping off, because people are like, how do you get cheap baccy? I don't know enough people who go to Spain. I don't know enough people who go to Gibraltar. I don't know enough people who go to, you know what I mean? Those are the ones your dad smoked. Marlboro Reds exclusively, like a pack a day. Yeah, Marlboro Reds were great. They were great. When I was smoking Marlboro Reds, they're obviously not great for your lungs, but oh my God. Hey, Rob, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, it's like £30 for 30 grams of tobacco in the UK. I gave up when they were still £10 a pack. Yeah, remember £10 a pack? Oh my God. Had some Chinese ciggies once. Those were great. Some Estonian cigs. Most people I know who smoke started with vapes first. Is that true? Oh my God. Oh my God. You can't get the small 12.5 gram packs now either, right? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta stop thinking about cigarettes. Yeah, you gotta stop. Gotta stop doing it. Skathash says, I pay $5 Canadian for a pack of mine from First Nations. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people here swear by Greek cigarettes when they go on vacation. I like Winston, Basic, Chesterfield, Lucky's, Spirits. It's a big thing because smoking was pretty rare with people our age before vapes hit the scene. Yeah, I think that it was, wasn't it? Yeah, because when I was, like I said, when I was 13, 14, everybody was smoking. Just like every fucker was smoking ciggies. Everybody. My dad smoked Marlboro Reds too. He's being healthy now. He smokes the gold ones. Top stuff. Great. We do have Pall Mall. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Dank. Yeah, so there you go. Anyway, little bit of a tangent, but that's it is what it is, right? That's what you come here for, isn't it? That's what you come here for, isn't it? Yeah, so let's take a look at this. I'm so glad that Andy Burnham has done this. He's looking terrible in this picture, isn't he? Looks like fucking... Looks like the baby from Dinosaurs. He's just really got a look at this about him, hasn't he? Like, he just kind of looks a bit like this. Do you know what I mean? It could totally be him. You know? Anyway. Ban on subscription traps brought forward by 3 months. Subscriptions will be easier to cancel and companies will be compelled to make it clear when contracts auto-renew at a higher price. Andy Burnham has announced the Prime Minister is also planning to outlaw shops from falsely claiming products previously retailed at much higher prices to advertise supposed deals, which he said tricks shoppers into thinking they're getting better value on purchases. Burnham will bring forward a package of changes announced under his predecessor Sir Keir Starmer to end so-called subscription traps and a crackdown on pretend prices. So he's just doing a Starmer policy. He's doing a Starmer policy, and he's saying, this is my policy. I've not covered Iran yet, Spencer. No. Hello, welcome in. Hello, Link. How you doing? I'm the Andy. Gotta love me. Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride branded the measures reheated and said the Prime Minister has already run out of ideas. Yeah, he has. The plans were announced at the Circus Armour in April, but are being brought forward by Burnham's government in a bid to give families room to breathe amid the high cost of living. I want to just clear up one thing. Instead of making sure that there are jobs for people, instead of making sure that if there aren't jobs, that people on universal credit have a decent amount of money in order to be able to survive, instead of taxing various different corporations, you know, all of these very, very mild social democrat-based reforms that Andy Burnham could totally do. He could totally force the whip for MPs to vote on these things. He could do all of that stuff. He's not doing any of that. Yeah? Not doing any of that. Instead, he's saying poor people shouldn't be tricked into continuing their Netflix subscription. They should cancel it now. Poor people shouldn't be allowed Netflix, actually. They shouldn't be allowed Netflix. They shouldn't be allowed Amazon Prime Video. They shouldn't be allowed any kind of subscription model. I think it's a strategic mistake that he's not using the whip. He ought to be taking hard power to give him leverage later. I don't think it's a strategic mistake. I think it's entirely on purpose. I think he's completely bought and paid for by all of the same companies that Keir Starmer was and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Michael Bay. We did it. We saved the country, yeah. No gym memberships for the povos. Now, it's easier than ever to not have anything to do or watch. What poor person has Netflix? Right, so I mean, again, you know, you've Spencer, you've clearly detailed your position, your material position in society. You know. Quiet Mercenary, welcome in. I don't know what I did. Yeah, of course you didn't. On subscriptions, the government said the change will mean businesses provide clear upfront information, regular reminders, much easier exit to contracts for customers. Burnham, who's embarking on a tour of the UK while Parliament is in recess, has promised a series of everyday fixes to help people with the cost of living. I'm determined to pull every single lever we can to provide people with some room to breathe on the cost of living. The measures being brought forward are aimed at making it easier for consumers to cancel unwanted prescriptions and stopping people being enrolled onto expensive contracts without their knowledge. Weren't there already laws to say that they can't do that? I'm so certain. Yeah? I am so certain that there were already laws in place to stop this from happening. So it's just nothing, right? The government said the plans would save consumers $400 million a year in total, or up to £170 per person. At the time, the Department for Business and Trade said there are 10 million unwanted active subscriptions across the UK. It said that more than 3.5 million people are quietly rolled from free or discounted trials into fully costed contracts. This isn't true. People go on free. It is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. This shit. On top of the already planned charges, Burnham is also vowing to end shops used to pretend prices, stop relays. Like, none of this actually brings prices down. None of this actually brings the price of things down. He's talking about the cost of living, and he's done nothing to bring the prices of anything down. Do you know what I mean? It's stupid posturing. It's complete dog shit. Complete dog shit.
There are several fine young men who I'm sure are gonna go far. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ramones.
I'd just like to say this gig sucks.
Hey, up yours, Springfield.
1, 2, 3, 4. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Peanut Butter Princess.
Happy birthday to you.
Go to hell, you old bastard.
PBP, thank you so much for being here on your birthday. It's a privilege to have you here on today, this most happy of days. I'm glad that you were born this day, however many years ago. Thank you very much for being here. What a privilege it is that you are in my stream on your birthday. Okay, so made up prices, incredible stuff. Incredible stuff. Consumer Group Witch has said it's repeatedly exposed that businesses, including trusted household brands, ripping off customers with dodgy deals that aren't what they seem. Its head of consumer rights policy, Sue Davies, welcoming the announcement and called for the government to bring in the rules swiftly. But Stride said the cost of living didn't become a problem last week, so you have to wonder why it's taken Labour so long to enact legislation passed by the previous government. Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Act passed under the Conservatives in 2024 cracked down on hidden fees, fake reviews online, and made it easier for customers to cancel subscriptions. It's already unlawful to use WOS prices for items on sale, but it is not on the list of Competition and Market Authority's list of banned practices. Right, so it's just bureaucracy that was not managed that well, right? My pleasure, PBP. It's my pleasure. The only subscription fee I've ever had difficulty leaving was Sky. I still get calls now 5 years later begging me back. I told them I don't want it even if it's free. Awful experience. It was outside the contract too. They made it so hard to cancel. Yeah, I mean, you know, for me, I don't think that any of this applies to things like utilities or TV. Yeah, will they make it possible to not pay the UK TV license easier? Yes, correct. They tried to make me pay 160 quid to cancel a subscription. What, Adobe? Yeah. So, you know, none of this makes any fucking sense to me. So, Chris Fell, a photographer from Wiltshire, told BBC Your Voice he had to cancel his debit card in order to get out of a subscription trap. The 71-year-old had signed up for Viewbug, a service he wanted to use to show off his pictures and build a portfolio. He complained that subscription costs doubled in the 3 years he was using the service, adding that the renewal was going through automatically and they would not cancel it. Sick. That's so sick. He complained that subscription costs doubled in the 3 years he was using the service, adding that the renewal was going through automatically, but they wouldn't cancel it. In order to break the subscription, Fell said, I resorted to asking my bank to cancel a debit card so that a new card would be issued with a different 16-digit number. Job done, and then I just waited for the US company to ask for a new credit card, and then I said, no. Viewbug's co-founder Ori Guttins said he was sorry to hear about Chris's experience and had struggled to help with his membership queries due to the use of multiple email addresses. No, that's probably bollocks. Nope, wrongo bongo. So yeah, I'm so glad that Andy Burnham is fixing the country. It's happening, isn't it? Great stuff. Hey, Grandpa Simpson, when I get a subscription crap like that, I go to the bank and say I lost my card. They give me a new one with a different number. That's just what he said. That's what he said. That's what happened. I think I have the basic Discord sub and a student version of Spotify, but I'm working on getting rid of it. Yeah, I mean, the only reason that I've still got Adobe subscription is because I can claim it as an expense on my taxes. So, you know, I get some amount of tax relief for that, which is probably not a lot. I mean, it's about £200 a year or something. So, you know. But other than that, all of my other stuff is cancelled. I think the only subscription I've got is YouTube Premium. Yeah. That is outside of regular stuff. I've nearly made the pinhole camera. Yeah, I made the pinhole camera. For those of you that were late to the stream, I stood like a dickhead at the top of my stairs looking out the window with this box on my head. I'll show you what it looked like. So this pinhole camera, just want to get like a box, like a long box. Right? Not got my. Want a long box like that, cardboard box. Take like a cardboard hole. Yeah, like a cardboard rectangle hole. Yeah, and you put on the outside. Yeah, it's massive. I've just got a little one. I'm deaf in both of my eyes. They can't hear anything. Yeah, we don't have any of that ableist fucking crap in here, dude. I don't know who the fuck you think you are making a joke like that. Yeah, this is how I looked at the eclipse when I was in primary school. Yeah, they told us about it, right? This is how we did it when we were kids, right? You want a long box. The reason that you want a long box atomic is because it makes the image of the sun bigger. You can see the sun a bit bigger. And also you can like put your head in it so it can shield your head from the sun, because obviously you're standing with your back to the sun. So yeah, you basically put kitchen foil on one side like that, and then you get a pin, and right in the middle of it you make a little pinhole. I don't know if you can see the pinhole in mine. I think you can just about see it. And then on the other side, on the inside, you just tape a white piece of paper, just like a totally blank white piece of paper like that, yeah? And then it projects an image of the sun. If you point that at the sun, yeah, that end at the sun, so you turn it upside down, you put the foil bit at the back, you look at the white screen, and you just have to point the box at the sun like that, yeah? And then you could see... At first, I thought it was just like the little, like a bunch of light just coming through the little tiny pinhole dot. I was like, that's what it is. But then I noticed that I could see the window frame on it and shit. And I was like, oh my God, that's fucking crazy. And when I was moving it around, it's like, oh my God, it's just literally, it's just like a camera. Works in the same way as cameras do. Yes, it's how early cameras worked. Yes. You have to target the sun with a little hole. Yeah, but you don't need to be that accurate, because the bigger the rectangle that you make that has the hole in it, for some reason, I don't explain to me how it works. Also, the distance as well. This is why you need a long box. Yeah. The pinhole reverses and focuses the light. Yeah, it's just it's really easy. It's really easy and clever. So I was stood at the top of my stairs. This. For fucking ages. For about 15 minutes. For about 15 fucking minutes today. And I was texting Soph and I was saying, have I missed it? And she went, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I was like, fucking hell, man. That's ridiculous. Watch. You know what's going to happen now? Tomorrow I'm going to forget. Tomorrow I'm going to forget that it's tomorrow, and I'm not going to catch it. That's what's going to happen. That's how this shit works. All right, chat. Let's get into some Iran news, yeah? Hopefully the weather cooperates. Oh, yeah, it's going to be hot as hell. It's going to be clear sky tomorrow, yeah. What time will it be? It's at 6:15 in the UK, yes. In Manchester, anyway. Could be different wherever you are in the world. So, even in the country, I think. So, don't take my... I'm not an expert. Ask Sophie. Sophie knows all about this stuff. Don't expect her to answer every question, though, because she's just chilling watching the stream, you know? She's not here to work herself. But maybe you can Tumblr her or whatever, or Twitter her. Tweet her. Got an article about it if you want. Slam it in the chat. Have a permit. Yeah. There you go. So, let's take a look at some Iran stuff, yeah? Where are we up to with Iran? Let's take a look at the oil prices. We're at the same as yesterday, I think. We're at $83. I think it went down overnight, and then it's gone back up again. So, you know, really just not quite coming anywhere close to the pre-war prices by any stretch of the imagination. Hey, Crescent, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for the 3 consecutive streams watched. Let's go. So, yeah. You can see that there is just simply no relief for gas or petrol prices or anything like that. Take a look at the stock market today. Monthly performance is still what it is. Let's have a look at the daily performance. There's probably some recovery going on. Oh no, look at that. Everything is still going quite badly. Oh no, what a shame. You know, the weekly performance of semiconductors is incredibly bad. Nvidia's had a bit of recovery. Google is doing terribly. That's great. Amazon's doing terribly. That's great. Apple's doing terribly. That's great. Fucking brilliant. Gas where you are is $1.10 above what it was in Feb. Yeah, I bet. And it's only going to get higher. All China needs to do is start importing oil again, and it's GG for the rest of us. Yeah, I don't think they're going to do that this time. Hello, SD, by the way. Welcome in. By the way, chat, I have been streaming for an hour so far, an hour and 10 minutes. Most of you have already had the ads happen if you don't have a sub. This is my full-time job. Please consider sending me some dough via the tip link in the chat. We've got a £60 daily dono goal, or... Husker with the Prime sub. Thank you for the 17 months. Thank you very much, Husker, for the 17 months. Enjoy your ad previewing and your emotes. Or we have a 24 sub goal for the day. So now that's at 23. So we just need 23 subs in order to hit that goal. Or £60 in donos, or however much it is. I don't know, £58, £57, 50 or some shit. So please consider doing that. It's my full-time job. I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit in October, and I need to be earning a decent amount of money by then. Most months, chat looks after me. Thank you very much for doing that, as per. And yes, hopefully it will remain that way until, you know, I'm saying this while I'm looking at the stock market doing terribly. Do you know what I mean? So we gotta try and build the stream. Yeah. So if you want to help advertise the stream, head over to the promo links in the chat, retweet, repost those links, and you can advertise the stream for free. So there you go. But yeah, please consider subscribing. Please consider donating. All right. So we're looking at the stock market map. It's looking bad. And what's Trump doing? While all this is happening because of his terrible decision, what's he doing? Chandler Hall, representing on television the foolish Center for American Lack of Progress, stated that adding the National Guard to cities, including our now great again Washington, D.C., had no impact on crime. How crazy is that? Hall was met with furious dissent. The report is just another radical left scam, as are the people who fund this gaggle of lunatics, including George Soros, Bill and Melinda Gates, Google, Apple, Visa, Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Walmart, Toyota, T-Mobile, and NBC Universal. Foreign support includes the Embassy of Japan, the Korea Foundation, Taipei Economic Cultural Representative Office, and the Embassy of the United Arab Emirates. The Democrats love it, and they're against anything Trump. These people and others like them are so bad for our country. Their stated cause is anything to hate or demean Trump. This will be met with a lawsuit which is being drawn now. I am also strongly considering adding some of the contributors to this fake organization. Crime is way down since I took office, and they know it. Liars at this level must be held accountable. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, he's suing all of these companies. No, but this is great. Like, chat, he's mentioned literally three of the Mag 7 companies that we were just looking at. I mean, let's take a look at the daily performance here, yeah? Let's take a look at the daily performance. So Microsoft lost money today. Apple, this is what I mean, chat. This is what I'm saying. He's affected all of their stock prices by tweeting this. Right? Like, Apple is the one Mag 7 company that doesn't really do that badly against everything that happens, you know, because it just dominates the consumer electronics market, right? And that's all it needs to do. But Trump now saying that Apple is part of, I don't know, some kind of left-wing conspiracy, it's just brought the stock, it's just brought the share price down by 1.2%. But he's losing his mind. It's crazy. It's totally crazy. So the next thing that he's been saying, yeah, well-known communists, all of these billionaires, aren't they? Yeah. The next thing that he was posting is about Zoran Mamdani's pied-à-terre tax. So he's saying the New York City pied-à-terre tax is costing New York City and state a fortune, and that the money eventually to be gotten is very little compared to the taxes paid by the tens of thousands of people who are fleeing the city, never to return. It's just not happening, right? It's just not happening. Florida, Texas, and numerous other states are making an absolute fortune. This dangerous political experiment in New York will destroy what was once a great city and state. It is pure amateur hour, and it's hard as the President of the United States of America to sit back and watch it happen, especially to a place I once loved. Financial and then social ruin is a 100% certainty, and the radical left jihadists charge congestion prices on top of everything else. This doesn't work in America and must be stopped now. I'm looking to see if the federal government has any legal right to avert this disaster before it's too late for the millions of people who cherish New York and want to see it thrive, as opposed to becoming a filthy, crime-ridden, decrepit place of mockery and scorn. Yeah, New York City is the center of global capitalism. They're not going to move, right? That's true. So, incredibly funny stuff happening. We're going to take a quick look. We're going to get into it. Starting off strong with CNN reporting on Trump saying, hey, we're low-keying it with Iran. Talking about how he's only semi-negotiating. Let's have a look at what this neoliberal, centrist piece of shit organization is saying, and let's see in what way they are saying it. They're obviously going to be critical of Trump, but not critical of the war. They're going to be like, yes, the war is very good and the war should happen. It should be happening better, though. We should be killing way more Iranian children, I think, is what CNN, is truly thinking, because they are part of the imperialist aggression. They're part of the imperialist propaganda network. Let's take a look at what they're saying.
The Strait of Hormuz is not open, and the president now seems to be indicating it might not be closed.
Hey, George Von Trapp. Yeah, he's crashing out, yeah.
From where he was just last week when he claimed to be on the precipice of a deal. Now
we're on the precipice of a deal.
Language. He tells
they're going to be doing it.
We are low-keying it with Tehran, adding, quote, we are only semi-negotiating with them. In fact, Iran might be moving in the opposite direction. They toughened demands for opening the strait, including demanding the lifting of sanctions, U.S. troop withdrawal from the region, oil prices. They have been reacting to this latest positioning, jumping overnight amid concerns of what might happen next. Let's get right to CNN's Kevin Liptak at the White House for the latest on all this morning. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning. Yeah, the president really describing something of a weighted out approach here, suggesting that eventually the economic pressures on Tehran will continue.
That's right. Just so everyone's aware of the reality of what Iran have actually said. Iran actually said they are not going to negotiate with the USA now until Trump is gone. Yeah, until his term is over.
Mount, and that will be able to allow the president to declare victory and essentially try and move on. He says that we're only semi-negotiating with Iran. That is a distant cry from what we heard last week. The president and top officials all saying that a deal with Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz was a day or two away. Now the president saying that Iran is in very bad shape and that those economic conditions will cause the regime to cave. But what we saw over the weekend was almost exactly the opposite. Iran really moving the goalposts in a lot of ways for this deal to reopen the strait. Their new fresh demands include ending threats from the U.S. against Iran, lifting the U.S. naval blockade, and withdrawing U.S. military forces from the vicinity, compensating Iran for the damage caused by this war.
Hey, Gobs, what's up?
U.S. sanctions on Iran and unfreezing.
Yeah, semi-negotiating does not reflect in reality. We're not talking until he's gone. Yes.
That last
Everybody go follow Goblin Hugger.
A non-starter for President Trump, who has insisted that financial relief for Iran will only come once it abandons its nuclear program. At this point, they're not even discussing the nuclear program, and so that seems like it will be a distant cry away. When you talk to American officials, they suggest these hardening demands are the result of infighting within the Iranian regime, and in fact, the Iranian official who issued this decree was replaced a day after he issued it, so there is substance to some of those claims on the part of...
Oh, come on, that is dead. You see what I'm saying, chat? You see how easy it is for them to say, you know, oh yes, well, you know, even though Trump is doing very badly in this war, the Iranians are just crazy. They're just insane. And they just do whatever they want, and they're just firing people when they say things.
American officials, but at the same time, clearly President Trump is under pressures of his own. You've seen oil prices tick back up. You also have those concerns about the dwindling U.S. munitions. And over the weekend, we learned that the Pentagon had issued a memo to defense contractors urging them to ramp up production. You also start...
It's not, like, I hate the way that this is all reported. It's not even the first time that that's happened. We heard about this happening at the start of the year, where they were like, please, please, please do more production.
Here of American officials, including the Joint Chiefs Chairman Dan Kane, start to talk behind the scenes about trying to find an off-ramp to this conflict. What exactly that looks like, we don't know. And we've also seen escalation in the region. Just yesterday, the Iran-backed rebels in Yemen, the Houthis firing at an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia, just going to show that even as the president is low-keying it, in his words, actors and events in the region will continue, I think, to unfold and to deteriorate, John.
Yeah, low-keying it because there are reports, there are concerns that maybe the U.S. is running out of pressure points, running out of ways to push the initiative there successfully. Kevin Liptak at the White House.
Yeah, Patriot missile production to double from 30 a year to 60.
That's morning for us. Thank you so much.
That means that they might be able to intercept, I don't know, 15 missiles from Iran a year.
Paul, I want to talk a little bit about the language that we're hearing from the president, where he says that
running out of pressure points means that they're losing, yes.
And he's semi-negotiating. What does that tell you?
I think at this point they've realized they have to change tactics because the strikes that have taken place to date by the U.S. military have been...
Yes, the maths that I did was accurate, Chud Destroyer, because, yeah, they need 4 Patriot missiles to each Iranian missile, yeah.
To get the Iranians to really move their position. What we've seen is a fragmentation between their civilian negotiators and the IRGC and the national security apparatus. And so it's been unable to break through. And so, due to the strikes not working, the president appears to now be pivoting towards economic pressure.
Let me ask you about the situation with the stockpiles.
High school science fairs will require all submissions to be Patriot missiles.
Especially things like Patriot missiles. Give us some sense of what this means for our national security and what the big issues is. And if you think that this stockpile issue is what really was the final straw and why the...
It's just so good that Pete Hegseth said yesterday that the stockpiles were great. They were so great.
President is kind of slowing down his threats and the actual attacks militarily on Iran.
I think it's absolutely a contributing factor to the decision not to pursue additional strikes at this time and to lean harder into economic pressure. And to the first part of your question, it does have broader geostrategic implications for the United States. So for you folks at home that aren't familiar with...
He said they're great.
How wars are fought or how the United States Department of War functions. You've got the world sort of broken up into what we call geographic combatant commands. There's a 4-star general or admiral that's responsible for different areas of the world. In this particular case, we're talking about the Middle East and also parts of Central Asia falls under U.S. Central Command. That's Admiral Brad Cooper. Each one of those commands has war plans.
Hey, Mushy.
So if the president calls and says, hey, we need to take action in one of these countries, they pull the plan off the shelf and it says, okay, U.S. Army, send me 500,000 troops. U.S. Navy, send me 20 warships. U.S. Air Force, send me a couple hundred planes. And it's all dependent upon inventory that's in...
Right, but are you going to mention the fact that they did not have one for Iran? Because in every single test where they tried to simulate war with Iran, America lost massively. So they knew that there was no fucking plan that they could figure out that would work, except for trying to encourage some kind of uprising within the country, like they did multiple times with the USSR, and also, you know, attempts to economically destroy the country with sanctions like they did with the USSR, which they have already been doing, right?
System. And so the Air Force, Navy, Army, and Marine Corps, you might think that they fight wars, the troops do, but the generals in charge, the commandant, chief of staff, their job is what we call man, train, and equip, is to buy that equipment, have those troops, have those weapons on standby. And so when you delete these stockpiles, it not only impacts this particular theater, but it affects the war plan sort of globally. And that's where it becomes a bigger concern. And that's why we saw some stories that the chairman may be very concerned about this.
It's great sort of walking people through how this works, because it's really important, the series of events that has to happen.
If I eat an apple, would I be a food eater? That's so true.
With the stockpiles.
Oil prices are ticking higher as well as the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz looks increasingly uncertain. Brent crude, the global oil benchmark, is trading at 84 and 87 dollars, as you can see there. And it comes, of course, after Iran said that any deal with Oman over safe passage through Hormuz is not enough and is demanding more from the US to fully reopen the critical waterway, including paying compensation for war damages.
They're negotiating with a priest.
Discuss this with Rana Faruha, CNN global economic analyst and global business columnist and associate editor at the Financial Times. Great.
Yep, seems pretty certain to me. Certainly staying closed. Yep.
Let's just start with oil prices, which quite honestly would give anyone a headache if you're trying to figure out what's going to come next here, because, you know, as we know, a few days ago, Brent dropped to below $80, and then confidence seemed to have evaporated, and now it appears to be going up again. So where do you see this?
Well, look,
give them a break. They only learned about Oman recently.
Prices are simply going to be a lot higher than we've seen them in some time. You know, oil began going up right after the war in Iran. It had already been actually up from the war in Ukraine and any number of other choke point and supply chain issues that we've seen. The fact that the Strait of Hormuz, which is the major global energy choke point, is not a sure thing. It's very much in play. I think this means that the market is not going to go down to anything that looks like normal in the next few months, if not years. And I think even if you see a deal, you know, we've heard about deals so many times. Trump
gonna have a deal.
About deals. But oil markets are based in reality, and right now people want certainty. And I think it's going to take, again, months, no matter what happens, to create that. So I'm not looking for oil and prices and oil-related inflation to go away anytime soon.
Yeah, and I think just to underline your point, Rana, let's take a closer look at the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz now. We can show our viewers the live marine traffic as it stands, which is probably pretty much at a standstill, because whatever the United States president is saying, the vital waterway is not really open, right?
Rick Manchego, how you doing? Welcome in.
Until and unless the United States ends.
It's going to take months for Brent to go down. That's so true.
And the list, of course, doesn't end there with the list of demands. So it looks, Rana, like we're at a stalemate here, right? We're still stuck.
What?
Yeah, and I think maybe what's even more important is the fact that the U.S. is not in control of this game. Iran is in control of this game. That was the major own goal, frankly, of the Trump administration in just starting the conflict in Iran. Iran had the high ground, literally. The Revolutionary Guard was made for this moment. The U.S. almost immediately took out anybody that the government could have negotiated with, and you get a lot of hardliners in charge. Iran knows it now controls this choke point, and the fact that it's in conversation with the Omanis, there's a sense that the middle powers, if you would consider Iran a middle power, certainly not a global power, but that they're now setting the terms of the debate here, and that's not what the Trump administration wants. It's been arguing that the U.S. can open the strait, no problem, but there is really no military solution here. And Iran is in charge. I mean, that is the sad fact for Trump, the U.S., and for oil markets.
Washington saying they are low-keying negotiations with Iran. What does that mean for the current stalemate that we appear to be in over the Strait of Hormuz and for the widening war at this point?
Well, honestly, nothing good at all, because low-keying negotiations, whatever that means, Although he then explained it by saying it appears to me no more military strikes, but doubling down on economic pressure on Iran. I think all of this just really reflects that President Trump has a smaller and smaller range of options when it comes to dealing with Iranian defiance, because
chat, they're just going to invade. They're just going to invade Iran because he's backed into a corner. He's not gonna admit defeat. He just won't. Like, this is the thing. Like, what Trump has done his entire life, because this is how Roy Cohn made him. Watch The Apprentice by Ali Abbasi, yeah? It has just been to never admit defeat. Always claim victory, even if you are defeated. It doesn't matter. And this is, the first time that he has had a whole bunch of troops in the region that are ready to do this, right? No, Iran would win. Iran would win. This is what I mean. It's like Trump's ego is so powerful that it's just... It's so likely. It's completely likely. Iranian intelligence is saying that they think that the US is planning an invasion. I believe Iranian intelligence more than anything that the US is saying, or any kind of possible scenario where they don't do it. I've been speaking about this for the last 4 months. They're just going to invade Iran. He's just too far gone. He's too far in it, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, his ego won't take it. Yeah, attack. I'm going to guess 25,000 US casualties. That's already happened. They've already lost that many military personnel. They're just not admitting it. No, I don't think it's that many, but I think it's... Yeah. No. Probably. It could be more. Look, here's if you do any kind of military brain analysis about any of this stuff, and I'm far from an ammo-sexual, chat, right? I'm not an ammo-sexual. I don't know the names of all the guns or the bullets or anything like that, but what I do know is a little bit about strategy, yeah? I spent a little time playing a little game called Medieval Total War 2, yeah? When I was younger. So I know a little bit about strategy, actually. But no, seriously, if you obviously I'm an expert. These are transferable skills. Where are they gonna, let's say, okay, let's bring a map up. Let's do the map shit, yeah? Let's do the map shit again, right? So let's get a map of the region. I've seen Rambo at least a handful of times. I've seen Rambo a few times. That's got to have... That's got to be like a little bit... this is like... this is reminding me of the Always Sunny episode where... when Mac and Charlie are trying to get a job together. It's the Pepe Sylvia episode. And on the CV, it was like Mac's bit. And there's a bit that says, over the last 2 years, I've been pretty much completely in charge of everything in my life. It's just reminding me of that. Right, okay, so we got the map here, right? Possible places where the US is building up troops, yeah? Oh, and we got a raid as well. Argonian Bum. Argonian Bum, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in. You can see that we got the map out, yeah? Argonian Bum saw that we had the map out and they were just like, yeah, we got to invade that motherfucker. Look at what's happening. There's some big brain military analysis about to happen. Everybody, please go show some love to Argonian Bum, another great leftist streamer here on Twitch. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, welcome in, Big Ben, Argonian Bum, Commie Space Invader. What's up? It's good to see you. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news and geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. And we are currently taking a look at the potential reality of the US invading Iran, because this is what Iranian intelligence is saying, and also, what most analysts and people who are sort of armchair psychology analyzing Trump's brain seem to be saying is going to happen. So, here we have the places where troops will be built up. Kuwait is probably the most likely place. where they're going to be building up troops, but they will probably also have troops in Bahrain. They'll probably have troops in Saudi Arabia. They'll probably have troops in the UAE. Most likely they're going to be here, but not too close. And there are various different places that they could attack from. You know, they could absolutely bring troops in on boats from the, you know, down here. They got the Armada, the US Armada down there. They probably also got troops in Qatar as well, by the way. I forgot to mention. There's probably troops there. There's probably troops all along the coast here, if they are planning an invasion. And there are two spots that are mentioned regularly. You got Karg Island here, right? Karg Island is there. And you've got Keshem Island, which is here, or maybe here. I'm pretty sure that Keshem Island is this one, but I could probably zoom in on the other map and figure that out. Oh yeah, no, Keshem. Okay, so yeah, the smaller one is Hormuz Island. This island is Keshem Island, right? So, you know, they could absolutely come in from here and invade Keshem Island. They could maybe, I don't know, from Qatar, they could do a multi-pronged approach, I guess. Hedge their bets, invade from different places or whatever. But again, like any kind of thing that happens, this is what makes me think it isn't going to happen, because, you know, when you think about Iran, they don't just have all of their missile infrastructure along the coast like this. They don't just have it all here, right? They have it everywhere. They have it all over the fucking country. They got it in, like, the fucking mountains in the north and everything, you know? So, let's say that they successfully take out a bunch of missile bases on the coast. There are like 12 that are supposed to guard those as well, you know? And yeah, the topography as well, you know, they're not going to make any kind of headway. They can't get any kind of heavy armor weapons over there, because it's like, where are they invading from? With Iraq, they had, you know, I mean, maybe they'll go through Iraq, I don't know. Maybe they'll try and go through Iraq. I don't know. But it just seems like it's just gonna go very, very badly. Extremely badly. So, you know, wherever they go, they're gonna get hit by Iranian missiles. This is the part of me that's saying this is not going to happen, because any kind of military strategist is gonna say, hey man, if you put troops on the ground in Iran, they're just going to hit you with missiles. They're just going to keep hitting you with missiles. You don't have any air defense, so if you take air defense with you, there's just not going to be any air defense or anything like that. It's just never going to happen. So, I don't understand what the strat would be, but all roads seem to point to an invasion happening just because of Trump's ego. So, I don't know. It might not happen. Obviously, I hope it doesn't happen, but I kind of hope it does happen. I'm in two camps, you know? I'm on two sides. I'm playing both sides so that I always come out on top, you know? They probably fired all the folk who said not to. There's that as well. If only they didn't get rid of the people who had enough seniority and sense to say, this is why we haven't done it before. Yes, exactly. Yeah, same thing. Yeah, same thing. Madness. Whatever happens, we left. Yes. They might take a few islands to count as a win towards the MAGA base. Yeah, but they won't take shit. That's the thing. That's the thing. They won't take shit, will they? They'll land on Keshem Island, have zero air defense, and they'll get pummeled with missiles. Iran will fire 20 missiles at once. You can't hide from that. They have no bunkers to hide in. They got no defense for, you know, for missiles. And all the troops will just get blown to smithereens. It's going to be the end. The last thing these fucking 20-year-old people who were just like, I just wanted to fucking get some free college, bro, sees is just like a giant fucking missile coming towards them, you know? Madness. So anyway, we got that.
Right now is the Iranians really standing firm. Economic pressure has been on Iran for the better part of the last 30, 40 years. It's done very little to change Iranian behavior.
I'm going to put a wee American flag on something, yeah.
As American military action.
Let me rephrase. They'll try and take an island, yeah.
The US is stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point that, you know, economic...
Plant a flag, take a picture, and then get smoked.
Shipping say that the U.S. naval blockade of Iran ports
So many US troops would die. It'd be so bad. Oh, yeah, yeah,
oil
yeah.
export activity at Kharkov, which is, of course, the terminal handling almost all.
I mean, if you're going to be 100% campist about it, right? Which I don't even think really goes outside of communist principles at this point, particularly. Because, you know, again, if the US is going to attack anywhere, if the US is going to try and attack and invade anywhere, I would rather it be Iran. Or somewhere like China, because these people have the means to defend themselves. Or even Russia, right? Or even Russia. You know, at least these countries have the means to defend themselves effectively. Unlike Cuba, who will struggle vastly, right? Because as soon as troops are pulled out of the Middle East, you better believe that they're going to be all eyes on the island.
All of Iran's crude exports to a near halt. Do you think that could be giving the White House a sense that it could pressure Tehran into the deal? Is that behind the messaging on...
You went camping 2 weeks ago, drove 2 hours down to Ohio, not a single house, car, or MAGA person walking around. Not even another camper at the site had a MAGA hat on. Wait, so you drove to Ohio from where?
You know, the economic pressure that Donald Trump was putting out there?
I mean, it appears
Maybe they'll try a Venezuela and kidnap the Ayatollah and charge him with something in New York. Yeah, that won't happen. That's not going to work. From Detroit to Ohio. So you went through like a bit of Indiana. Is that right? Am I getting that right? You went through like a bit of Indiana. Yeah, so yeah, very highly likely that you could have seen that stuff. Yeah.
whoever is advising the White House is advising.
Because I'm thinking, was MAGA even very popular around that place? I don't know much about like this your area, right? You know what I mean? So I don't know. They're trying to attack Russia via Ukraine. No. No, come on. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm saying if the US actually went to invade Russia. Yeah, I'm not talking about Ukraine. I'm not talking about a proxy state. I'm saying if the USA went to try and invade Russia. Yeah, with US military troops. Come on.
Pressure up. And it's undeniable.
Ohio is mostly chuds outside the city, yeah.
The Iranian government.
Oh, Ohio's directly under you, yeah. It is one of the chud states, right.
And it has been for months now.
Hey, Alejandro, how you doing? Indiana's pretty cursed, yeah.
Bottom, it continues further down, and the war has done nothing to help them. But the point is less an economic point and more a political issue. The government views this moment as existential, so their pain threshold is really high. They have made a political decision to continue fighting this war and to stand firm against the United States. And it's for that reason that
they're gonna any right-winger or conservative in the US is gonna be Marjorie Taylor Greene, Tucker Carlson 2028, right?
Is going to do anything.
And for Iran's part, I mean, it is pushing a new list of demands for the US to meet, including a permanent end to the war and the blockade of Iranian ports. It also wants to see sanctions lifted, assets unfrozen as compensation for war damages. I mean, is the Trump administration likely to meet any of those demands? And does Iran truly believe that it will?
Well, some of those demands were agreed to during the MOU that neither side then proceeded to implement, really. The remaining were things like sanctions and asset releases. Those were supposed to be negotiated. There was supposed to be a timeline for their release that was negotiated between the US and Iran. And of course, we all know what happened. Those negotiations really never happened in the end because the MOU wasn't implemented. I think what this shows is, again, that the Iranian side feels emboldened right now. It feels confident. It feels it has the upper hand despite...
I don't think that's ever changed. Despite all of the domestic issues.
All of the domestic issues that it's facing.
Like what?
And importantly...
These people don't know anything about Iran. It's so embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know anything about Iran maybe 2 years ago. But like, you know, when this is your like full-time professional job, it's just a bit embarrassing, isn't it? It's like, oh my gosh, so many domestic issues. Like what? What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about?
The main takeaway for the Iranian system has been the language of pressure, the bullying, the tough rhetoric, all of that appears to work with the Trump administration. So they're really turning the tools that the Trump administration has used against them and many others in the international.
Yeah, famously, the USA has 0 domestic issues. Yeah. Hey, Krill.
Back and using it against Trump himself. And at the moment, it appears to be working because the U.S. president appears to want out of this conflict.
The ULEZ around Tehran is a nightmare. Hey, Neil.
Stuck. So what this shows
yeah,
is
big opposition to the ULEZ zone in Tehran.
Are tougher. They're doubling down, and they're ready to keep going.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty accurate. Let's take a look at this next story. This is from 5 days ago, but I really wanted to talk about this because obviously, well, you know, look at the title of the video. Moldy showers and no soap. Military families outraged by conditions on the USS Lincoln. Oh, hell yeah.
Of the hour. So we've got some new reporting first here on MS Now about the brutally demanding conditions that service members are facing overseas as we wait for some resolution to the war with Iran.
Oh, yeah.
MS Now spoke with a dozen family members and sailors and Marines aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Hexeth likes his warfighters stinky, yeah.
Morale,
he's a pits guy.
And conditions on.
He's the kind of guy to message you on Grindr with no profile picture and just be like, Pits King, punish me with your pits, daddy. Punish me with your pits. Have you got any stinky undies? Can you fart on my face? Can you fart directly in my mouth?
That ship. The 5,000-person crew has been at sea for 9 straight months and engaged in combat operations since the beginning of the war against Iran, all the way back in February. Many family members describe their kids or spouses telling them about non-operational toilets, moldy showers.
Are we fetish shaming? No, we're only shaming people who are like Pete Hexeth and too ashamed, to be who they are.
Facilities that were broken for weeks.
While simultaneously being incredibly evil homophobes, transphobes, you name it, etc.
And extended periods with no hot water for showering. The families say their loved ones have described food shortages and
some fetishes do need shaming, yes.
For an hour or more.
I'm not into farts for the record. That's a nice t-shirt you got.
Even while it often lacks basic supplies like toothpaste, soap, and deodorant. Let's bring in MS Now.
Hell yeah, dude. I can't wait to be confronted. You know, you've got like the Chad Iranian Artesh fighter who has got like, you know, the cleanest teeth, brushes his teeth with like local herbs, local indigenous remedies, totally fucking like clean, pristine, despite the fact that like, you know, there's not really any infrastructure because the US has bombed it and stuff. Nice clean hair, swept back, just confronted by like a gingivitis riddled fucking stinking, like you could smell the fucker a mile off. Like red-faced gammon chud, like panting because they don't do like basic training anymore or some shit. Or they haven't been able to do basic training because they've been on the USS Lincoln for fucking ages. They've just been like eating the worst food. It's full of maggots, so they don't eat the right food and shit. They're just eating like the rice and not the meat or whatever. And they don't have any vegetables or anything. That, you know, they're completely fucked. Hello, Lainey. I clipped that and will be using it on my stream. Well, there you go, chat. Everybody go and follow Lainey. You should go follow Lainey anyway. But then you've got an even better reason. I hope you're doing all right, Lainey. It's good to see you. Yeah, you'll have to show me that. You'll have to show me that shit. What was I saying? Eating the cheesy sugar slurry, yeah, all that stuff. They're gonna get scurvy. Yeah, they will. Yeah, that's what's going on. Like, it just, you know, the scariest thing about confronting that US soldier is just like, you know, totally bleeding gums, fucking yellow with jaundice and shit. They've not been outside.
Story. Former Acting Army Secretary Patrick Murphy also back with us. Priya, it's a great story.
Oh my God. What is that fucking sign behind him? Holy fucking shit.
Murphy also back with us. Priya, it's a great story. People think about service members, in this case sailors, in a combat zone. They, of course, think about the dangers the enemy may pose. They perhaps think less about just the conditions they have to live with each and every day, sounding, from your reporting, sounding downright miserable and at times maybe even dangerous.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
Special.
And, the Lincoln just set a record in the Navy for having the most continuous days at sea, with more than 200 days underway.
Can you believe it? We've had the USS Lincoln out there for 200 days. The Biden administration would never do it. He was very bad on having our military do consecutive tours. Our warfighters need to be doing more and more tours. We're doing the best tours, the most tours. They're going to be out there for another 500 days.
They left San Diego in November. They had a brief stop in Guam in December, and then they didn't stop for a port call again until early July, just briefly in Oman, where most of the sailors...
I believe that was a concern with D-Day. Any logical, clear-headed military commander understands that a war is not about having the guys in the place. It's about having the stuff to keep the guys alive and healthy. You need doctors, you need chefs, you need cooks, you need, tailors, everything. There has to be a supply line. It's all logistics, An army marches on its stomach, right? That's the classic line. And none of these fuckers are thinking about that. They just think, oh yeah, it's like Empire Earth. You make the guys and you put them there, and that's it. And it's just, no, it's not like that.
Able to get off the ship, but they had to stay in port. And really, what the families were telling me,
you can't get off the ship. You're not allowed.
Most of their family members are working 12 to 14-hour shifts. They're depending on their job. They're not getting any days off. And when you talk about a flight deck on an aircraft carrier, this is one of the most dangerous places in the military. You're having high-speed aircraft taking off and landing.
They took away the flu vaccine mandate immediately. It took out hundreds of soldiers. Wait, what?
Munitions, weapons, and bombs being moved around at a very fast pace. And the service members are also being exposed to, really loud noises for a sustained period of time, which can really lead to long-term
Yeah, they're going to have hearing
like
loss and tinnitus.
So when you're talking about exhaustion, when you're talking about low morale, because now this deployment has been extended for a second time and there's no end in sight, they're worried that those things could lead to accidents that could potentially even be deadly. I want you to take a listen to what some of them told me.
They didn't choose to be there. They volunteered to be there. They're willing to be there, and they're doing their best. So they want our support. And part of that support means we have to have the tools to do our job. That means the fuel. That means the food, right? That means the food. That means the toothpaste and the deodorant. That means all of it, right? Now,
I don't think it's the ship is the issue. I think it's our president. It's our government.
Oh yeah, put it in my veins, dude. This is so sick.
Not helping the morale. I think the ship is doing what they can do with what they're given. But I think our government needs to be doing more for our military that's sitting over there.
And so, you're hearing from them about exhaustion, but they're saying that, even at the end of their shifts, the fact that these sailors and Marines can't take showers.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Do you think they're putting a priority on shaving equipment because, as Heggs said, no beardos? Yeah. Does he think that, here's the thing. Does he think that it is genuinely the same as Roman times? Because that's what they say, right? They say that the Romans used to shave their beards because what used to happen is the barbarians that would come and fight the Romans, they would all have beards, and it made them really easy to grab their fucking beard and lift their head up and slip their neck, right? That's the thing. That's I don't know if that's true or it's a myth or whatever. I don't know. But is that why he's done that? Is that why he's said that? And it's it doesn't work like that anymore. You got guns, you don't have swords.
They can't wash their uniforms. I had some family.
Yeah, and also Rome was destroyed by those bearded barbarians.
In jail are treated with more dignity and respect than our service.
I have found something about Hegseth. It's going to be in my Ezra Klein video. Hell yeah.
Pete Hegseth's military.
Listen, we're stretched pretty thin.
Could be a way to try and target Muslims, but having a beard is not necessarily a tenet of Islam, you know? You don't need a beard to be a Muslim, really.
Jonathan, at one point,
I think it depends.
Article, which I like to highlight, there's over 10,000 shorties off the USS Lincoln. I mean, you know, in the Pentagon, we used to say, amateurs talk strategy.
They might have to resort to swords because they can't make any more. They can't manufacture any more weapons.
The USS Lincoln is the logistics machine.
More of an emotional situation to shave it off for them. Yeah. That's true.
It is a very dangerous, you know, job. And these are
It's to target black men because they're susceptible to a skin condition. I've heard of that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, if you is it something about close shaving, right? Or something like that? We need to bring back plate armor. Iran won't see it coming. Yeah. Yeah, ingrown hairs and stuff, right? Yes.
Is that you are doing really.
Hello, Mobius. Welcome in. How you doing?
My heart and thoughts and prayers are going out to these sailors and their families. I know they've been extended twice.
Hey, Quelbs. How you doing?
They're stretched pretty thin right now.
And this is not a new boat. The ship launched in the 80s. Priya, talk to us. It was also a conflict with no real end in sight. Like there's, you know, negotiations off and on. Every so often the president, you know, authorizes some sort of strike. They could be there.
Yeah, I've had ingrown hairs before. It's horrible. Yeah.
And that's something I heard repeatedly from the families as well, is that, you know, they understand that their loved ones volunteered to be in the military, right? They're not expecting to be on a Carnival cruise here. They don't expect buffets. They don't expect, you know, a hot tub. They understand that the conditions are going to be rough. They signed up to go to war. But I think what's lacking here is any clear strategy. And they said, you know, we're ready to do a mission and complete a mission. But what we're failing to understand is what this mission actually is and when is it going to end. So I think really what they're looking for is some goalpost that, you know, they can keep an eye on and some relief at the end of all of this. You know,
This is all great news, chat. This is all great news. I'm not mad. I'm not even mad. I can't be mad at the slightest. I know that some people in the chat are saying like they signed up to this, they signed up to be part of the imperialist army, this, that, and the other. Yeah, that's all true. But I can't even be mad. I can't even be mad because it's just like everything is really bad for them. Everything's really bad. Yeah, things are just going really bad for the evil empire that I've always hated. As soon as I learned that America was the bad guy, I've hated him a lot. This is great. It's great news for me. It should be great news for you. It should be great news for everybody. The empire is coming to an end. Build your community, go outside and organize, speak to your neighbors. You know, this is the important stuff. Anyway, also what you should do is give me money because this is my full-time job and I only get a little bit of money topped up by Universal Credit. I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit in October. And you should absolutely consider donating via the tip link or subscribing. You could do that via your Twitch Prime. You could subscribe just with money. It's up to you. Please consider supporting me. And if you can't afford to do that, don't worry. You can hit the promo, go live links.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass.
Thank you, Chud Destroyer. I also subbed, but the notification didn't go through. That's weird. Don't know why that is. But thank you so much for the 100 bits. And yeah, I can't see your sub. Let's have a look. 122. Yeah, I don't know if that has gone up at the start of the stream or not. But anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate that. It might happen later. I don't know. But yeah, if you can't afford to sub, head over to the promo links. You could go to the Blue Sky post or the tweet, and you can retweet or reskeet those, and you can advertise the stream to more people.
The aircraft
the mission is do war and fight and be epic.
You haven't seen a military buildup like that since 2003, and this has been
there's going to be ads in 17 minutes as well, so if you want to avoid those ads, get on the subscription train.
Fought by the Navy. When you think about who's been imposing the naval blockade in the Strait of Hormuz and who's been launching those airstrikes on Iran. And so, you know, they say enough talk about the stockpiles and the depletion of weapons and the $67 billion that Secretary Hegseth has gone to the
Yeah. Don't talk about any of that.
To ask for. Let's talk about our service members.
Priya Sridhar, thank you so much for bringing this.
Don't talk about any of the stuff that's going really bad. Talk about the other stuff that's going really bad. Hey, bright person. So yeah, another incredible news story from MS Now. They're talking about how bad everything is going. Hey, Nuclear Slayer, what's up? And then we have this headline from Al Jazeera. Now, some people were... I can't remember where we got this from yesterday. I think it was the Hormuz letter. There was speculation as to whether Iran was going to invade US bases in the region yesterday. It sounds like it would be a strategic error, but I've done a little bit of pondering about it, and I'm not entirely sure if that was what was being communicated. It could have been a mistranslation. It could have been something different. I don't know. Or maybe they're just smarter than all of us, and it's going to mean something completely different. So I'm not sure, but let's have a look at this. This is something that kind of backs up what we were learning about yesterday. Iran's new military appointments signal offensive strategy. Now, Al Jazeera is not great on this, and they could just be fear-mongering and saying, you need to be scared of Iran. It's very scary. Don't be doing any of this. Yeah?
Supreme leader has appointed 6.
Don't be supporting any of these because they're very evil and they're going to attack Qatar any day now. Any day they're going to attack Qatar, and it's not going to be US bases. They're going to come here, they're going to invade everybody and make you all Shia.
Senior military commanders to new positions. They include Ali Abdullahi, who becomes chief of staff of the armed forces. So he's the military chief of Iran now. Ahmed Vahidi, who takes up the role of commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Hossein Taib, who is now head of the Basij paramilitary force. Earlier, the former chief of the IRGC, Mohsen Rezai, was appointed as Khamenei's new representative to the Supreme National Security Council. Let's break this down with Mustafa Khoshcheshem, who is a professor at the University of Applied Sciences in Tehran. And you're joining us, Mustafa, from the Iranian capital. For people who try to decipher the inner workings of the Iranian security and political establishment, what do these appointments mean?
Hello, thanks for having me. Well, all these appointments are pointing in one direction, that Iran is going on the offensive. Actually, Iran is thinking that the United States
No, it doesn't mean that they're going to invade the USA, Argonian Bum. They're talking about invading US bases in the region.
Is not serious about negotiations, and similar to what has been happening in the last 1 year, that we've been in talks 3 times and they've bombed us. And when we arrived actually at an MOU, the Islamabad MOU.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Violated it. So Tehran's calculations apparently show that Donald Trump is thinking of a full-fledged war, maybe in coming weeks or months. So Iran is preparing itself. If you just take a look at the 6 commanders, they are actually known to favor offensive strategies, from Mohsen Rezai to Ahmad Vahidi to Deputy Chief of Staff Qamar Haydari and others.
Oh, wow, chat, what is this? Is this footage of Mujtaba Khamenei? Wait, I thought he was disfigured. I thought he was gay and disfigured. I thought that they blew his face off. Wow, what's that? It's AI. He's dead. He's gay. He's disfigured. He's gay, obviously. He's it's the Iranian AI. Oh, wow. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Look at that. They got actually footage of him and they're putting it on the news. He's got to hold up today's newspaper to prove it's real. I don't believe it's him. Iranian AI. Yeah, he's not living with his furry lover roommate? Wait, what? Is this something else that they were saying? I've not seen much of the Rob, but I know that they were saying he's gay and he's... Yeah, they blew him up. Yeah, not looking very gay and disfigured to me. Exactly.
So, in the presence of Major General
more alive than Mitch McConnell, yeah,
who has been the commander of all these other commanders. That
you're mixing the narratives, okay? He could still be gay, inshallah. Yeah, that's true.
Of saying that Iran should go, more powerful.
It's between him and Allah.
Resist and should go on, should have a more active strategy. And he is known as a high-esteemed person who is very much respected by everyone from the political to the military circles, and he has the way and power, and he knows everything about Iran's military and politics and economy in order to start a new strategy for the country.
Professor, if you'd allow me to jump in, what's the most important name among these 6 appointments? Would it be fair to say that Ahmad Vahidi, who's the new head of the IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps, would be the most powerful of all those appointments?
I should say Mohsen Rezai, because Ahmad Vahidi, Taib, and all others, they have been serving under Mohsen Rezai, and Mohsen Rezai carries much more weight. He started the IRGC. He is known for developing so many of these, organs under the IRGC.
This dude Rezai commanded the IRGC at the age of 27. I don't know if I had more than a handful of sober days at 27. Yeah. Can you imagine? Like, if someone said that to me at 27, they were like, you're in charge of the most important military organization in the country. There's just no way. I think I would implode on the spot from all the pressure. I just wouldn't be able to handle it in my brain. I would immediately go out and do a load of ketamine, because that's the kind of thing I was doing at 27.
See so many forces.
Not really. That was a bit earlier.
The architect, actually, and he studied everything. That's why everyone believes that now we also should wait for a restructuring of the security and military apparatus under the new arrangement to be led by the Supreme National Security Council, as well as top, chief of staff. So, from the viewpoint of the military and security, everyone is waiting major restructuring and enhancement. But from the viewpoint of your question, about Ahmad Vahidi, it's interesting to note that the Iranian Supreme Leader's decree...
War K-hole sounds like the worst K-hole. Nah, it'd be sick. It'd be so sick.
IRGC, the new IRGC
Don't do drugs.
chief, to go on for continued and all-out enhancement of capabilities for the sake of maximum deterrence, and also for smart preparedness for exercising powerful offensive operations against
so he's
the
telling
enemy.
them to be ready
This
for
is
war.
highly
He's telling the
important.
Revolutionary Guard to be ready for, as you say, quote, offensive action. With this new group of leaders in the security field for the armed forces, the IRGC, and the Supreme National Security Council,
you're not my dad, not yet.
Push Iran in a different direction from what we've seen in the last 5 months of war?
I believe there will be major changes. The strategy has been resistance in order to push back the United States and to make it exhausted. Iran didn't embark on preemptive strikes unless for the past 1 month. In the past 1 month, we have witnessed at least 2 instances of such preemptive measures.
Yes, that's correct. That's something that I've noticed as well, is that Iran has attacked random US bases without being attacked first. And I think that these were tests. I genuinely think that these were tests on how an offensive strategy would happen. Now, the offensive strategy may not be that Iran is looking to invade US military bases in the region. It could be that their offensive strategy is to attack even without being attacked themselves. That could be what this is, right? If that's the case, it's over. It's fucking over, right? And there is a new world order in the region.
The U.S. all-out airstrikes.
In fact, in the world.
So it seems that Iranians' evaluation shows that they need to be more offensive, go for more preemptive strikes, and give much more powerful responses to any U.S. attack.
This is crazy.
This new team of commanders, a very coherent team, to be operating very cohesively with under a new strategy, war strategy. This doesn't mean that Iran is going to attack the United States offhand with no reason. No, but this means that Iran is going to develop the military capabilities for preemptive strikes and for much more powerful strikes on the United States. So, on the U.S. positions, especially, and military forces in the region. So, I believe that Iranians are getting ready for an all-out war against the United States and pounding U.S. military forces in the region with maximum power.
This is crazy, chat. This is fucking crazy. Alongside this, we've got this article from the Wall Street Journal that came out, I think, yesterday. This is an incredible headline, and apparently there's some incredible content in here. Let's read it together. The end of Israel. Well, look, what you have to remember, Morgana, is that the end of Israel is inevitable. Any state that engages in the kind of behavior that Israel is engaged in is bound to fail, right? When you do genocide, when you do unchecked aggression against your neighbors, when you completely piss off everyone around you, it's the only way that a settler colonial state, and again, just like the USA, it's exactly the same as the USA. The USA is a settler colonial state. Like, everybody forgets this, all the time. That country is supposed to be full of Native Americans. In the same way Latin America is supposed to be full of native Latin Americans. It is a total settler colonial state, and this is the only way that a state like that can end up, which is in total fucking destruction of its power. It just is going to have no power, and it's why our comrades in the USA, I'm sending you all the luck and the solidarity in the world, because you gotta start organizing. You gotta start speaking to your neighbors. You gotta start growing shit. You gotta start having community gardens, community third spaces, community energy sovereignty, water sovereignty, all that kind of stuff. It's self-defeating and unnatural. Yes, absolutely. Latin America has a different history, but still, they completely destroyed many, Mayan and Aztec indigenous societies and states and stuff, they're all genocidal states. I mean, Latin America certainly is in, by no means the same settler colonial state as the USA, right? It certainly isn't. But you know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying. Let's take a look at this Wall Street Journal article. Gulf states accept a new normal in Hormuz. Iran is in control. This is a massive thing to be saying. This came out at 8 p.m. last night, which is why I didn't see it before the end of the stream. Oil and gas exporters dislike the emerging deal to reopen the waterway, but see it as the least bad option. Dubai. Persian Gulf energy producers are concluding that Iran's control over the Strait of Hormuz will become permanent, disrupting their oil and gas exports and global energy supplies indefinitely. The problem is, they worry the alternative, going back to war, would be worse. The conundrum highlights how the war has unleashed a more antagonistic Iran and left a region that is vital to the world's energy security with no good option for countering it. Iran's rivals in the Gulf don't like the deal now under consideration to crack open the vital waterway that formalizes Iranian oversight of inbound ships, but Gulf officials said the region sees the agreement as preferable to further military action between the US and Iran. Spoiler alert, more military action will happen. So that's going to happen. It's putting Arab states' energy infrastructure at risk, right? This is just going to happen. So what they have at the moment, I mean, Iran must be fucking laughing their ass off. Mujtaba Khamenei must be going like, this is so good, bro. We're doing so well. The entire Gulf states are they're fucking pissing, shitting, crying, begging us to not go to war, begging us to please, just no more. Please don't piss off the US anymore. Please don't do it. Bro, we didn't do anything, dog. We didn't do anything. You know what I mean? The US, this is all the US. You need to realize that this is the USA. But they just, they have the Gulf states exactly where they want them. And that was always clear that this was going to be the case at the end of this. Negotiations on the deal, which promises to release energy shipments through Hormuz, have stalled in recent days. Iran has demanded financial relief and prohibition on American and Israel warships in the Strait. And on the other side, the US has refused to entertain an agreement that allows Tehran to place impediments on shipping, the mediators said. Oil prices turned higher Monday with an international benchmark Brent crude trading around $87. Meanwhile, traffic through the Strait has been snarled by Iranian attacks since June memorandum of understanding between Washington and Tehran. United Arab Emirates said 4 of its ships were hit last week by Iranian attacks while attempting to transit the Strait. Saudi Arabia, which had preserved much of its export capacity by piping oil across the desert to the port on the Red Sea, has seen their alternative export route come under attack by Iran-backed Houthi militia in Yemen. Egypt came under fire with a drone attack on a gas tanker at the port of Damietta, showing that Iran's threat to energy exports extends well beyond Hormuz. What is this picture? This is them trying to put out the fire at the Aramco facility in Jazan. Oh, that's in Damietta in Egypt, yeah. As a result, the region's energy export is crucial to global suppliers have faced an extended period where the conflict bumps along between war and peace with Iran, using its sway over their shipments as a crucial piece of leverage in the standoff. In this background, the Arab Gulf states cannot really ensure complete safety and openness of the Strait of Hormuz and can no longer rely on it for transport or trade, said Umar Karim, a researcher in Gulf security matters at the University of Birmingham. Thus, there is no other option for now but to concede to a degree of Iranian demands. Yeah? The enduring threat to shipments from the world's energy hub points to a major strategic setback from the war launched in February. In past crises, even in the Middle East, Gulf oil supplies and spare capacity helped offset shortfalls from countries like Iraq, Kuwait, and even Iran. That capability now comes with caveats. It seems that Iran will essentially want to control not just the Strait of Hormuz, but all aspects related to it. Whether trade or export or oil or gas, export of oil or gas will dictate its terms to the Gulf countries for them to use it, Karim said. Crude oil exports through the Strait of Hormuz fell to about 2.2 million barrels a day last week from about 8.5 million barrels a month ago, according to commodities data provider Kepler. Iranian exports were cut in half in a week's time down to 47,000 barrels. Roughly 20 million barrels a day of oil and petroleum products passed through the waterway before the conflict. Oil prices are well off highs. Let's have a look at that map. Yeah, the drop-off is staggering, right? Completely staggering. You know, oil prices are well off highs hit during the fiercest fighting last spring thanks to subdued demand from China, Japan, India, and Europe. But global oil inventories are lower than they were at the start of the war, plunging by over 400 million barrels in the past 6 months. That means the market has less cushion in the event of a new shock or upsurge in demand. Iran's top leadership is now weighing the deal to begin reopening the Strait, but officials are signaling a tough bargain. Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bagay said Monday the strategic waterway won't be opened until the US stops and makes amends for aggressive actions, including the blockade of Iran's ports. Such language points to hurdles for even minimal agreements before getting to more difficult questions like Iran's nuclear program. Oh yeah, I'm sure that's something that's going to be discussed in the coming days. The USA was going to pay $350 billion to Iran. Now it's going to have to be $1 trillion. Yep. Yeah. The greater threat to the region is escalation and a prolonged conflict that shuts down even more energy flows. Well, this is probably going to happen, while scaring away foreign investors and tourists. Damn, dude, I don't know. It sounds like if your state is built on foreign investment and tourism, that it's not really like a proper state. And I know that you might be saying that, you might be hearing that and going, well, Mule, isn't your country completely dependent on foreign investment and tourism? Yes, it is. That's what I'm fucking saying. All of these fucking vassal states, including the UK, complete waste of time. Failed states. Gulf officials are growing more frustrated with what they see as a lack of clear strategy from the US as the war drags on, jeopardizing their national security and economies. Gulf countries are already looking at various plans to bypass Hormuz by expanding pipelines to the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman, as well as expanding investments in storage facilities so they can ship more oil during calm periods, stash it overseas. Meantime, producers have been trying to move what they can through Hormuz by crossing near Oman with location beacons turned off. Yeah, I'm sure that's going to work. UAE successfully used a combination of routing oil across the desert around the blockade of Hormuz and sneaking ships through the Strait to get its oil exports back to pre-war levels in the middle of the year, according to ship tracker Vortexa. I don't think that's true. Those gains have been eroded by Iranian attacks. The UAE's state oil company ADNOC said 16 out of 16 of its ships struck since the beginning of the war. 4 were hit by missiles or drones the past week. Producers can ease the stranglehold on Hormuz with workarounds, but it has not been enough to render Iran's veto irrelevant, said Eric Alter, the dean of Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy in Abu Dhabi. Attacks by Yemen's whatever. The Ansarullah, the Yemeni armed forces, on shipments of Saudi oil that was pumped across the Arabian Peninsula to the Red Sea, and a drone attack on the port of Egypt's Mediterranean coast that set fire to 2 ships, including a U.S. gas storage tanker, demonstrated the vulnerability of alternatives to Hormuz. I like that they're not really mentioning the fact that Egypt appears to have a resistance front now, and that is what the drone attack was, right? This wasn't Iran that did this drone attack. This wasn't Iran. It wasn't Hezbollah. Gulf officials say the Iranian counterparts have threatened throughout the conflict to target regional energy infrastructure if President Trump follows through on his threats to escalate. In recent days, Iran has set warnings it would strike every energy facility in the Gulf. It would just be over, right? It would just be fucking over. Officials in the region acknowledge their energy and water facilities are vulnerable and likely key targets for Iran as a way to disrupt energy supplies and put pressure on the US. Between the February 28th and July 30th, Iran and its allied militias in Iraq have conducted at least 172 attacks on non-military infrastructure across the 6 Arab Gulf states, according to armed conflict location and event data, a US-based conflict monitor. Yeah, well, we can't trust this, right? We can't trust this non-military infrastructure. Sorry. I don't know if we could trust this. 172 attacks. I mean, maybe it's a bit less than this, but I don't think it was that. I don't think it's been this many, because if it was this many, I think it would be done for. Energy facilities, including oil infrastructure, gas plants, power and desalination plants, accounted for about half of the attacks. Right, so it's about half of that, because what are the other half? All of this stuff counts as non-military infrastructure, but also it kind of doesn't. Because, I don't know, if you have a power station that is directly linked to a, missile interceptor launcher, then that's military infrastructure. Anyway, whatever. It's from this fucking US-based conflict monitor. It's going to be fucking biased as fuck. On Sunday, the Yemeni armed forces claimed responsibility for an attack on the Saudi refinery in Jazan on the Red Sea after claiming an earlier strike there in late July. Saudi Energy Ministry confirmed the fire occurred at the facility, but not its cause. A near-term deal to reopen the strait could ease Gulf energy shipments, but wouldn't remove the threat, Ellen Wald said, senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Global Energy Center. After 5 months of conflict, it's understandable why Gulf states are eager to find a way to increase maritime traffic, but ceded control over inbound and outbound traffic to Iran, even on a temporary basis, will not resolve the larger issues and leaves their exports subject to Tehran's whims for the foreseeable future. Yeah, but, as the headline says, they kind of have to accept the new normal, though, yeah? They kind of have to accept that new normal, don't they? There's not really much else that you can say. What makes the oil issue twice as bad in the US is that Trump changed the US shift to renewables back to oil and coal. Yeah. Absolutely. Who would visit England? Yeah, exactly. Well, unfortunately, there's just loads of people who are just like, let's go and see Buckingham Palace. And when you go to London, you can't even hear an English accent anymore because of all the migrants. But it's not actually because of the migrants, it's because of all the fucking tourists. The accents that you hear are not, in fact, Arabic or Pakistani or whatever. The fucking accents that you hear the most are American. Let's go to the motherland and visit the Queen. It's all that shit, right? So there you go. Little article there from the Wall Street Journal. Pretty funny stuff. What else do we have here? Now, this is some interesting stuff that I want to touch on, yeah? This is some interesting stuff that I want to touch on. This is Iran helping Sudan liberate itself from UAE-backed forces, the Rapid Support Forces in Sudan, right? That have carried out a huge genocide against the Sudanese people. I want to take a quick look at this report because Iran, attacking these various different Gulf countries and having huge effects on their economies and stuff is not just decolonizing the region insofar as getting the US out of the Gulf, the Middle East in general, but it is in fact also, stopping the UAE from exporting its violence to other countries and shit. Let's take a look at this report. It's quite long, so we'll try and get through it.
Sudan's army says it's making gains in a counter-offensive against the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces after more than 3 years of conflict. The government has also begun a push to unite political groups. So how significant are these developments? This is Inside Story.
This is great news, by the way, if this is true, and it looks to be true.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Per Nyberg. The Sudanese army is claiming recent gains against
people coming to visit platform 9 3/4 makes me feel like the walls are closing in. I'm just like, dog, we're not going to make it. Yeah, I'm so glad that they rerouted that undersea internet cable around Dobby's grave. Oh, what's that, chat? Dobby was a real thing and has a real life grave in the UK? No. Dobby was never real, but deranged freaks. Welcome in RTP Raiders. And you're all going to think that I'm completely deranged because of what you heard when you came in to the stream. So now I have to prove to you that it's real. Because otherwise you're going to think that I'm insane. But it's true. It's real. It's completely real. Thank you so much for the raid, RTP. Everybody, please go show some to our RTP Talks. Another great streamer from across the pond. And yeah, it covers politics, left wing. Please go and show him some love. Thank you so much for the raid. If you're coming in from RTP streaming and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. Cover the news in geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. And sometimes I cover completely absurd stuff. So let's get into that real quick. Hello, RG's mum. Hello, Unlucky Lou. Hello, Mr. Smiley Gladhand. Hello, Zoden. Hello, Brecon, Bunny Eerie, Susie. What's going on? So yeah, this is the news. This is just a quick little derail thing. Harry Potter fans force relocation of £430 million undersea cable to avoid Dobby's grave. Yeah, and as I was saying before the raid happened, you may be asking me, wait, what? You mean Dobby was real? I mean, yeah, he could be real, right? This just looks like a British guy. This could be me. It looks quite like me, actually. Yeah? Right? But he's not. He's not real, actually. He is just a made-up character. And so Harry Potter fans, yeah, need to shave to find out. You don't need to do that. You could have just looked at the raid message, because that's me shaving. The raid alert has footage of me shaving. Dobby James Mule. Yeah, it's almost too hard to read. It's almost too hard to read because it's just like, I can't believe this is real. Power cable link in UK and Ireland now passes near Bronze Age human burial remains instead of fictional grave on Welsh beach. Harry Potter fans have forced a new multi-million-pound cable between the UK and Ireland to be relocated after complaining it would desecrate the grave of Dobby, a fictional elf. Hey chat, guess what I'm going to do? And I can say that I'm going to do it because it's not illegal, because it isn't a real fucking character. I'm going to shit. I'm going to go to Wales and I'm going to get my fucking hairy ass out and do the most disgusting diarrhea shit that anyone has ever seen all over this shit. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shit on this fucking grave. I'm going to do it. Do you understand? Yeah? Harry Potter people, you gotta get over it, man. You gotta get over it. I'm sorry, none of this is okay. This isn't real, yeah? This isn't real. It's not a real fucking it's a fucking elf. Elves aren't real. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean you have to redirect a fucking bit of infrastructure because it might desecrate this grave? Desecrate what? What are we desecrating? An idea? Read a different book. Read a different book. Get a different book. Watch a different film. Do different things. Grow up. Or just move it somewhere else. It doesn't matter. He's not real. He didn't die there. It's completely insane. Completely insane. Like, it goes beyond rage. Goes beyond rage. Literally goes beyond rage. Fans became aware of the plans after Ludlam pointed out where the 125 metre cable to County Wexford will go underground at Freshwater West during a BBC interview. We did the shot, we finished, I went back to London, aired it a couple of weeks later, we got hundreds of calls, hundreds of calls. Ludlam said he did not know who Dobby was. And became confused. Became confused by the calls the company received, saying a colleague told him, apparently we're going to go straight through Dobby's grave. I said, who's Dobby? I don't know Dobby. I said he's a fictitious character in a fictitious book. The whole thing is fictitious. What are you talking about? The colleague said, no, it's very, very serious. No, it isn't! Fire them! Workers' rights, but not for this cunt! What do you mean it's very serious? No, it isn't! No, it isn't! The firm then enlisted planners to find a new route that avoided the supposed grave. Why? Why did you do this? Just fire that cunt! Oh my god! I'm becoming a gammon. I'm going red. I can feel myself going red. This is what happens. This is how you turn into it. This is how it happens. In the end, he said, we went quite close to some real Bronze Age remains, but we avoided Dobby's grave. Gammonification is accelerating massively. I'm gonna shit on this grave, chat. I'm going to go to Wales for a nice holiday and I'm gonna shit on this grave. I'm gonna take Melpert with me and he's gonna do it as well. Honestly, like this would be the easiest thing to do. It would be the easiest thing to do because it is not government infrastructure, right? None of it is, it's not a crime. I can't get arrested for it, right? I'm gonna go and fuck it up. I don't know. I'm gonna throw all the fucking stones into the sea or some shit. I don't give a fuck. It's not real! I swear to God, dude. I fucking swear to God. So anyway, yeah, that's a load of shit. That pissed me off. I would use one of the Harry Potter books to soak up my cat's piss when he pees outside of the box. Oh, you use one of the books to do that. Yeah, that's a good use of the book. Okay, so there you go. All right, let's crack on with the serious geopolitics stuff. With the rapid support forces being forced back in Sudan thanks to Iran's war against the US and the Gulf vassal states. Decolonizing not just the region, but also further afield in Africa.
Front 2, launching a national dialogue process to forge alliances with different groups. There's been widespread devastation with both sides accused of war crimes and attacks on civilians. About 25% of the population have been forced from their homes in what the UN has called the world's worst migration crisis. Around
pros, no cable on Dobby's grave. Cons, fresh dookies on Dobby's graves. You better believe it.
Significantly changed the nature of this conflict. So, how important are these recent military and political developments? Could the conflict be entering a new phase? We'll try to find out from our guests shortly. First, though, this report from Imran Ullah Khan.
A conflict now spanning 3 years between the Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. Even as momentum has shifted, the consequences for civilians.
Thank you for the follow.
On Monday, Sudan's armed forces said they uncovered a mass grave. The remains of at least 25 people were buried there, including women and children. The grave was found in Karmuk, located in Sudan's Blue Nile state. The army regained control of the town last month after weeks of heavy fighting with the RSF. Currently, the army holds much of the north and east of Sudan, including Khartoum, while the RSF has consolidated its grip on large parts of the west of the country, including nearly all of the Darfur region. A current flashpoint of intense fighting between the army and the RSF is the city of El Ubaid in North Kordofan state. Just last month, the Sudanese army said it regained control of a major highway linking the capital Khartoum with El Ubaid. With analysts calling...
Yeah, I think the walls are closing in on these RSF freaks, man. It seems like the tide is turning in a massive way because they aren't getting support from the UAE anymore.
Major blow to the RSF. With much attention focused on conflicts elsewhere in the world, Pope Leo spoke out on the weekend to urge more international pressure to stop the fighting.
I continue to follow with concern the tragic situation in Sudan, especially in the city of El Boeid. In expressing my spiritual closeness to all the people of the nation, I renew my appeal to those in authority to guarantee humanitarian corridors for the civilian population. At the same time, I urge the international community to support efforts aimed at bringing about an immediate ceasefire.
On the humanitarian front, the UN says more than 14 million people have been displaced by the conflict, calling it the world's largest humanitarian crisis.
Yeah.
That number includes 8 million people internally displaced due to the fighting, and 4.5 million refugees fleeing abroad. More than 21 million Sudanese don't have enough food to eat, including 6.3 million in the most dire state of food emergency. The country's civilian facilities are also feeling the brunt of the conflict, with 70% of hospitals destroyed. Sudan's army chief Abdel Fattah al-Burhan is expected to hold talks with members of civil society in the coming days, in the hopes of bringing about national dialogue, as much of the country remains an active battlefield. Imran Ullah Khan, Al Jazeera, for Inside Story.
Let me go ahead and bring in our guests into this conversation. Joining us from Cardiff in the UK is El-Bashir Idris, an independent Sudan analyst. From Geneva, we've got Mukesh Kapila, a former UN resident and humanitarian coordinator for Sudan. And joining us from Udine in Italy, Alan Boswell, Horn of Africa Director for the International Crisis Group. Thank you all three for joining us here on Inside Story today. I want to start with where we are right now. El-Bashir, what's your sense of what's actually happening on the battlefield? Which side has the momentum now that we're more than 3 years into this conflict?
Well, I think after 3 years, we've definitely seen a major improvement on one particular side, and that is the Sudanese armed forces. Though both sides throughout this war have been condemned for human rights violations and war crimes, we have certainly seen from one side a lot more control and willingness to exercise caution and restraint than the other, that being the rapid support forces. All we need to do is just look at the previous examples of the rapid support forces, and even in your latest example of unearthing 25 bodies within Kurmuk. And as such, I believe that the momentum currently is on the way to SAF. However, as we've seen throughout this war, anything can happen and anything can change. But it's at this moment that as momentum is with SAF, not only on the battlefield, but it seems diplomatically and nationally, and even politically, the different stages are moving forward in favor of SAF and the regional allies.
Yeah, the rapid murder forces,
put down this rebellion, not from a paramilitary, but certainly a terrorist militia force that has caused the world's biggest humanitarian crisis and migration crisis so far.
Alan, do you agree that the momentum is with SAF, or is this just the sort of normal ebb and flow of this conflict?
I think at the moment we're seeing more of the normal ebb and flow. There have been some recent army gains, both in the main front lines in the Kordofans, and recently on this new front the RSF opened up earlier this year in Blue Nile. But we still see this conflict largely as a stalemate. I think the big headline story is that we are pretty much as far away from any sort of peace talks or a ceasefire than I think at any other point in this conflict thus far. And unfortunately, we see Sudan at the moment slipping into something like a more settled de facto partition along these lines until we see any further progress on that front. And the regional dynamics continue to be escalatory. And that's one of the reasons we don't see any momentum really on trying to end this war.
Mukesh, what's your reading of the humanitarian situation right now? You heard El-Bashir mention some of that, but it's been called the world's worst humanitarian crisis with the worst humanitarian conditions on the planet. What are you seeing happening on the ground?
Well, I think that the situation has been getting progressively worse if you look at the statistics in terms of the number of hungry people, the volume of outbreaks of disease and other conditions, the malnutrition rates, the displacement, and the breakdown of infrastructure such as health clinics, hospitals, and the access of humanitarian workers to the different populations all over this vast country remains as unstable as ever. And the number of outflows, both internal and external, continue to grow. So whether or not the situation in the country is stabilizing or not is very much open to debate, as our colleagues have said. But on the humanitarian side, the situation remains extremely unstable and progressively getting worse.
El-Bashir, this image that the war is sort of progressing on the army's side, is it as simple as that? Or is this an image that al-Burhan actually wants to project to sort of serve his own political interests?
Well, certainly in the latter, let's not forget that the regional allies for the Sudanese armed forces, especially being Turkey and even Saudi Arabia, who have signed a Mecca agreement in terms of the defense pact with Pakistan also, that will have an effect within Sudan. As well, as we've seen recently with Pakistani armored vehicles moving into the country to bolster the Sudanese armed forces arsenal. However, that also comes on the high side of the UAE supporting the rapid support forces. So certainly in terms of this proxy elements of this war, in terms of the gears of war, it's still continuing on, though with the idea that the Sudanese armed forces is progressively doing better. I think we just need to look at the amount of defections that have happened, especially in this year and in the past few months, from the RSF to SAF. And the fact that the Sudanese armed forces is even willing to reabsorb these forces that have once terrorized the whole communities. Yes, when it comes down to a matter of principle, how can one force be able to forgive the enemy forces and yet still be causing harm and war on civilians? But maybe this is that chance now for the Sudanese government and for al-Burhan to essentially not make this about him just trying to bolster legitimacy, which it seems like it is. But this should be taken as a real chance by him and his staff to try and create a national converging process when it comes to the political dialogue. Now, when it comes down to the actual realities of to be able to pull this off, well, so far we know that Burhan has already excluded the old Islamists that used to rule Sudan of 30 years, the National Congress Party, and the TASIS-led coalition, essentially the political and government arm of the Rapid Support Forces, who seek to control administration in the parts of RSF.
So is that a mistake to exclude them?
Come again?
Is that a mistake to exclude these two groups?
Well, it seems that both of them are reinforcing within their own areas and making a two-tier Sudan, essentially. The Sudan that thinks that can solve everything in terms of agreements and deals in back rooms, compared to the stories that you and I hear and our colleagues here, which is drone strikes, the world's worst humanitarian crisis, and the more horrors of it. So what we have here is certainly two different sides who seem to be cementing their own power rather than trying to create a national unifying process. But maybe it is through this process that the army seeks to try and attract those from the other side, may that be military or even political, to essentially come back to the bosoms of the state. But that will be something we have to see first.
I'm just going to mention briefly that the UAE has categorically denied that it is actually supporting the RSF, just so.
Yeah. Okay. That's true, isn't it?
That we have that on.
Must be true.
Alan, I just want to ask you about this national dialogue here that El-Bashir is talking about. There has been some accusations, mainly from the sources within the Sumud alliance. They're saying that this is not about a transfer to civilian rule. This is actually more about al-Burhan to seek sort of political legitimacy for his military rule that actually seized power during the coup back in 2021. What do you think? Is this actually, this national dialogue, is it intended for al-Burhan's own personal interest, or is it in the...
Yeah, it's Al Jazeera, right? It's Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is a Gulf state just like the UAE. It's illegitimate in the same way that the UAE is. It's only a little bit more legitimate than the UAE because it is a Emirati state. I guess, I don't know, it's called something that is relative to the place that it is, rather than like United Arab Emirates that just doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a totally fake state. So yeah, of course they're going to be framing this in this way. They're going to be framing this in the way that is just like, yeah, man, the UAE is being really nice, actually, and they're really kind, and they love Sudanese babies, and they would never fund an evil thing to, look, like the reasons for the UAE to attack Sudan are pretty obvious. It's to do with, Sudan's resources that it has and shit like that, and the UAE wanting to collaborate with various different states and companies in order to extract gold, lithium, cobalt, all this stuff. It's Africa. Look, any country that is engaging in stuff in Africa that is not in Africa, you can bet your bottom dollar if that is a country that is associated with the imperial core, or related, or at least in the imperial core, they're going to be trying to extract wealth from Africa, right? That's what it's about. You know what I'm saying? So, we know that the UAE has a reason to do it. We know that they have links to the RSF. We know that these are established links. This is why this guy is frowning at this, because he's like, what are you talking about? Of course, we know that the UAE is funding the RSF. And, anything, even if this guy pops off now and starts saying, what are you talking about? They have established links to the RSF. They'll just mute him because this is Qatari state media. So,
Of Sudan.
Well, clearly this is a national dialogue that Burhan has been trying to put together. And yes, to bolster his own political fortunes in
Canadian mining companies have a brutal track record in Africa. Yeah,
include groups.
Yeah, it's good. It's good info, but yeah, you have to remember the framing, particularly. Yes, absolutely. Hey, third 1-2-3-4, welcome in.
Are already on his side of the conflict. There are hopes to attract some of these more non-aligned groups, but the main block of that, the Sumud group, which you just referenced, has put out a statement condemning this entire process. I want to go back to what I mentioned earlier, which is, the narrative for the first few years of this war, but was about whether or not we could get to a ceasefire. We're now shifting towards a conversation about a political dialogue just within, pretty much the army camp. This is not a strategy towards peace. This is essentially a wartime political strategy, and we remain as far as ever from actually getting to an end to this war, unfortunately.
Mukesh, let's talk about the humanitarian situation again, because there has been warning from the UN that El Obeid is now at risk of becoming the next humanitarian catastrophe in Sudan, becoming the next Al-Fashir. How close are we to that becoming a reality?
Well, it's very worrisome because RSF are camped all around El Obeid, and if the Sudanese army was really on the ascendant, as we are led to believe by the recent advances, then I wish they would do something in terms of consolidating their position sufficiently as to allow both humanitarian access into El Obeid and to allow people an exit if to safer places if that was the personal better option for them. In fact, connecting this,
I mean, what is there to say that they're not allowing this stuff? You know, there's a lot of misinformation that's going to be really easy to spread about this because, you know, there are 3 people here who are talking, none of whom are in Sudan. You know, we have the credentials to go off, which is this guy is a UN representative, right, and all this kind of business. And you've also got the other guy who is like, oh yeah, I'm an expert on the Horn of Africa, and it's like, it's just a white guy in Rome. Do you know what I'm saying? He's just like a fucking white guy in Rome, but he's an expert on the Horn in Africa. Yeah, okay, maybe amongst white people, right? And then you've got the guy in Cardiff who is like an activist, an independent, analyst of what is happening in Sudan, right? Who is probably the most legitimate guy on the panel, completely. So when it comes to the credentials of these people, it's, suspect for 2 of them for sure. And, the first guy has got his heart in the right place and probably knows a bit more and is willing to say a bit more than the other 2. But it is probably also not an expert, right? And we're not hearing what is happening, directly from the people who are in Sudan, right? We're not hearing from the victims of the massacres. We're not hearing from the relations or people who were at the massacres but survived is what I mean by that. Survivors of the massacres, all these kinds of things. So, you just have these and again, it's always like people at the UN who are doing this like hand wringing, like, oh, they need to let humanitarian aid in and shit like that. And, oh, they need to let their people leave. And it's like, we don't know that any of that shit is not happening. It's just, important stuff to remember, chat.
Humanitarian situation to the political discussion we've just had, I would say that if Burnham really wants credibility and really wants his dialogue to be both feasible and trusted, and if he really thinks that he is on the winning side, and if he's really got most of the country coming over to him, looking at the map that you projected earlier on, then I think a really true test of his sincerity in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of his own people is whether or not it improves a lot of the people that are within the geographical area that is currently under increasing army control. So as long as that doesn't happen, then I think most humanitarians will remain extremely skeptical, as will the public. So in short, on the humanitarian side, don't be fooled by either the military ebbs and flows on the ground or the political announcements, because quite honestly, these are fake hopes and false hopes, and these kinds of things are making the matter worse. The big other thing you should note is that whereas for the first couple of years or more, the resilience of the Sudanese community through their kitchens and whatnot and diaspora support and so on has kept the country going in a remarkable way. But I think in the last 6 months, what we are seeing is a breakdown of those community structures, and the last line of humanitarian defense has really been creaking, and in some cases completely overthrown. So, this sounds to me that I think the people doing the fighting, don't have the interests of the people in mind, and 2, they are using the humanitarian situation to advance their own objectives, and 3, they're going to fail. Because I think their credibility is going to suffer because they're failing on the humanitarian side.
Incredible stuff, dude. You really made me hate the people who are like, liberating Sudan.
Mukesh, it's been reported that Al-Burhan has repeatedly said that civilian democratic government remains the intended destination for this pathway of a national dialogue in Sudan. Do you think he would be actually willing to give up power and hand it over to a civilian government?
This is so good, dude. Yeah, innit? What a cushy career. Shit talk a suffering country for $500,000 a year. This is what I mean. It's so deeply horrific. It's so deeply ridiculous and depraved. But, at the end of the day, the facts remain that Iran is making the situation for people in Sudan much better because of its pressure on the UAE. The UAE isn't making money because it's a state that relies entirely on oil exports, right? Oil exports, sorry. And, that's what we know to be true. But obviously analysing it through this lens is a little bit frustrating. But, we've only got another 10 minutes to go. We'll make it, chat. I'm sure we will.
Humanitarian situation.
Thank you for the follow, by the way.
You're talking about?
Well, in the end, if there ever is a solution to Sudan, and I don't think it's going to be in my lifetime, because unfortunately I'm getting quite old, but maybe it'll be in your lifetime as you're younger, it'll have to be a civilian democratic government. The question is a pathway to get there. We've got many examples
Thanks for the hydrate.
in the world where the military and civilian have shared power on a route of transition into genuine democracies. So the question really is reduced to whether or not Burnham is sincere in wanting to eventually share the military power he has got, and then to fade out of the situation. But this is far too early. The situation on the ground is far too fragile, and there is no definitive victory on Burnham's side or the other side, unless there is a real de facto partition like we've had in the case of Sudan and South Sudan earlier on. So it's an unanswerable question at the moment. However, that does mean is that civilian forces, both inside and outside Sudan, should prepare, should get ready, should be debating the options that one day, perhaps, this might become a possibility. But I don't think this is imminent.
Alan, let me
Thank you for trying to drown me, chat.
Go a bit further on that, because you mentioned that possibility or the risk of the country actually splitting up into two. I mean, how real is that risk, and what will be the consequences of that?
Sure. Well, I don't think there's a risk of that happening in a formal sense anytime soon. And the official position, even of RSF, is not for secession at the moment. So
yeah, it's literally just for murder everybody. The RSF is just like, please let us murder everybody.
Isn't something that that looks on the horizon in that sense. However, effectively, you have Sudan divided now between two different warring sides: the army and its government, and then the RSF, which has formed its own government, which no country recognizes. And if this is a more long-term, durable military stalemate,
that's interesting. Like right now, hang on a minute. Did he say that no country recognizes? Either you effectively have Sudan divided now between the RSF, which is formed
government, which no country recognizes, and and if this is a more long-term, durable military stalemate,
I'm pretty sure there's a couple of countries that recognize it. I'm pretty sure there are. I can think of one,
which is what
that I know that would immediately support the RSF.
Right now, then de facto, Sudan is operating in this quasi-partition state, and meanwhile, the war is still going on and raging. So this isn't a quiet partition. This is Sudan being split, and the war is still continuing on at least three major fronts, and increasingly sucking in the wider region as well. Pretty much all of Sudan's neighbors are involved in the war one way or the other, and an increasing array of regional powers from the Middle East are also heavily involved now.
So just adding to this complex picture.
That's very funny, because this guy said the same thing that the activist guy from Cardiff said, but obviously the Cardiff guy was like, yeah, the UAE supports the RSF. And the host had to be like, no, they don't. But the white guy in Rome basically kind of said the same thing without naming the UAE. He was like, yeah, there's a bunch of countries in the Middle East that are involved. And he didn't get corrected.
Of what's going on in Sudan. Al-Bashir, we also have at least 150 different militias as reported to actually be part of this conflict. Plus, there's also reports now that the RSF, they've started a recruitment campaign among tribes, at least in the Darfur region. How does this change the dynamics of this conflict?
Well, in that last point,
didn't Saudi Arabia buy Al Jazeera from Al Gore? No.
Especially during this one.
They bought Al Jazeera from Al Gore?
A lot more emphasis from the RSF side to be recruiting from...
No, it's Qatari state media.
Which is very opposite and ironic to the political objectives that they claim, which is that they want to create a whole unified Sudan away from the Islamists, away from regionalism, tribalism, and
this guy just said Islamists.
but at the same time, that does also happen on the SAF side and their regions and localities. But within the RSF, the idea that they have to recruit more from ethnic lines rather than anything ideological.
Al Gore's era, yeah, imagine.
From my fellow colleagues on what ideological battles the RSF seems to be fighting for, other than wiping out the Islamists, which I think is something that all parties other than Islamists agree on, that they don't really have a strong national vision or even a mandate, and it seems that mandate is coming in by the gun.
There is some connection. Wait, what? There's connection to Al Gore? Al Gore sues Al Jazeera America over TV channel say, oh, this is Al Jazeera America, right? Yeah, so it's not Al Jazeera English or Al Jazeera, it's Al Jazeera America, so there you go. Mr. Gore and his partners agreed to sell Current TV to the Qatari-owned broadcaster last year. Right, okay, so it's not Saudi Arabia. So you are half right. Third, 1, 2, 3, 4. Al Gore obviously had Current TV, and Al Jazeera bought Current TV to have Al Jazeera America, right? That makes more sense. That makes way more sense. Saudi Arabia's got nothing to do with it. Literally nothing to do with it. Hey, Parkour's Language, what's up?
On that sense. However, when it comes to the future, and to comment further on my colleagues' sayings, it seems like it's two separate state building projects happening at the same time. One with the RSF, the other one with SAF. And
I wasn't trying to be fact-checked. I knew what I was talking about. I don't think you did, dog.
To close that gap, to bridge that gap again, as it used to be before this war, will take a tremendous amount of effort from the civilian sides to be able to sit down after years of bad blood and decades of unresolved issues. Though after the world's worst humanitarian crisis, the ordeals that have not only to the Sudanese people, but those neighboring nations and Sudanese allies or humanitarians, after all this ordeal, being able to sit down on...
You literally just read it. Okay, no, let me spell it out for you. Yeah? You said, didn't Saudi buy Al Jazeera from Al Gore? And I was like, no. And then we had a look at it more closely. And yes, it wasn't that. It wasn't the thing that you said. And then you said, I knew what I was talking about. I wasn't trying to be fact-checked. I don't know what you mean by that. Like, you said, you asked me a question. You said, didn't Saudi Arabia buy Al Jazeera from Al Gore? And then we gave you the answer. That's not fact-checking. You asked the question. We figured it out.
The table together and be able to review and understand just what happened is something that we all need. And that is something that should not be primarily only led by one particular side. As long as there's dialogue, it is much better than AK-47s firing all over the place. Even if it's from this side or that side, the fact that the people are speaking and not sitting in silence, this is a step forward.
Literally said Al Gore was bought out from Al Jazeera. You could just scroll up. It's still on the screen, dog. Just right there. You can say that that's not what that says as much as you like, but it does say what it says. That's what it says. Look, you can see it. Yeah. I don't know why you I don't know what.
Regardless of whether it'll take tomorrow, today, next year, or 10 years, there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
We only have a few minutes left, but I want to make sure that we touch on this very important point. The UN has raised the alarm about young children.
Classic Al Gore rage bait. Classic Al Gore debate.
According to the UN, 5 out of 6 children are out of school. Mukesh, what do you make of that? An entire generation not able to get education because of what's going on.
Absolutely. I think these 5 out of 6 children, hopefully many of them will grow up. They will grow up heavily
the inconvenient
from experiences within Sudan, South Sudan, and in the region, and wider elsewhere in Africa, that traumatized children make for traumatized adults, and traumatized adults make for conflicted adults. who commit atrocities upon each other, and that in turn does not advance the cause of peace. So apart from the pure humanitarian situation of people dying from disease or hunger, which is terrible, there is a big element here that about the future of Sudan. So even whenever this dialogue takes place, and even if it's a credible dialogue, what exactly is the nature of this dialogue that is going to take place? And can traumatized people from any direction actually hold a meaningful dialogue? By the way, people are treating each other even as a fight to advantage themselves according to their own ideologies, which, as we've already said, we don't even know what people are fighting for because that's become very, very confused. And to me,
this is the worst analysis I've ever fucking heard in my entire life. This guy, again, chat. It's like Quelbs was saying. I think it was Quelbs who said it earlier. Just chat rubbish about a country that is going through a genocide. Just like, yeah, oh, who even knows why they're fighting anymore? This is the kind of shit that people like this used to say about Israel and Palestine. It's the kind of shit that people would, like, literally in this position would sit there and be like, oh, who even knows? Who even knows why Israel and Palestine are fighting anymore? I reckon they've all forgot. And this motherfucker's saying it about, like, bro, like, I think that these guys just phone it in. I think that Al Jazeera is like, right, okay, let's get on to this guy in Geneva. We have a contact here. All right, do you want to come on the show? We'll pay you $500. He's like, yeah, man, sweet. You know, I'll say whatever for $500. I don't give a fuck. What, I have to sit there for 20 minutes and chat rubbish? Great.
The importance of humanitarian reserve line, something to do, keep going until people have the sense to come to their senses.
That guy earlier talking about Islamists was being Islamophobic. Yeah, I don't think he knows he's being Islamophobic, but like just using the word Islamist is definitely, you know, it's tainted with Islamophobia because what does Islamist mean? It just means Muslim. You know? It's just, it doesn't mean anything. It's ridiculous. It's a made-up fucking white person word.
To really keep that reservoir of humanity.
Can you imagine if we said the same thing about, like, I don't know, just the UK, Christianists, the Christists or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it mean?
One day might come out and paint a different picture for the country. Whoever is surviving around that time to actually make a new country or a couple of countries, if that's the way the history is going to shift.
This is crazy, bro. This is just
sorry to see
fucking crazy.
Up, but
this is like edging into unhinged nonsense. There's a reason why you can't see this guy's books. He doesn't want anyone to see what books he's got because they're all just like books that are written by him. And it's just like ramblings that he's written at like 3 a.m. He's titled them all. He's bound them and titled them all. They're all him. Self-published. It's totally incoherent what he's saying. He's just like, oh, maybe there'll be a resolution to the conflict and maybe there'll be two countries. There might be one country. Who knows? And then someone will have to make the rules. He's just phoning it in.
Interested in people surviving rather than countries surviving. So if the country needs to partition, as it did before, let it partition.
He's like, I don't give a fuck, bro, as long as people survive.
A better humanity in the different parts of the country. There's no guarantee that will happen. So all in all,
it just doesn't even make sense. It's total liberal, like, he's obviously like a humanitarian guy from the UN. This is what this is all about. And he's just like, I just care about people being able to survive. It's like, oh, hang on a minute. What do you think is going to happen if people survive and then, yeah,
hello, me old chum,
they're under the fucking government that is created by the RSF that has genocided people? Do you think that genocide is just going to stop? Like, what do you think this is, dog?
There are a number of ways forward, but the central part of whichever way you go, if you want to reach a destination, it is about the degree of humanity that travels with you along that path.
Alan, you hear Mukesh calling for dialogue here. What do you think these groups like the Quad group or the Quintet group, can they contribute to this dialogue in any way to ensure a safe and prosperous future for the people of Sudan?
Sure. Well, let me paint a more hopeful picture, which is of where this could go, although I don't think it's the direction it will go. But you could imagine an internal dialogue process within essentially...
He did say that. He said it won't happen in his lifetime,
Burnham's, camp and those on his side. That's internal to Sudan. And then that links to this external process under the Quintet, this African Union-led process in Addis Ababa, which is trying to have a wider dialogue among civilians. And then that links to what is this quad grouping you reference, which is the US and 3 Arab countries working to try to bring the warring parties towards a ceasefire. That's the overall architecture that if you ask diplomats, they say this is the direction this could head towards peace. But I'm struggling to come up with much real optimism at the moment towards it, because at the moment, the dynamics within that ceasefire track, especially the quad one, are going completely in the wrong direction.
Yeah, the guy's internet is making me feel sticky, right? It's making me feel sticky. I'm like, this guy is in a very humid room. He looks like I'm looking at him through steamed up glasses. I'm in a sauna or something. You know, I can see like a bit of sweat on him. It just feels like this is just really, he looks like he's uncomfortable. He's in an uncomfortable place.
Region is,
and his internet is making it worse because his internet connection is so bad. It's like, yeah, you know, he's like in like a basement or something.
We're at odds over Sudan.
In Udine, Italy, not Rome.
And hence we
Udine.
see the war continuing for quite some time, which is really depressing for the Sudanese.
And with that, I want to say thank you to all of our guests. That is Alan Boswell joining us from Udine in Italy, Mukesh Kapila joining us from Geneva.
Thank you very much, Al Jazeera, for a very mediocre look at that shit. Now, hopefully this video is going to be a bit less mediocre because this was recommended to me yesterday. I can't remember who gave it to me. I think it was Morrigan in the chat, or maybe it was Morgana. I feel like it was one of you two. The MOR names. MORANA chat names that I see in chat, and I'm like, yes, they're different people, and I'm aware of that, but I can't remember which one of you it was. It wasn't you. Okay, well, I'm either super wrong and it wasn't Morrigan, and it was someone else, or it was Morrigan. I've seen a pretty poor video from this guy before, just bagging on Gen Alphas. Okay, yeah, I mean, like, who is he? Who is he? Casey Simpson? He's one of these guys. Gen Alpha can't read 3-letter words. Influencers experiencing their first day on Earth. First day of school. Does this guy just hate kids? Men on TikTok hate their wives. That's pretty good. Boomers rig the economy. That seems pretty good. He's kind of lib. Yeah, no worries, Third. Thanks for hanging out. I want to hear what he has to say about the AI bubble. Let's take a look at it. Yeah? We'll figure it out together, chat.
It finally happened. The AI bubble burst. If you have any money in the stock market or if you've ever used AI, you're going to want to hear this.
The AI bubble is not going to burst. It already has.
The two most popular indexes of the US stock market are the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones. They both try to broadly capture the US.
This guy's voice is so funny. This is great. This is so good. It's like his whispering, but like screaming. You know what I mean? The two most breathing the Dow Jones. What are you doing, bro?
Economy.
He doesn't want to wake up his mum. He still lives at home.
The biggest difference is that the S&P 500 has a lot more tech and AI stocks. Over the past few months, the Dow Jones has continued to rise, while the AI and tech-exposed S&P has actually gone down. That should have been our first warning sign that something was wrong.
Exactly,
the S&P went down because tech stocks did so badly that they erased the gains made by every other kind of stock in the index. The next major warning was that for the first time,
it's like the trailer for a Tommy Lee Jones film.
20-year history as a company, they lost money. In their last earnings report, they posted a negative cash flow of $6 billion.
I cannot overemphasize how earth-shattering this is, because if Google can't make money on AI, nobody can. But also, this whole thing was just inevitable, because it was just very basic math.
Is his source just like this guy? Like, who is this? Is this that 40-minute video saying that the bubble already burst? That's right, Soph, yeah.
As of this recording, $2.4 trillion has been spent on AI collectively. And of all...
There's already been loads of videos by that are titled this, by the way, over like the last, I want to say 2 months. Like, I see it in my fucking feed all the time on YouTube. There's just loads of things saying like, this thing is going to destroy AI. AI is done. It's already over. And it's like... Yeah, like, I do believe that it is going to be over, but, like, you know, if this video goes by, right, if this video goes by and does not mention the South Korean stock market thing that happened, I mean, when was this put out? 13 days ago. So it could have it in there, right? It could actually have it in there, for sure. Chat, I've been live for 3 hours, and as I say, every hour, this is my full-time job. Please consider... subscribing, donating. If you want to donate, you can hit up the streamlabs.com/djmuel/tip link in the chat, and you could donate to the stream, and that would help me out. We have a £60 daily dono goal, and I can't remember if we've had any donos today, but we have had some subs. We also have a 24 sub goal, a sub goal of 24 every single day. And we've had a couple of subs. So please consider subscribing. Please consider donating. Let me just see what we got. What do we have today? I just always have to go and have a look at the... I just always have to have a go. Have a fucking look at the recent events. Okay, so we've had a sub today and 100 bits. So, yeah, please consider subscribing. Please consider donating. It's my full-time job. I don't get any other money other than this, and I'm getting kicked off Universal Credit in October, so I do require support from the chat in order to keep going. So please consider supporting me, chat. And also, we've got some ads coming. I think maybe the ads have already gone. That's why Atomic was talking about the ads. If you want to avoid ads, yes, the ads already did happen. So I'm just speaking to people who can't hear me right now. So there you go.
Of the AI companies, do you know how much profit they have made off of that $2.4 trillion? $50 billion. Or in other words, AI has collectively lost $2.35 trillion. So yeah, the AI bubble has already burst. The only reason that we're not treating
this guy's talking some sense
is because all of these companies that are basically passing the same couple $1 billion between each other to try to keep this whole machine running are pretending that the bubble didn't burst. Because they know that the minute it is common knowledge that the bubble burst, they will all go out of business.
Yeah, that could have happened, Soka, yeah.
Will go out of business. Grok will probably get absorbed into one of Elon's other weird companies and then slowly killed off. And you're probably going to see a giant overhaul and deprioritization of Gemini from Google.
The ads lagged for me and then they were short. I'll take it. Hell yeah, let's go.
You're already seeing it because Google just recently changed all their enterprise plans to be way less valuable. And the last domino to fall, of course, will be NVIDIA, because NVIDIA is the only one that's actually making money on this whole thing. And eventually...
Okay, that's stupid. That's fucking stupid. What are these people talking about? How do I know more about this than people like this? How do I know more about this than people like this? Oh my god. It's very frustrating. It's very, very, very frustrating. NVIDIA has been the first domino to fall down in terms of NVIDIA is the entire platform that is holding this speculative industry up, right? Because in order to have AI, you need to have data centers, you need to have data, you need to have data management, you need to have semiconductors, you need to have chips, you need to have RAM, you need to have GPU, yeah? That's how that works. You need the infrastructure and the physical thing for the program, the software to work, yeah? So if you're talking about like NVIDIA being like the last thing to fall down, it's like, okay, no. You're talking about this whole thing that just like doesn't really work. It's entirely speculative. Everybody do this. Thank you so much for the £5. And you're so right. If everybody in the stream chat right now donated £5, we would hit that dono goal, the daily dono goal of £60 very, very easily. Thank you so much for the £5. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hey, Philotas Hammer, how are you doing? Welcome in. Some gamers really haven't gotten over glazing NVIDIA from the 1080 Ti days. Yeah. I mean, look, it's just like not I don't know. It's just not really that accurate to sit there and say that Nvidia is going to be the last fucking... I guess if you want to say Nvidia, if Nvidia stops making money, that's going to be bad for Nvidia. They might be the last company in this entire thing to lose share prices. Fine. That's fine. I think that's accurate, but I don't know, man. It just seems a bit silly to be saying this.
When all of the companies that thought they were...
Because the infrastructure is the thing that took the hit literally 2 weeks ago when that semiconductor factory opened up in China and got 300% value in one day, and it made the semiconductor market shit the bed. And that's what we've been looking at this whole time in the semiconductor sector, and also semiconductor equipment, right? You've got today, there's like a little bit of recovery, and there's some recovery in the semiconductor sector as well. But if you look at the week, even the month performance, it's like all of these fucking companies here are in the red. Even the semiconductor equipment and materials are in the red. If you take it down to a week, which is like, you know, the same sort of like time period that company opened, you got the entire sector in red. You know, this is the thing. It's all connected, right? It's all connected. SpaceX being in the hole is fun as well. Yeah.
To make money on this whole thing by giving money to Nvidia.
Well, that's what a bubble is. Like a bubble is they're all totally connected.
Nvidia will go under too.
But then the big moment came. The moment so many people have been warning about for years now. The Korean version of the Dow Jones, the index that measures how the entire stock market is performing, is called the KOSPI. For the past 20 years...
Okay, he does mention the South Korean one. That's pretty impressive.
On the rate of 2 to 3% a year. But in just the past year, the KOSPI shot up 272%. For context, in the same period, the American Dow Jones went up 17%.
Walls, yeah.
Korea clearly pulled ahead of us.
You don't even have to do it that much, chat. Like, you can see that on this wall here, there's no treatment. On pretty much like the whole wall behind my monitors, there's no treatment. All of my treatment is literally in that direction, right? There's you can see like the thing behind me. It's an old mattress that I fucking drilled to the wall. And I've got like a bit of treatment on the left. It's just foam panels. It costs £25. Yeah, sound treatment. Yeah, acoustic treatment. You just get foam panels, the eggshell things. Eggshell things. What am I talking about? The egg box looking things, you know? And it just defeats echo. Like echo just disappears. You know what I'm saying?
The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Less than 1 week ago, on July 23rd, the Korean AI bubble burst. Their entire stock market collapsed almost 40%, and it's continuing to fall as I'm recording this video. In Korea, just like in America, a lot of investors invest on margin, meaning they invest with money they don't have. The bank will match them dollar for dollar, sometimes $2 for every dollar they have. That if you have $10,000 you can invest, the bank will give you another $10,000 of borrowed money to invest. Sometimes
our friends used to record their podcast under a duvet. That's really smart. Yeah, hey, referee.
Understand this. Because the Korean stock market fell so precipitously, 1.2 million Korean households lost so much money that they no longer had the original amount of money that qualified them for the loan in the first place. So let me just illustrate this. Let's say you have $10,000 and you invest it in the KOSPI, and the bank gives you an additional $10,000 to invest as well. Then your entire investment goes up 50%. Now you've gained $5,000 of your money and $5,000 of the bank's money. Well, this stock market collapsed so hard that not only did investors lose all the money they borrowed, but they lost so much of their original capital that the bank said you no longer have enough money to qualify for that extra $10,000 we gave you. So if they started with $10,000, they lost their original $10,000, but now with a net worth of $0, they're on the hook to pay back the $10,000 they borrowed. 1.2 million households, almost a 20th of the entire Korean working population, woke up to a message saying their account was shut down. You lost it all. Older Koreans lost their entire life savings. People started filing for divorce. People started pulling their kids out of school.
This is what local Koreans here in Korea are sharing on social media. It's actually pretty funny when you see this stuff. So basically, this is like, you know, a guy asking his friend, hey, what's going on? and the sheet's all, wet from crying. And they show the headlines of the market and stuff like that. People have a sense of humor about this stuff. Someone's posting that, the market's down 10%, some stocks are down 12%, etc. And that's his lunch for the day. All you can afford is rice and dried seaweed. Here's another one. This is more of a joke where you're trying to do CPR on the stock market, right? So first you're trying to get mouth to mouth to get the stock to go up. Now you're giving the like a CPR form. It's a joke, but essentially, so many people are in the markets right now. Everyone's watching it, so they're putting all these sort of things on here. Then you go to the Kospi building and start praying for it to go up.
The Kospi is supposed to represent the entire Korean economy, but just like in America, the index was over 50% AI and tech stocks. 42%
Hell yeah,
of
dude.
the
That's so
entire
sick.
index was just Samsung, a
That's
company
so sick.
heavily investing in AI. So
Yes,
when
mate.
Samsung and a couple other companies like Broadcom and Micron posted weaker financials than people were hoping for, people realized this is not going our way. And they started selling stocks, and then more people started selling it, and then it became
further proof money isn't real,
The CEO of Micron sold $37 million of his own stock. If the Koreans got out and the CEOs are getting out, shouldn't we Americans take notice? Because one of the few reasons the Kospi crashed more than American...
I mean, now is the time where the whisperings are going to be here, right? Where people are saying, you've got money in tech, if you've got money in the Mag 7, get it out. Right? And of course, when more people take their shares out of these companies because they see the fucking price going down, it's a compounding factor in what makes these companies go under, right? We all want to see them suffer, don't we, chat? We all want to see those motherfuckers suffer.
Indexes have is because they had so much of a higher AI tech concentration. But that doesn't
Similar
mean
to
we're
a run
immune.
on the bank,
A lot
yeah.
of people think we're next because we're doing everything that South Korea did. We're just a few steps behind. We're literally putting our money in the same companies South Korea did. But the stakes are so much higher for a US crash. For one reason, the entire world economy depends on the US economy. But another reason is that the US has literally never had...
I mean, it's not the entire world, is it? We're talking about the entire imperial core, not the entire world.
Had more of its economy dependent on the stock market than today. There's more money and more people invested in the stock market now than at any point in history. Literally.
People are just going to realize pretty fucking quickly that the only value that matters in this world is the food that you can grow out of the ground and the water that you can get from the sky. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. People are going to realize that pretty fucking quickly.
Most Americans.
Most people are already there.
In fact, analysts report that the AI investment bubble is 17 times larger than the dot-com bubble and 4 times larger than the 2008 mortgage crisis.
I mean, 4 times larger than the 2008 mortgage crisis is crazy, right? Completely crazy.
What happened in South Korea happens here. It will destroy the world economy. And what's even more insidious is the exact investment patterns that took down Korea are happening in the US. Just like in the US, housing became totally unaffordable in Korea. So Korean young people who felt like they had nothing to lose started gambling in the stock market because they figured they're not going to get rich by working a job. This gave AI companies tons of extra money that they couldn't actually deliver on. And remember how...
And yeah, think about it, chat. There is also a bunch of similar attempts to co-opt young working class people to get into this. Remember all the day trading apps? Yeah, there's so much trading going on that people are desperate to do it. Gary's Economics, I think that guy, he set out to be like, yes, this is why we should tax the rich. The rich are really bad, but he did it really badly, right? I think that all that people really learned from him is that you can make a lot of money doing day trading. And I think that a lot of people just did it. I don't think it's down to him, solely, but I think he's been part of it. And it is quite funny that he's retiring now. He's just retiring. Imagine doing like fucking 6 years of YouTube and going like, right, I'm gonna pack it in now. Couldn't be me, dude. Couldn't be fucking me.
Established that the Koreans were borrowing money so they could invest even more.
Yeah, for the average person, it's basically gambling, yeah.
Are invested in the stock market not only with their own money, but with borrowed money. And they're doing it to chase a higher return. Think about it. If the stock market goes up 1%, your money goes up 1%. But if you double the amount of money you have invested, thanks to a loan, When the stock market goes up 1%, your money goes up 2%. And that sounds wonderful until the AI bubble bursts. If the AI bubble bursts and goes down 20%, then you'll lose more than 40%, or 60% if you're triply leveraged. And if the AI bubble goes down just a third, and you have 3x leverage, you'll lose every dollar you have. It already happened to thousands in Korea. But now, I want to show you the most sobering statistic about the entire situation. At its peak, the South Korean economy had only 1.3% in margin investing, meaning borrowed investing. In the US today, it's 4.7%. It's actually higher than that because that doesn't count leveraged mutual funds or leveraged stock options. The figure before the dot-com bubble was 2%. Before the housing crisis, it was 2.3%. Look, is the US a more stable country than South Korea? Yes. But how far do we want to push
What? That's weird. That's a weird thing to say.
that? We have 50 times the amount of borrowed money in the stock market than Korea ever did. The only reason the US economy is doing so well right now is because of the Magnificent Seven.
Is the US more stable than X country? You could just answer no to that. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. I saw the first tech boom crash and it was objectively a good thing here, forcing rents down. Yeah, well, hopefully shit like that happens, right? Hopefully at least shit like that is going to happen. I mean, it's going to be a collapse of the US empire, right? Like, the British Empire ended pretty much around 1929, the time of the first, Great Depression and stuff. That was kind of like when it was all getting tied up and, packed up and shit. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom, good to see you. And here we are, like 100 years later, and it's the same. It's the same for the US, right? It's the same kind of thing, and we're having like a similar financial crash.
7 big tech companies who are spending trillions of dollars.
It's certainly going to make people to organize, right? It's certainly going to be a huge wake up call for people to start growing their own food and all this kind of business, and just talking to their neighbors more, right?
On AI and data centers. Those 7 companies alone are more than a third of the S&P.
The Mag 7, there you
S&P
go.
500, more like S&P 7.
If anyone tries to tell you that the AI bubble is not an AI bubble, just show them the new MIT article that shows that 95% of businesses who implemented generative AI pilots are failures. And then show them that the Google CEO...
Unfortunately, our communist organizations aren't strong enough to use this moment of revolution. Yeah, no, obviously. But it is going to inspire people to make, communist organizations of their own. And that's that. They're kicking me out of the community garden right now. Just make another one. Welcome in, Lex Headroom.
said in an exclusive interview that they're...
if they're kicking people out of the community garden, it's not a community garden because you don't kick people out of your community.
Engine is more accurate than their AI system.
That's not what community is. Community is not where you go, oh, here we are, a group of neighbors, and this one though, see you later.
And that you shouldn't trust
that's not what that is
blindly. And then show them that Nvidia still hasn't paid OpenAI for their $100 billion deal because Nvidia says that they wrote a letter.
I'm gonna sue the city if I have to. Oh, what? It's like a city thing. It's like a city-owned thing. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. It's definitely not community then. Yeah. Yeah. Use this moment for a revolution as a gradient, and people imagine one end of the spectrum too much. A revolution isn't just storming the Capitol. Yes, correct. Yeah.
Actual deal.
Exactly.
Mr. IRS agent, I never agreed to pay my taxes. I agreed to intend to pay my taxes.
Well, it's a misnomer. It'll be a recuperation. It's a recuperation. Capital does it all the time. What's another example? I can't think of one just this second, but it'll come to me in a second. It's kind of similar. It's not quite the same, but it's kind of similar as Andy Burnham saying that he's going to bring the buses in Greater Manchester under public control. And that sounds like nationalization to people, but actually it's a public-private partnership, which means that it's still a private company, and it's not exactly state-owned or anything like that. Yeah, more public control. Yeah.
I'm gonna try it. And at this point, you must be thinking, Casey, surely these tech billionaires have a plan. Surely we're not trusting the entire US and world economy to them based on vibes. right?
We have no current plans to make revenue. We have no idea how we may one day generate revenue. We have made a soft promise to investors that once we've built this sort of generally intelligent system, basically we will ask it to figure out a way to generate an investment return.
By the way, that's why you're getting loads of things in your recommended chat. Like, let me see if I can scroll down a tiny bit and see if I can find this one. I don't think it's going to come up. There's one that kept coming up today for me. And it was saying, like, we are giving the keys of the world to psychopaths. And it's about AI being too strong. AI is too strong. And shit like that. Look at all this shit. I'm getting so many grow your own tobacco fucking videos now. This is just fucking ridiculous, dude. But yeah, there's all kinds of fucking videos that you'll be recommended, and it's just like, yeah, it's like Theranos. It's a great example of Theranos. Watch Sophie's video on Theranos. It's so good. You know? It's just like, yeah, we're definitely gonna make money. We're definitely gonna do a bunch of stuff. We're definitely gonna get a whole load of you know, profit. I promise. You just have to invest. I was just thinking last night I should grow my own Baki. Did you not watch it? Were you not here when we watched this video, Mushy? It's so good. This chat, this guy grows this plant, and you get 3 ciggies off each leaf, right? If you have one plant, that's like 150 cigs. Ridiculous. You've not seen it. It's completely legal to grow. It's not like weed. You just grow your own ciggies. You know? Reminds me of the earlier app boom of things like Uber, where they had extremely lofty goals of completely driverless taxis. That's completely fallen by the wayside. Yeah, why am I paying $20 a pack? Yeah, you just get a seed, grow it. This guy said in his garden in Britain, and obviously we've had a few heat waves this fucking year. It grew in 3 fucking months, so maybe that's not gonna, you know, happen exactly where you are in the world, but 3 months from seed to smoke is crazy. It's fucking crazy. For tobacco, what are you talking about? I said this in my AI video in 2023 already, but this is the same as eugenics. We'll make a smart boy who will tell us how to run society, but if the perfect leader they produced was actually smart, it would condemn the whole project. Yes, correct. It does share pests with tomatoes and eggplant. Don't smoke cigs and touch the plants, or you transmit tobacco mosaic virus. Don't smoke cigs and touch the plants? Tobacco's from Central America. It does well in heat waves because it's tropical, yeah. Don't smoke cigs and touch the tobacco plants. What do you mean? So if you grow the plant and then smoke the cig from it, and then touch it, you could give it a virus? That sounds true, but also mental. Oh, you mean store-bought ciggies. Right. Just any cigs could transmit a virus to the plant. Right, I'm with you, yes. Yeah, smoke after you've grown the thing. Hey, ground level news.
What is this timeline? Bro said our plan to monetize AI is to ask AI. Holy hell, everybody was laughing.
This is so good.
Why are you laughing? I have no plan. AI is going to crash and Sam Altman's going to go on ChatGPT like, hey, how do I fix this? In fact, OpenAI was planning on becoming a publicly traded company as early as September and asking for a $1 trillion valuation, even though their annual expenses were $26 billion and their annual revenue was only $13 billion. So when OpenAI's CFO warned Sam Altman those numbers could not possibly justify a $1 trillion IPO, do you know what he did? He stopped talking to her. He stopped talking to his company's CFO. He excluded her from financial meetings. He excluded the chief financial officer from financial meetings. I'm sure this guy is cool-headed enough to handle the entire US economy responsibly. Only 16% of households with internet pay for any kind of AI, and IBM reported that only 25% of AI initiatives actually delivered the return on investment they promised. And where AI is productive is in very narrow circumstances. AI benefited companies financially in writing code and customer support automation, and lost them money on literally everything else. Because all AI does is compile data and streamline it. It makes sense that it can program well, but it can't think, it can't actually be creative. It's philosophically impossible. Sorry, Richard Dawkins. But AI companies have hyped saying that AI will be profitable in every domain. And that's how they raised so much money. But now people are realizing they bought a pig in a poke. In medieval Europe, pigs were a hot commodity. Unscrupulous merchants would sell their finest young pigs to a poor farmer in a bag called a poke. However, when the farmer got home, he would realize that instead of a pig, the merchant just sold him a dead cat. And now, when referring to a product that was sold as much more valuable than it really is, we call it a pig in a poke. These AI stocks are not the pig we were promised. I guess that makes us the farmers. At the very end of last year, the CFO of Meta said there was so much demand for their AI products, there's no way they could possibly build enough data centers. Now, just a few months later, Meta is selling those very same data centers to other AI companies just so they can stay solvent. There's not enough demand for Grok either, so Elon Musk is having to sell his data centers. All this decreased demand has forced American AI companies to raise their prices. So now it's creating an even worse situation because companies who still use AI are switching to the cheaper Chinese AI programs. Airbnb, DoorDash, Coinbase, Uber, Spotify have all switched from American AI companies to Chinese ones. In fact, Pizza Hut is suing the AI company they used because it was so unprofitable. It increased wait times, lowered efficiency, and cost them $100 million. But beyond all these failing AI metrics, there are two additional factors accelerating the burst of the AI bubble. The first is the public backlash against AI. Over $65 billion in data center projects have been stopped because of local opposition, and I like to think we played a role in that.
Hello, Bill Hicks.
Data centers in a vacuum, but you don't get to destroy
Classic
a
China
town just to
W,
put
yeah.
one wherever you want. This woman turned down literally $26 million to give up her family farm for a data center. Her whole family lived on that land for generations, and she's not gonna give it up to Mark Zuckerberg. Someone commented, that's a tremendous amount of money to turn down. That is generational wealth. Are you crazy? Well, people rightly pointed out in the comments, the real generational wealth is the land and house that her ancestors built, that she still lives in and keeps alive today. I don't think Scarlett O'Hara would have sold Tara to Mark Zuckerberg for $26 million either. The second accelerant to AI's decline is AI companies running out of cash, even as they're raising hundreds of billions of dollars. The CFO
Also depends if that person is white, right?
of OpenAI has literally
Because then the ancestry, that's a bit bad. In America, you know?
asked the US government to buy a 5% share in the company. And why does she want to do that? Obviously, so the government will bail them out when they collapse. We've seen it so many times. Billionaires who want to privatize profits and socialize loss. If you want to make a successful company that's worth $1 billion, that's awesome. But don't ask the taxpayers to subsidize it for you, because we won't get the profits if the company succeeds. No one bought AI hype more than the tech CEOs themselves, and now it's costing them. Big tech literally fired 1 million people in the last couple years because they thought they'd be able to replace them with AI, and now they're scrambling to hire 90% of those jobs back because the AI failed. Ford released a statement that they are hiring back their workers after AI failed to deliver the requisite technical ability.
Sorry, what? Computer enhance. Okay, just had to check.
I'll translate that. Yo, we tried to get rid of as many of you human workers as we could, but now we kind of need you. Would you come back for some free pizza?
Companies that replaced people with AI are now desperately trying to get the people back. They're quickly realizing two things. AI is not free, and AI is not that great at most jobs. So these companies are paying millions of dollars a month for enterprise AI.
Welcome to the stream, Aya. How you doing?
95% of generative AI pilots are failing to deliver.
Okay, so for our Français camarade, poon is a shortening of the word punani, yeah? Which is from Jamaican patois, come over to the UK, it means vagina, yeah? That's why that's funny. So now everyone knows the jokes, yeah? Everyone knows what that means. There you go. Take some notes down.
Returns. 29% of companies that replaced workers with AI are now rehiring.
Telling me this for the first time.
And 55% of execs regret replacing people with AI.
So knowing all this, is it any surprise that U.S. insiders...
Oh my god, Steven Seagal did a video about it. I forgot. He did a song about it. I forgot about that.
...are selling stocks at the...
Isn't the tune literally called like Me Like Punani or something? Steven Seagal reggae album. In retrospect, this is one of the better white guy reggae albums. White guy reggae songs. Now that Boy George exists. Boy George's tune that he did. Songs from the Crystal Cave. Me, I Want the Punani. Oh, hell yeah, chat. Oh, it's so good. This has got Lady Saw in it. Like, she's a legitimate reggae artist. It's crazy. It's crazy that that Lady Saw was like, yeah, I'll do a tune with Steven Seagal. This is so funny. Chat, this Steven Seagal singing this. It's like ragga. It's like... He's singing in patois. It's so embarrassing, dude. It's okay. Here's why it's better. Here's why it's better than Boy George's tune. 1, not AI. Yeah. 2, very funny. White guy doing the Jamaican patois thing. Embarrassing, extremely funny. And also 3, it's Steven Seagal. He thinks he's Russian. He thinks he's Jamaican. I don't know what's going on. It's so good. I can only listen to 20 seconds of this. I'll listen to a bit more.
When the girls start to strut, you could look at their butt, you should...
No. Can't do it. Cringe is too strong. Okay, we're going back.
Fastest rate in recorded history.
Mr. Worldwide before Pitbull, exactly, yeah.
Because the hyperscalers, as they're called, have used up all their...
He broke a record as the first world-famous Russian-Chinese movie star to sing reggae.
And are now borrowing money. They are effectively net debtors at a time when they're spending huge volumes of money on data centers without having any guarantee that they're going to earn profits from that. And it's that worry that actually there isn't money to be made in that business, which is gradually dawning on investors. And that's going to be why they are going to pull away. In fact, there's already signs of people withdrawing from the AI sector because they fear that this is a bubble. It seems to be utterly...
Hell yeah, dude.
The question is only...
Hell yeah.
Someone commented, OpenAI is going to be profitable soon, guys. Just you wait. Any day now.
Any day now.
Someone else said, hey, remember when NFTs were the next big thing? And then a bunch of people said,
oh, yes.
I hope the AI bubble bursts. I hope it's so bad. I'd be careful of thinking like that because it could hurt the whole economy and put a lot of people into poverty. But I really get the feeling.
What advice do you give for the average person that's looking to invest their salary or their wages?
Don't own US stocks.
That's a simple strategy that you can act on.
But what about S&P 500?
No, really? Yeah. And if you have a big position in US technology stock, my personal advice would be to sell it all.
But I'm an investor.
What? When did this come out?
SpaceX.
Good luck.
He's an inventor in SpaceX! Fucking SpaceX. Fucking SpaceX, dude. Fucking SpaceX. That's so funny.
SpaceX is such a fabulous BS story, and we can go into that.
Crypto?
No.
Why?
It's an unnecessary piece of nonsense that facilitates nothing except criminals moving money that they can't be.
This is great.
Do you think Bitcoin's going to go to zero?
Yes, it will certainly go to zero.
So how many years have you spent investing?
60 years.
And what's the most amount of money you've ever managed of other people's money?
165.
Yeah, here's a link to the video. This is much better than what I thought it was going to be because, the guy on the face of it appears a bit lib, but, oh, it's right there! It's right there! This is the video that's being fucking, recommended to me all the time. Channel 4 News, we're giving psychopaths nukes. You know, experts on rogue AI hacks, and it's like, all of this is trying to sell AI, right? It's trying to sell AI to investors. They're trying to say, look how good our AI is. It's acting of its own accord, and it's hacking random companies. It's hacking random websites and random fucking, I don't know. You know, the fucking huge password leaks because of this AI or something, supposedly. And this is somehow supposed to make it attractive. It's like, oh yeah, this thing could end the world. What do you mean, dude? You're making it sound insane. You're making it sound really bad. Why would anyone invest? Like, dude, what are you talking about?
And one of the things you're famous for talking about is this idea.
I kind of want to watch it because I kind of want to hear what he says.
Always occur around the very most important ideas. So the railroads, everyone could see that it would change the world.
And also, none of these things are doing the things that they're saying that they're doing either. They're just not. It's not happening, right?
And everyone wanted to...
Like, AI is not going to all of a sudden gain sentience and start doing its own thing. It hasn't started doing that. It can only exist by people programming it and telling it what to do. That's all it is, right?
And so they...
Yeah, this thing does crimes. Think about what it could do for you. Well, the thing is that hackers, particularly, are very attractive to... So who they're trying to sell that to are, like, banks, right? Because banks will often hire hackers to reverse engineer defense from hackers and stuff, right? That's what it's about. So that's who they're trying to appeal to. They're desperately trying to get banks to, like, you know, invest in AI and, like, have AI. You know, banks already have, like, AI bots and stuff, but, like, they're terrible. And so they're like now trying to make it like a security thing, you know. And it's just like, what are you talking about? Like, what the fuck do you mean, dude?
Big boss. And if you look at the great bubbles breaking of the past, you find that it's followed by
just not going to work.
Times, a miserable period for the economy. And the bigger the bubble, the bigger the bust. And now we're in the biggest investment bubble that arguably has ever occurred. AI.
No, Mule. According to the Pentagon, a rogue AI randomly selected one of the many Chinese governments in the world and chose to hack it randomly. This shows AI is alive. Independently chosen American citizenship, exactly.
On the verge of a collapse with AI over the coming years.
The next few days, the next few weeks, the next few months, but certainly the next few years.
So if you're not someone that has a huge amount of savings, what kind of strategy should they be adopting when an economy starts to get bad and there's an economic bubble collapse?
So I will go through everything, but you will not receive this advice from investment advisors because they'll lose a lot of business.
And would you be thinking about the country you live in at this moment in time?
Absolutely.
Is there any countries you wouldn't live in?
I think I have to refuse to answer this on the grounds that it might tend to incriminate me.
Oh, okay. So you're saying don't live in the United States? I've just moved here. Why not the United States?
It holds out too much chance.
Is this guy a complete idiot? He's an utter rube, isn't he? This guy, like Diary of a CEO guy. I've just moved to the United States. Why are you doing that, bro? Like, what do you mean? Oh, I invested in SpaceX. You're a fucking moron, man. You're a fucking moron. You'll do anything. Yo, I got a fucking bridge to sell this cunt.
The social contract is dissolving.
When you say social contract, what does that mean?
It means an agreement that I...
He doesn't know. This guy is learning the most stuff he's ever learned. What does social contract mean?
Behave in a way that helps my neighbors and society, that I'm doing what people expect me to do.
Oh
I'm
my
not
God.
going to misbehave.
And you think that's not the case here in the United States?
I think the case here is that people are doing what they think is best for them and their family and screw everybody else. Really. When I arrived in corporations had this sense that they owed something to the community they operated in, the city they operated in. They'd build the stadium, they'd do this, they'd be part of the community. Now they're not. They're all, in a way, cold-blooded, profit-maximizing international enterprises.
Yes! Bubbles always form on the most important ideas. It's not that those ideas aren't important. It's not that AI isn't a big deal. People just overestimate how transformative it'll be in the short term. That's with anything.
No, it's not. What are you doing, man? Why is this guy saying that AI? Just shut the fuck up. It can also not be a big deal. I don't understand. Like, this is the lib brain kicking in with this guy, right? He's like, no, well, you know, AI is good. Okay, explain how, right? Show your reasoning. I want to see how you got to this position, Doug.
Right? Like, all our addictions are to things that are fundamentally good. The core of a porn addiction is the good of sex.
No! You fucking idiot! It's the good of coming. It's when you come. It's the feeling of coming. That's the thing you're addicted to. What the fuck are you on about? Idiot. Oh, there's so idiots fucking everywhere, dude. Surrounded by idiots. Morons fucking everywhere.
The core of compulsive lying is the healthy desire to be liked by your closest friends. The core of overeating is the good of eating.
These 7 cups represent the
What about cigarettes? What about cigarettes? Explain cigarettes. What is the good that comes out of cigarettes? What is this guy fucking talking about, dude?
Magnificent 7. Apple, Meta, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. NVIDIA is an important one. Together, they make up almost 40% of the entire S&P. Now let's show why people are panicking about a possible AI bubble burst. This is the money that is currently being poured into artificial intelligence by these companies. They're spending almost $500 billion in things like chips, data centers, infrastructure. Microsoft alone is spending nearly $80 billion this year. Meta is buying 600,000 NVIDIA chips. Amazon and Google are building city-sized data.
There are technological advantages being built with AI, for the record. I just think they're all being built in China. No, that's true, but also that's what I mean. Like, this guy has no idea what they're doing in China regarding any of this stuff. He's just going AI good somehow. Don't understand it, but it probably is, right?
And that tiny cup is the amount of revenue that's actually coming in right now from all of this investment. Not the hype, not the valuations, the actual revenue. It's maybe somewhere around $30 to $50 billion, but to justify all of this investment, these companies have to pull in between $500 billion to $2 trillion. This is the amount of revenue that's coming in right now from AI when it needs to be able to fill up this. So what happens if this never fills up? Just kidding, I'm not gonna break my glasses. Everything starts with NVIDIA. They are
No, yeah, all of his sources are Instagram and TikTok. Yeah, it's not good. The Diary of a CEO thing was quite good. I thought that was quite good. It's impressive, actually, that the Diary of a CEO guy decided to actually post that, because it goes against everything that he believes and stands for, I guess. But he's like, I have to give people good investment advice, even if it goes against everything that I did.
Backbone to all of these other companies right now because they produce the GPUs. If these companies start pulling back their investment into AI, that impacts NVIDIA the most. If NVIDIA falls, these other companies also fall, and the entire market falls.
Ridiculous. What is the basis for this, dude? Like, this is the thing that this guy is really hooked onto. He's like, if NVIDIA goes down, everybody's fucked. And it's like, I don't think that that's that's the linchpin here. I don't think it's Nvidia being the linchpin. I think you're attributing way too much, like, you know, it certainly is true that if the semiconductor manufacturer, you know, goes under, they're not going to be able to source semiconductors. They're not going to be able to have the same relate. They're going to have to build up new relations with new semiconductor manufacturers. Sure, I understand that part of it. But to say that, like, Nvidia has to be the one that goes for everything else to fuck up is like, they all already are fucked up. They're all already completely fucked. They're not profitable. Do you know what I mean?
Right. If those 7 companies go down, they're taking all of us with
Have I
them.
seen
But the guy who made that
isaiprofitable.com?
video
I'm
made an
not.
update, explaining that since he recorded that last video, the warning signs of the AI bubble bursting arrived.
Microsoft stock actually plummeted overnight. Listen to this from the Wall Street Journal this morning.
Market is getting increasingly worried that this massive spending, which has all been front-loaded, is needing to deliver results now.
Here's what else happened yesterday. Norway, which has a $2.2
Cory
trillion
Doctorow is a good person to watch about
and they use a lot
AI.
of that to invest in the United States, did something which I think is one of the first major blips. They pulled out of specific sectors in the US and they reinvested it, but here's the important part. Here's who they pulled out of. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, and Google. Remember when I said that NVIDIA was the center of the AI tech bubble possibly bursting? Well, NVIDIA is also the largest amount that they reallocated. And that's not the end of it. Amazon yesterday laid off 16,000 employees at the corporate level. Now, this was announced back in November when they laid off 14,000, so they were just completing the job yesterday. But why did they lay people off? Because they need AI to replace humans. Are you still with me? Because I'm about to make it even worse. Overnight, Reuters reported that NVIDIA, Amazon, and Microsoft are in talks to invest up to $60 billion into OpenAI. These companies are literally investing in each other to try and prevent this bubble from bursting.
Exactly. They need to deliver results now.
Today might be the beginning of the AI bubble popping. Microsoft saw $500 billion vanish in a single morning. That is the worst collapse that they've seen since the 2020 pandemic. This is how terrified investors are. Microsoft said that their cloud revenue dropped from 40% to 39%. That small 1% difference just cost them the entirety of Netflix's value.
So that is true, Sophie. Nvidia is the most low-bearing because of the revenue sharing plan. I'm with you. Okay.
On the other hand, just told investors that 45% of its future cloud revenue is dependent on OpenAI, a company that has $1 trillion in future commitments, but only $20 billion in revenue. Wall Street is fed up with AI's potential and has started caring about cold, hard cash. Microsoft just dumped $37 billion into AI chips and data centers in 3 months. They're spending like there's no tomorrow, but the revenue isn't catching up. When a company can
This is quite a good website. Amazon, full AI capex since 2022. They've lost $309 billion. That's crazy. They're losing money since page load. This is how much money they're losing since page load. This can't be real. This can't be real. This is insane. Yeah, Nvidia's the only one that is making a profit. And it does make sense that they're pouring the most money into Nvidia because, again, that's the actual infrastructure, right? So yeah, some really interesting stuff. Which one's lost the most? This is crazy. This is actually crazy. I like DeepSeek here. This is the Chinese one, right? And it's like, they're saying that they've lost less than $1 billion, I guess. So even the Chinese ones that are doing bad are still not doing as bad as the American ones. You know? Interesting stuff.
beat expectations and the stock tanks 12%.
DeepSeek is like, hi, we spent nothing and our product is better anyway. What AI does Amazon even have? Oh, they've got Amazon Rufus. Have you not shopped, right? When you shop on Amazon, right, recently, and this is something that I've stopped because obviously it's part of the boycott, right? But I noticed about 3 or maybe 6 months ago that I was on Amazon, I was getting like fucking shit for my teeth or whatever. And it said, would you like Rufus to explain this for you? Yeah. And I clicked on it just to see what it would say. Yeah, because I thought, what could this possibly be? And it actually said, underneath it, it said, Rufus may get things wrong. Rufus tries its best, but can still get things wrong. So gauge your expectations accordingly, or something like that. And I was like, this is embarrassing. Yeah, would you like to ask this idiot a question? It also summarizes reviews allegedly. Yes, that's right. Yeah. So this is the AI that Amazon has. Yeah.
You know that the AI hype era is over.
Someone commented, yes, let it burn. If you've ever seen the movie The Big Short, it explains how the 2008 financial crisis happened. Well, this guy remade The Big Short, but about the AI bubble.
These 3 companies are going public this year with a total market cap of $6 trillion. $6 trillion. You're too close.
They go to 8. It's Armageddon.
There literally isn't enough money in the market to support these 3 companies at an $8 trillion market cap. I'm talking all-out stock market collapse here because everybody knows the AI bubble's about to...
Oh, they did a mix of The Big Short and some up-to-date things. This is so good.
But it's making them richer than they could ever imagine.
No, it's worse than using The Big Short as a source. It's a skit based on The Big Short as a source. It's so funny. Like, it's still true, but this guy is making these videos based on vibes, right?
Be sure of the math. Look at him. That's my Juan.
Your what?
My Juan. My Juan Iglesias. My gardener. Look at him. You see anything different about him? Look at his mustache. His sombrero. He pivoted his landscaping business to AI last month and raised $300 million from A16Z. All he did was build an AI agent to trade for him on MoonPay. Yes, I'm sure of the math. Actually, my name's John and I do speak English. He just likes to say I don't to make it feel more authentic. I raised $300 million to build an AI-powered lawnmower. It's the future.
Someone said, biggest rug pull in human history. Even the CEO of Google is like, yeah, we might destroy everything. Sorry.
It's also true when we go through these investment cycles, there are moments we overshoot, right, collectively as an industry. We can look back at the internet right now. There was clearly a lot of excess investment. I expect AI to be the same. So I think it's both rational, and there are elements of irrationality through a moment like this. No company is going to be immune, including us.
And this is why all the...
How can something be rational and irrational? If you're being irrational whilst claiming to be rational, you're still irrational. What do you mean, dude?
These AI companies are going public now so they can raise money because they need money.
The AI bubble is finally running out of cash, so next week it'll start taking yours. SpaceX is expected to go public on June 12th. By far,
two irrationals make a rational. That's so true.
There's a reason they're doing it now, and that the other trillion-dollar AI companies are expected to quickly follow. It's the same reason Google just started selling its own stock for the first time since 2005. AI has gotten way too expensive for these private markets to
He's
fund,
a Silicon Valley AI cult, Rocco's Basilisk.
Here's what'll happen.
Fucking weirdo.
On June 12th, SpaceX
type
sells
rationalist,
a sliver
yeah.
of itself, about 5%, and the stock likely gets pushed up by Elon fanboys. Then, about 12 days in, a switch flips. A controversial rule that the Nasdaq just changed forces SpaceX into the main...
All of this guy's sources are just like other content creators. And I like that these other content creators are using sources. So at least his sources have got sources. Some of them do. Some of them are just vibes. Some of them are just like whatever.
Stock index. And the second it's in there, every Nasdaq index fund where a lot of people's savings sit is required to buy it. They'll be forced to soak up nearly half the shares available of selling your Apple, your Microsoft, or your Nvidia to pay for it. You don't get a say. Right then, SpaceX's early investors will finally be able to cash out in the biggest payday in startup history. Who is the exit liquidity? You.
But that's not all.
This person just said that there's going to be... that SpaceX is going to have... If you invest in SpaceX, you're going to have a huge payday? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, I guarantee that at this point in the game, there are people in these companies that are hiring TikTok influencers, maybe like this person. I don't know who Eva Roit is. Everroit. But I would not be surprised if it turned out that she was being paid by Elon Musk to just kind of say, you should invest in SpaceX because that's the only one that's going to make money. Investment involves an aspect of desperate hope, and the empire is the most desperate it's ever been. It needs to be too big to fail. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's just fucking crazy. Yeah, it is likely that she's been paid for. She's attempted to have her eggs purchased by Elon as well. That's true. Yes.
Biggest payday in startup history. Who is the exit liquidity? You.
The AI industry is by far the biggest capital build out in history and the fastest. Has a lot of self-perpetuating momentum. People seeing a lot of money move through, throw their money at it. Yeah, it's just the financial last breath of empire. Correct. Yeah. She's a reporter at Fortune Mag, covering markets, macroeconomics, interesting stuff. Formerly CNN, the Jerusalem Post. What? Yeah, so she's in on it. She's totally in on it. Okay. Fuck me. Thank you, Fraser.
It's not all.
Also, hi.
Remember when people were upset
man.
about RAM prices skyrocketing because of the RAM shortage, because these companies were giving their RAM to the AI data centers, and people were worried that they were going to go after other computer components? They were right.
The great thing is, chat, is that when the AI bubble crashes and these, people just like abandon their fucking data centers and all that shit, we'll be able to just go in there and just like select a nice free GPU. Nice free upgrade. Just take a nice little day trip to Yorkshire or wherever your nearest one is if you're in the UK. Just get out of the bus, stroll in there. Nice free, clean CPU. You know? We're going to be able to extract a bit of value from this, chat. It'd be like stripping the copper out of the walls, but it's stripping chips out of data centers. They're not going to be abandoned. They're there to be repurposed for surveillance infrastructure, I'd wager. I mean, it's not really repurposed, is it? Because they're doing surveillance infrastructure in the data centers as well. You know, that's what Palantir and Oracle is all about, right?
Right. Western Digital has sold all.
They won't be clean. They'll be fucked from heavy use generating MAGA slop. Yeah, true.
Disk drives to AI data centers. So Western Digital has said they are completely sold out of hard disks for the year of 2026, and they are in long-term agreements for the next couple of years. And they say, well,
chat, I've been streaming for 4 hours, and this is my full-time job. I don't get any money other than this. I get a tiny bit of a top-up from Universal Credit, but I'm getting kicked off that in October. Please consider donating to the stream. I would only ask that you donate £5 per person. If everybody in the stream right now donated £5 per person, we would smash through the dono goal for my monthly rent, my bills, all that kind of business. I also have a dono goal. The daily dono goal is £60. I aim to make £60 a day, and I aim to make 24 subs a day. So if you want to subscribe on Twitch, there are ads coming very soon. You can use your Prime, your Amazon Prime, if you want to get a free subscription, and I still get the money from it and whatnot. Yeah, you can also just get a sub. Yes, if you like what you've been watching, if you've laughed, if you've had fun, if you've learned something, please consider donating to help me pay my bills and my rent. Yes.
It's not that big of a deal because only 5% of our revenue comes from hard disk sales. 89% comes from cloud services, so it's a no-brainer. So we have hard disk drive shortage, RAM shortage, solid state shortage, and now we couple that with Jeff Bezos saying, you don't need a PC. We'll just give you a box and you can rent a PC through the cloud from us. I know the saying. I've heard it too many times. You'll own nothing and you'll like it. I get it. But seeing it happen in front of my eyes still elicits an emotional response for some reason.
What do you mean for some reason? Oh my god, do a little bit of dialectical analysis. You're crying out for Marxism, motherfucker!
Mind you, I'm talking about just PCs right now, but this applies to everything.
Thank you for the bit, lacks headroom.
PCs, laptops, phones, anything with a screen like this that uses RAM and storage. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Bubble. It's a bubble. There's no profit so far. Nothing has been profitable. All these companies are partnering with them. They're building these mega structures. These data centers are literally creating shortages in our materials.
This guy looks like if Minecraft Steve wrote poetry to impress girls.
And yet, so far, there is no viable method outside of putting...
Thank you for the bit, like Headroom.
Someone said building my PC 2 years ago feels like I got the last chopper out of Nam.
Why did the main guy from The Big Short just short Caterpillar? Because he's shorting lots of AI stocks. The Caterpillar makes mining and construction equipment, but also makes power.
Valerie Valkyrie, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Let's fucking go. Just need another £57, chat.
Power generators, which data centers have been buying. Oh. And the share price is up almost 160% in a year. Oh. Yeah, he's betting against Tesla, Nvidia, and Applied Materials too. So the AI boom is dragging all sorts of directly and loosely connected businesses up and into stretched valuations. Yes. And now one of the main guys who saw the GFC coming is piling into short positions in anticipation of a collapse. Yes. Well, yeah, but the problem is the timing. I mean, people were saying that there was a bubble in the share market in 1986, and then it doubled, and the crash didn't happen until October 1987, so it can take a while. So do we buy or sell? No idea. Either way, we're kind of screwed.
That's right. A lot of the warning signs are here, but that doesn't mean we're gonna have a recession in the next few months. It could take another year, it could take more than that. But one thing that's clear is these valuations appear
Brother thinks we're not having a recession now. How many subscribers has this guy got? Rat Freak!
We share what we have, because that is how we build a better future.
Hell yeah, you know it. Thank you so much for the £5, Rat Freak. That's right. When you give me money, you're doing communism. Marx in the Communist Manifesto, most people don't know this. It was erased from early versions because they didn't know who I was. I hadn't been born yet. But he said, if you give djmuel money, that's really good. So just remember that, chat.
unsustainable.
This guy's got 562,000 subscribers. Of course he doesn't think that we're in a fucking recession already. That's great, dude. That's fucking great. I'm the living incarnation of the spectre, it's true. Engels said tip your streamer.
Because all these companies are just passing money between each other. It almost feels like a pyramid scheme.
Okay, so here's the full mess. OpenAI, SoftBank, and Oracle partnered to build the 500...
He got like a Comic Sans YouTuber, a Comic Sans Paint YouTuber as a source. This is so good.
$1 billion Stargate data center. NVIDIA invested $30 billion in OpenAI, SoftBank invested $30 billion in OpenAI, and Amazon $50 billion in OpenAI. OpenAI will need to buy $500 to $600 billion worth of chips from NVIDIA. Oracle bought $40 billion of chips from NVIDIA. OpenAI signed a
No, I don't have a problem with Comic Sans. It's just an attribute of these kinds of videos.
$1 billion deal with Oracle. Then OpenAI signed a $90 billion deal with AMD for rights to 10% of AMD. CoreWeave, partially owned by NVIDIA, rents out cloud capacity to Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. Microsoft owns 27% of OpenAI, is a fifth of NVIDIA sales, and rents $30 billion worth of cloud capacity to Anthropic. Google invested $3 billion and an additional $40 billion as of late April 2026 in Anthropic. Anthropic is using 1 million Google chips. Amazon invested $8 billion into Anthropic and built Anthropic its own $11 billion data center. And even now, these deals continue to cycle around the industry. Everyone is everyone else's investor, supplier, customer, and competitor, all at the same time.
Okay, chat. It's been debunked. The lady who was stood next to Trump in the Oval Office yesterday, we figured out who she is. Tim Brannigan here. Thank you very much, Tim Brannigan. Claims she has a button fitted on her belly, and when she gets the nod that he's asleep, she moves her hand and presses a button that wakes him up. They're calling her the Zapper. No idea if it's true, but it appears to line up. Let's take a look. Let's see if we can verify this information.
Actually, more than a year ago, where we funded a dozen and more major research studies to answer the question of
there you go.
The cause of autism.
look at his fucking head. Fuck me, dude. Fuck me. Oh, man. Holy shit. I'm glad it wasn't just us that was thinking it. I'm glad it just wasn't us that were thinking it. Do you remember what we were saying yesterday? We were saying all kinds of stuff. We were saying, has she got autism? Is she saying that the MMR jab gave her autism? Is that her dad? And he's saying that the MMR jab gave her autism. Does she have a kid that has autism? We just had no idea who she was. It's clear now that she is the zapper. This is just a little more believable than the testing of a propaganda bot theory, yes. This is what it is. It's clearly what it is. Yeah? There you go.
It's like a group of friends passing the same $50 bill around the table and each calling it their
Pavlov's
paycheck.
One thing that obscures how much the AI bubble has already burst.
The zapper, Trump's mini boss. Yeah, this is who you fight before you get to Trump.
Very large financial stake in everybody believing the bubble has
She's holding the baby in her belly that's safe from autism. That's true, yeah.
not gonna burst.
People think that one day they'll check their phone and see AI bubble has popped, and then all of the AI apps will disappear, the RAM prices will drop back down to normal. But that's not how it works. It's not the AI model.
So the sad thing about AI chat is that we're all nice and insulated here in our like online leftist bubble, right? But when you go outside and you speak to real people, there are people who are using AI. Like literally, two of my very good friends use AI. One of them uses it for his fucking work. The other one uses it. He's got an interesting relationship with it. He uses it at work, but he hates it at work because he says it's bad and it doesn't work. But then every now and then he'll send me like an AI image and I'll just be like, please don't fucking use that. I would have just preferred you to just like draw some shit on a fucking piece of paper or whatever, right? But the thing is that I have been speaking to my one mate who uses it for work, sort of unapologetically, right? And he said, I was speaking to another person who uses it for work, and she was saying, hey man, I don't know about you, but I'm kind of fucked because they call it the Babylon robot, and I like to call it the Babylon robot as well, actually, to be honest. When the Babylon robot prices go up, because they are going up, yeah, these subscription costs are going up for using AI, right? I don't know what I'm going to do because I rely on it for my work. I don't think I'm going to be able to do anything once these prices go up, right? You know, this is just how it's going to go. This is how it starts. It starts by these companies going, shit, we need, we need to make some money. And then they go, okay, we can try and get some more investment. Okay, the investment isn't going good because investors are smart. Who's stupider? Ah, yes, the consumer. Let's get them to pay for more. Let's get them to pay more money for it. You know?
The GPUs or the data centers that will...
I know someone who has to use AI for their work, and they call it babysitting the AI. As an IT manager, it's a requirement to use AI, no choice. Yeah. There's lots of people who are forced to use it by their job. There's some people who use it because, they're grifting and they're not... they're in a sector that they shouldn't be in. Like, they're not qualified to be in it. And they're like, oh, yeah, I'm getting loads of money, so I'm going to use AI, right? You know?
It's the investment. Eventually, investors will say, this AI thing isn't actually making that much money, so let's not give them more investment money for now. And for all of the random AI products and all of the random AI apps that are surviving...
We need a major religion to create an excuse to not use AI as a religious exemption so people can't get forced to use it. Oh, yes. Let's get it. Let's get the Pope on this. I mean, the Pope is on this, to be honest. The Pope is on it, right? The Pope has literally said we need to get rid of AI, We need to get some high-level imams and clerics on it for Islam. We need to get the Dalai Lama. He's the boss of Buddhism, right? I don't know. Is that how that works? Oh no, back to Christianity. He wrote his first whatchamacallit about it. Yeah, it's like a special Pope missive. Yes, is that what it is?
investment money, it's going to be bad news. But for the big established AI companies like Google and Anthropic,
I had people at my job during post-COVID trying to use religious beliefs not to get vaccinated. Hell yeah.
They're still going to be doing AI. Their financial sheet is going to look different, but the models will still exist.
Dalai Lama is the boss of Tibetan Buddhism in exile. Right, okay. I don't understand any of that stuff.
But when that bubble pops, the technology doesn't disappear.
You're not even on the internet? Yeah, me neither.
Between the ones that can survive on their own and the ones that can't.
When people lose their jobs in one rapidly expanding, highly lucrative sector like AI, it leads to people not spending money. And people not spending money leads to less revenue across businesses everywhere. This leads to an overall economic slowdown. Not to mention, people who have their retirement funds invested in what's hot on the stock market, they lose that money too when those speculative bubbles pop. And experts are saying this dumpster fire trajectory is how the AI boom will end.
Gen Z for change? Why is that ringing a bell, chat? Why is that ringing a bell? Gen Z for change. Is this like a Democratic Party thing? This, something about the Gen Z for change. I've seen this before. And it's just ringing, there's bells going off. I'm in my garden with a telescope in a hammer. Are you smoking homegrown tobacco? Because of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, the AI companies need more money than exists in the investment capital sector, so they're doing public offerings, but they need more money than that, so they asked if they could be hooked up to the US Treasury, but they couldn't do that, so they're putting the price up. Yes. Yes. Gen Z for change, formerly called TikTok for Biden. Yeah, that's where that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Because it's not a matter of if there is a bubble or not. It's only a question of when that bubble will pop and how many lives will it destroy when that happens. Because the reality is, our federal government is most likely going to bail out these tech giants that were acting irresponsible.
No, I was right. It's a Democratic Party thing. Yeah. Gen Z for Change is proud to endorse Francesca Hongwe for governor of Wisconsin. That's literally from their Wikipedia. You are taking the piss. I knew it was ringing a bell for a reason. I was like, I recognize this fucking name. Gen Z for Change. Hell yeah, man. That's more than AOC did for Ms. Hong. Everyone's upset with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez again, aren't they? Because she said that woke one was crazy. I mean, she's saying it for the wrong reasons. Woke one did make people a little bit not good. White people particularly. But she's not saying it like that. She's not saying it like that. She's saying it in a conservative way. This is fucking crazy. This is true. I thought that was way too on the nose, Ninja Can. Gen Z for Change, formerly called TikTok for Biden. That is just so mental. Oh, man. American advocacy organization founded in 2020 that uses social media to promote civil discourse and action among members of Generation Z. Well, action like what, dude? Voting for the Democrats? Hell yeah, man. That's so... Oh, yeah, that'll be change, won't it? I love a bit of change. Gen Z for Change. TikTok for Biden. Yeah, that's so good, dude. I wonder what they say about... I wonder what they say about things like Hassan Piker and whatnot. Do they like Hassan? I think if there were going to be elections, AOC would have a shot at Prez. I think that she would, yeah. And but I think you're right. I don't think there is going to be elections, yeah. No hope, just change. How old is the director? Probably 79.
Like OpenAI, Anthropic.
They mean change Amazon, like Google, change your shirt,
all these companies that thought AI was too big to fail.
It's so crazy that like the Gen Z for Change, that's what made me think about this. I was like, the Gen Z for Change account is talking about AI, and it's like, I haven't heard one establishment Democrat talk about AI in a disparaging manner. I've only ever heard establishment Democrats be like, yes, we need AI because it's the US economy and it's really important and yada yada yada. You get all kinds of blue MAGA freaks. Kyle Kalinske is always posting mad AI videos of like you know, people flying F-35s filled with shit, like metric tons of shit, diarrhea, and delivering it into a CGI AI Trump mouth. That happens all the time. You know? Hassan is on the news every day in America right now. They're trying to cancel socialism by pointing to times he said provocative stuff on stream. I mean, it's really funny. It's really fucking funny because he's not like, he isn't really advocating for anything massive by getting these DSA candidates elected, right? He's not doing a revolution. He's advocating for incremental change, which he's always done. And they're like, this is socialism and communism. And it's like, you just have to at some point be like, yeah, I'm a communist. You just have to be like, yeah, we should do communism actually. And it's like, why don't you just put all of your fucking energy into telling people to fucking organize, dude? Tell people to join unions, build dual power. It's just ridiculous. If he was talking, here's the thing. If he spoke about that stuff, Americans are so brain poisoned about communism, they wouldn't know what he was talking about. They would be like, dual power, what is that? It's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. You know? But if he spoke about that and made it happen, that would be far more effective. But anyway, whatever.
People are
whatever. It is what it is.
Themselves without a job.
Exactly. Any AI
I still don't think he's an op, by the way. I still don't think he's an op.
On the edge will be totally wiped out. The biggest companies will remain gravely wounded. They'll be like Volvo.
I'm thinking about making a video about Bad Empanada chat.
Live off of unicorn blood. But the unicorn blood in this analogy is our tax dollars when we inevitably bail them out.
The government's long been in bed with those Wall Street execs and the firms that they've led. Capitalism's about profit and loss. You bail at the losers, there's no end to the cost.
Wowee, would you look at that? Thousands of CEOs just came out to admit that AI has absolutely no impact on employment or productivity and doesn't achieve anything for them. Who'd have thought? Really, who'd have thought? Despite a healthy majority of S&P 500 companies mentioning AI in their earnings calls, talking about how wonderful it is and how it's going to change how they do everything. It's going to be so great, guys. It's going to do our content creation, it's going to do our admin, it's going to do our finance, and it's going to bang my wife while I sit in the corner watching. Despite claims by MIT a few years ago that introducing AI can enhance performance for workers by nearly 40%, Business Outlook surveys across the Western world have shown that thousands of CEOs have come out to say that basically nothing has changed as the result of them introducing AI. Very little impact on operations, and most of them use it for about 1.5 hours a week. Nearly 90% of firms said AI had no impact on employment or productivity. That, my friends, is why we call it a bubble. Because it does nothing. It provides nothing. It is a gimmick. A very expensive little doohickey that these companies plaster onto the side of their business to make it look like they're forward-thinking and advancing and doing...
I'm so glad that this kind of narrative is just getting more and more prominent. This is just really good. Like, this video is giving me a lot of hopium for humanity, just in general. It's not giving me a lot of hope for the economy, but it's giving me a lot of hope for humanity.
Really well. In fact, it does.
And humanity can exist without the economy, so, you know, it's a win-win.
Nada! Zilch! Zip! Zero! People are making references to the Robert Solow observation around the information age about how the introduction of computers actually slowed productivity. AI is not changing the face of everything. It is just an annoyance for consumers. That is why it is a bubble that is inevitably going to burst. Even the boomer CEOs who are desperately trying to push it onto everything have to come out and admit that it does nothing. It's my opinion, even though it's not, because this is the data.
Really seems like everybody inside the AI bubble is trying to convince themselves that it's not one. But don't worry, they'll tell you not to worry.
Even if it does turn out to be a bubble, you shouldn't worry about it because the bubble is driving investment, and a lot of the investment is going to turn out to be very healthy. It's like the biotech bubble. When it burst in the 1990s, a lot of investors lost money on certain things, but we've still got to keep...
That Jeff Bezos? He's trying to go for the beard look. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. What are you doing, bro?
All the life-saving drugs that they had invented.
Someone said, translation, Don't worry if it's an AI bubble. Even if it is, we already got all the money.
Or
So
frustrating?
okay. Someone said AI ruined Google searches, and I'm so mad. So true, bestie. And it ruined fucking Google definitions. How am I supposed to know what anti-disestablishmentarianism means now?
A guy at my work got mad when I said any code written by an AI agent and not reviewed line by line by a human is tech debt. That's so good. I like that. I like that.
You guys will tell me.
That is niche, dude. I have no idea what fucking anime that is from at all. This is the shit that makes me feel old. Whenever I see like a person younger than me doing anime, you know, references, that's what makes me feel old nowadays. I used to think that I knew way too much anime. I used to think I'm embarrassing. I know obscure animes from the 90s. It's bad. I shouldn't talk about it. It's not good. You're never going to get laid. All this stuff. However, I'm being outperformed massively by these people who watch subpar new animes. And whenever I look them up, I'm like, God, this looks so bad.
I love this comment.
I fell off. The anime arms race has progressed, yeah.
Then Akinator. Akinator was legendary. And no one hated Akinator.
Morgana, thank you so much for the £5.
Thanks for another scrubbly bungly stream, DJ Mule.
You know it. Thank you so much, Morgana. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Chat, any last minute donos before we call it a night?
Akinator wasn't like building data centers in your backyard. Akinator wasn't telling anyone.
Please consider giving me money. Please consider donating £5. Please consider subscribing.
I actually got it to guess.
I'm gonna end the stream.
Myself. And at that moment, he basically. It's creepy enough for me as far as AI goes. Like we should have stopped there.
Microsoft canceling their Claude code.
Was Akinator a large language model? Is that what Akinator was?
Licensing may very well be the beginning of
Akinator was sick, dude.
AI bubble as
it wasn't.
Microsoft
I didn't think it was.
Afford to use Claude, which is a big deal because we're talking about $1 trillion company that brings in a net profit of about $100 billion a year, and they can't afford to use this system. If they can't afford to use it, what happens when it stops getting subsidized and the public can't afford to use it? AI is still not profitable. It's producing more slop than it is actual good work.
Oh, hey, Latex, how you doing? These ultra-rich sociopaths, because they're helped by getting out of the way, going to Mars, giving their wealth to starving people of science, but they decide to be podcast bros and whine all day. Yeah, it's not going to be a good defense for them at the people's court after the revolution, right?
On the back end to code are more susceptible to being hacked. And now we're seeing
Microsoft canceling Claude licenses was very telling. The output's not the worth. Yes, correct.
Being unable to afford AI. Anyone who thinks that these systems on a commercial, scalable level are going to sustain for a long period of time is just ignorant.
Someone told them, their boss told them at work, the company's not going to use AI anymore because it's too expensive. A lot of people are realizing how bad AI is, but not at the same pace. A Canadian conservative politician literally gave a speech where he read his AI prompt out loud.
If you feel bad for using too much AI, remember Canadian politician Bill Oliver left an AI prompt in his speech and accidentally read it out.
Nah, this was so sick.
Often develop expectations that exceed the powers actually granted to those offices. Here's a more natural flowing version of that section that reads like a legislative speech rather than a series of short points.
Oh, yes, mate. Hank Green did this. Didn't he? Hank Green did this. And everyone was losing it. And I was like, why do you care about Hank Green? Get over it, man. 2008 was 8 years ago. How many years ago? I don't fucking know. 18 years ago. It doesn't matter, dude. Forget about it.
Madam Speaker, one of my concerns with the...
He really kept reading with confidence. Nice
yeah, you can't put it on the paper. He's going to read it.
I'd move to Argentina and pretend I was a former Nazi because that would be less embarrassing than whatever the hell that was. But
his brain was slopped,
embarrassing enough. Watch this guy try to claim the AI bubble is not a bubble. Source... Trust me, bro.
If you think AI is in a bubble, take a look at this graphic. This is a chart of 8.1 billion people versus the amount of people who have actually used AI. Out of the...
This is so good. But is Hank Green? Yeah, he's probably not. Hank Green did that. Yeah, Hank Green, like, it was a recent video or something. There's, if you just Google it, look, I'll show you. I'll show you. Hank Green AI. Everyone's done videos about it. Hank Green AI drama. All the slop tubers have gone all over it. And it's so funny. He's like, why AI scares me. This is going to be very messy. I bet that he was paid by AI companies to make this video. And it's like, oh my God, AI is so powerful. It could do loads and loads of stuff. And that's why you need to invest. Hank Green accidentally reads AI prompt feedback left in his script. Let's have a little look at this. This is it happening in... this is it happening live.
Thing in there that...
Take a little look at this.
It matters, and that's very cool. A better way to say it, and I appreciate the pushback, is a word is a human invention, and human inventions are made by bodies and brains working.
It's so bad. Bro, like, okay, here's what I don't get about this, yeah? Here's what I don't get about this. I didn't realize it was this bad, but here's what I don't get about this. Yes, how did you edit it? How did you not edit it out? Did he use AI to edit the video as well? It's fucking crazy. Right, most editors, this is what I do. This is what I've done for a living for 10 years, chat, right? Not just making YouTube and stuff, but actually editing stuff, directing stuff, all that kind of business, right? He probably hires an editor. He probably does. But this is what I mean. Even if it's a hired editor, you should be editing with the script. You should have the script. If you're ever doing an editing job, if you think that you're good at editing and you're like, right, okay, I'm going to try and get some work. I'm going to try and get some freelance work. Shout out YouTubers, etc., etc. You got to get the script. You got to edit with the script. That's what every fucking movie editor does. Movie editors are often sat with the director, right? You got to do it like that, right? Now, if he left it in the script and didn't cross it out, maybe he didn't, I don't know, maybe the editor just didn't care enough or whatever. But, you know, the fact that the editor just did not ask, right? Because that's something that should happen. Like, the editor should also be reading the script and thinking, does this work? Does this actually happen? Yeah? Yeah, something got missed in the rush to pump out the video. That's what it is. Fascinating, man. Absolutely fascinating.
Matter. There's a thing in there that matters, and that's very cool. A better way to say it, and I appreciate the pushback, is a word is a human invention, and human inventions are made by bodies and brains working together.
Crazy dude. He denied it being AI. He probably denied it to the editor as well. Yeah, probably. Anyway, that's fucking crazy, man.
Entire world, only 16% of people have used some sort of free version of an AI chatbot. Only 0.3 people have paid to use AI. And even crazier, 0.04% of people have used AI in coding scaffolds. If you're like me, you probably see a lot of content about how everyone is using AI to build some sort of product or do some sort of thing. But just realize, you are comparing yourself with people on the bleeding edge of technology.
What is this, dude?
We're here talking about context windows and agentic loops, whereas 95% of people are just trying to figure out how to open a PDF.
Dude, that proves it is a bubble! If a small number of people are using it, that means it has a very volatile future.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Like, if there's a very small amount of people using something that is, you know, a product or whatever that is supposed to have a huge fucking, you know, investment capability, possibility, etc., right? Then that just proves that it is a bubble.
Deeply rooted in every part of the economy, the way everyone thinks it is. Maybe one.
Why does he have a John Wayne poster in the background, by the way? This is so fucked up.
The silver linings to the AI bubble bursting is we will stop seeing so many AIs in every part of everybody's life, especially on posters.
Your AI-generated flyer for your business looks absolutely terrible, and what's worse, so many people are using them now that all the flyers look the same, and I can't distinguish your business from any other business.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Business practice.
Yeah.
I would literally rather you take a felt tip pen and write about your business on an A4 piece of paper and stick it in your window with.
This is very, very relatable content. I love it so much.
blue tack than use the generative AI, which looks absolutely terrible and lacks imagination, lacks individuality, all looks the same. There's spelling errors over it and people have got 5 fingers. Stop using it. It looks awful.
When I hear a British person talk like this, chat, it reminds me of Samwise Gamgee at the end of Lord of the Rings, where he says, "There's some good in this world, and it's worth fighting for." That's what it makes me think.
Who said that?
Someone nailed it when they said having an AI poster gives such scammer vibes, which is quite fitting if the whole AI bubble turns out to be a scam. But despite all these facts, someone made a TikTok telling people to invest all their money in AI tech stocks
hell yeah.
as soon as possible. And someone said, that's like asking everyone to invest in new houses in 2007.
But our equivalent to that is literally investing in the stock market with what's going on with AI and tech.
As I understand it, Han Green said that he uses AI for research for videos, and the bit that people were saying, that's just the giveaway straight away. That's the giveaway straight away. He uses AI for research for videos. That's him backtracking. He's backpedaling. He's like, okay, I'm going to fall back to a more defensible position, which is not that defensible. I've not seen it in context either.
Guys, buy as many houses as you can right now. It is so easy to get a loan and you will make your money back.
Someone added, it's like in 2016 asking someone to put all their money in a fidget spinner company. Oh my gosh, some of you watching are Gen Alpha. You'll be too young for fidget spinners. It was a safer, simpler time. And this is not to mention how expensive it is for AI to use so much water. This video went viral on TikTok about how much water AI uses, and see if there's something you notice about it.
Do you remember when people were saying, there was people saying, and I'm not going to mention any names, there was people saying, I want to say not 6 months ago, who were saying, the amount of water that AI uses isn't even that bad, bro. It isn't even that bad. You use more water in a hamburger to make a hamburger, people were saying. You can eat hamburgers. Here's the crazy thing about that. You can eat that. That's why it's kind of excusable to use water. Yeah, when are we going to eat the data center?
I use it so much water, it's because every time you ask AI a question somewhere on Earth, water is helping cool the computers, creating the answer. That sounds impossible, but the real work isn't happening on your screen. It's happening inside massive data centers packed with thousands of pounds of computer chips. As those chips process information, they consume electricity. And almost all of that
It kind of sounds like this tune was made with AI.
electricity turns into heat, enough heat to damage equipment and shut entire systems down. So giant fans pour air through and
Sounds a bit like Suno. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Alejandro.
carry heat away. And modern AI pushes those chips relentlessly. Millions of calculations race through them every second. Tiny electronic switches flip on and off so rapidly that huge amounts of heat build up inside spaces smaller than a fingernail. Cooling systems absorb that heat and often release it through evaporation. That's where the water disappears. Not because AI is thirsty, because water is one of the most effective ways to stop those computers from overheating.
I mean, if someone took this tune and, you know, recorded it with real instruments and shit, it would be really good, right?
That video got millions of views, and it—
Wait, what? Press TV is reporting that a fight killed 7 people on the USS Lincoln after troops booed some official who flew in to address unrest. Okay, Press TV is okay. It could be information war. I'm not like, you know, crazy on Press TV. Like, are we talking like Press TV on Twitter or Press TV legit reporting and there are other sources? I'm not shooting the messenger. I'm not having to go at you. I'm just saying, are there more sources for this? Because Press TV does a lot of, and listen, I'm not sat there criticizing it and saying it's bad, yada yada, right? I'm just saying that Press TV has engaged in misinformation in order to do psychological warfare, which is understandable. Yeah, I'm not going to sit there and be like, that's evil, yada yada, right? Instagram, you need to double check. If you're getting a look, it's sad that we have to do this, right? But you have to check it out. Tehran Times are also reporting it. Okay,
It's AI! For example, video. Someone said they used an entire lake to make this video, by the way. Right message, wrong messenger. And I'm not even including the scenario that AI disobeys its human overlords and goes rogue. Because an AI model just did that. An AI model disobeyed its instructions and escaped onto the internet.
I mean, it would make so much sense if it was the... Okay, hang on a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, the Cradle is reporting on this, which is much more reliable, but it's not quite the same story. 6 people have tried to jump off the USS Lincoln. The most recent was last Monday. Multimedia producer Andrew Brown has claimed there's a severe mental health crisis above the USS Lincoln, asserting that the Navy is actively quashing reports of unfolding emergency. In a video published on Instagram, Brown highlighted extreme conditions facing the crew, stating they've been deployed for a total of 271 days, 250 without a port call. That's unheard of. They've not been to a port in 38 weeks. According to Brown, the crew is enduring severe supply shortages, moldy showers, lack of basic hygiene products. This is true. We know about this. Toothpaste while eating poor quality rations. He emphasized the severe psychological toll of the deployment. 6 people have tried to jump off that ship. The most recent was last Monday. When you've not touched land in 38 weeks. I mean, how is he getting this information? Like, who is this guy? Multimedia producer? Who is he? It's believable, right? It's believable. They all know they're gonna die. This is the thing. This is the fucking thing, right? And they're in a war that they don't want to be in. That's what makes this credible.
This is happening aboard the USS Lincoln in the Middle East that no one is talking about, and mainly because the Navy's pretty much quashing it. You will read online about food shortages, supply shortages, poor morale among crew members. That's because they've been at sea continuously for 250 days. They've been deployed a total of 271 days, 250 without a port of call. That's unheard of. Normally, they will go to port every 3 to 6 weeks. They have not been to port in 38 weeks. Keep in mind, there are 52 weeks in a year. And yes, the showers are moldy. They're eating basically like a gruel kind of slop at this point. There's no deodorant.
They're feeding him slop, Chad. They're feeding him slop.
A friend on board there, and I was basically hearing...
Hang on, he's talking about his my nephew has a friend on board?
My nephew has a friend on board there, and I was basically hearing updates last week when I was in the States in real time. They're not talking about the mental health crisis. 6 people have tried to jump off that ship. The most recent was last Monday. You know, when you have not touched land in 38 weeks, in over 200 days, things start to happen to you mentally. You know, combine that...
Yes, of course it does. Are you joking me? Are you fucking joking me? Nothing's mentioned on the Wikipedia page yet. March 29th is the most recent date mentioned there. Yeah, we looked at all this before. Alejandro, yeah. They've been out for over 200 days. They're experiencing pre-industrial 1500 seafaring. Yeah, these fuckers have got scurvy for sure. Starting to think the US hasn't thought this out. Starting to think they've not thought this through, man. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a fairly... I don't know much about this guy. I don't know about his, what kind of stuff he says normally, regularly, what kind of content he does. He's just like, he's just... Andrew Brown is a multimedia producer, right? Okay, that could just be me. Could just be a content creator. I don't know, man. He's probably got like a fucking YouTube channel or some shit. Look, yeah, it's likely that something like this has happened. I'm willing to believe it. And I'm not sure about unrest. I think that Press TV is probably exaggerating the claim in order to do psychological warfare. The military isn't a total mess. I mean, it's all... Listen, like, there is not really anything that says to me in terms of the makeup of the military, the people who are in charge or anything like that, that leads me to believe that this guy is chatting rubbish. Yeah. Everything he is saying makes total sense. I do believe that 6 people have probably tried to kill themselves in the last, whenever he said, like 5 weeks or something. It kind of just makes sense. And as Sophie said straight away, they all know they're going to die. They've probably been told that they're going to invade Iran. I think that's... Listen, if this is real, they've probably been told we're going to invade in a couple of days. Yeah, being deployed to die for Operation Epstein's Fury. My body's shaking from eating nothing but slop for 2 months. My only friends aboard either died in rioting aboard or were detained and disappeared. My AI girlfriend just went up to $600, so we had to break up. My commanding officer is called Lieutenant Bryce Hamburger. Classic. Yeah, and 90% of them only joined so that they could pay for college. Mental. Just completely fucking mental. Yeah, so I'm not like... Let me see if I can find Press TV and see what they're saying about it particularly. Have they banned Press TV on Twitter? I can't find them. Oh, there they are. Press TV video over the Masoud Pezeshkian. Footage captures the aftermath of a Saudi vessel targeted by Yemeni armed forces carrying military equipment through Bab el-Mandab. Oh, this is interesting. Already I've found something interesting. It was worth looking up Press TV anyway. Let's take a little look at this. Yeah, it looks like a ship that's on fire. Doesn't really look like AI. The smoke looks pretty normal. That's the good way to tell if it's AI or not. Okay. 19 has a same or a similar article. No idea who they are. Thank you, Aya. Pandala 2 is setting sail. Interesting. 3 hours. Informed source to Iranian outlet: clash among crew members of US aircraft carrier left 7 dead. I mean, look, it's also believable that that has happened. Right? It also is believable that that has happened. Based on what we know. Based on what has been... based on what we know that has been reported on by even imperialist liberal outlets like we looked at earlier, right? We watched on MS Now the big report about the conditions on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Now, the USS... Here's something to remember, chat. The USS Abraham Lincoln is their biggest one, right? 6 hours ago, I would have heard about it via non-media. If it's real, I would think, yeah. It does feel like that, right? It does feel like that. It's not, again, you know, Press TV does engage in this psychological warfare stuff. I've seen it before. But, you know, it's totally understandable. But, you know, yeah. I think it's possible. It's completely possible. It's totally believable. Maybe they're playing on that because we all know what the conditions are like. We know, because what happens is we all put ourselves in the shoes of people on that ship, right? We all think, okay, you've been at sea for 250 days. You're in a war that you don't want to be in. What would you do? You would frag your commanding officer. Normal people would just do that, I think. Right? I think that's what everybody's thinking. And it's like, yes, this is why this is believable. It mentions a very different number of days at sea from the guy in the video that we were just on. Well, to be fair, the guy in that video, I think that was a couple of... I think that was a few days ago. Oh, no, this is today. This is the Cradle. 6 people have joined. The most recent was last Monday. Yeah, hard to know when this was they've been deployed a total of 271 days. Also, to be fair, the MS Now piece before, I think they said that they had been deployed a total of 200 days. I can't remember exactly. So I think the number of days that they've been deployed is not quite, you know? Soph, this is what I've been thinking. Soph, this is literally what I've been thinking. The eclipse tomorrow is actually the Berserk eclipse, and the Empire is going to be gone by Thursday afternoon. Yes, correct. Yes, correct. It's happening, chat. Get your pin boxes, your pinhole cameras ready. Yeah, I'm gonna be like this tomorrow. With this tune in the background. Yeah. I'm just gonna be looking at it. Is this one of those obscure millennial anime references you're talking about? Yes, Berserk is the best anime of all time. There's no point in watching any other anime. Have you seen this video of a helicopter close to Keshim Island? Apache helicopter flying close to the Iranian Keshim Island. They're going to invade Keshim Island. They're going to invade Keshim Island. They're going to invade Keshim Island. It's just going to happen. That's what they're doing. They might even try and invade Karg Island as well. I think that's what's going to happen, chat. I think that's why, you know, that's why it's cooling off. You know what I mean? It's cooling off because they're thinking, okay, let's try and get oil prices down a little bit, and then we're going to go in with a big military operation that's going to fuck everybody up for like the next, I don't know, 10 years or whatever. Let's take a look at this video, man. What they saying, man? Any Persian, any Farsi speakers in the chat? And I heard he said helicopter. Mental. I just think that's what's going to happen. They're saying that the US is sucking right now. Oh, yeah, that's so good.
Someone said, "The fuck you mean escape to the internet? How the fuck do you lose in AI?" So if you're invested in AI stocks, which you probably are if you have any kind of index fund, there are two important things for you to know. The first is make sure you don't have all your joeys in one pouch. Don't let an AI crash take down your entire life savings. That doesn't mean you should get rid of any AI exposure, which is tough anyway if you're in index funds. It just means you should be mindful of the risks you're taking. If you
get rid of it.
Then you should
sell. Buy, sell, buy.
If you're leveraged, if you're invested on a loan, a 2x, 3x, or 4x loan right
now. No, I don't think he is Australian. I don't know why he said Joey's in a pouch. I don't know why he said that. What's really funny to me is the entirety of the US economy appears to be just like this scene from Gremlins 2. Wait. It's just this. It's just literally this.
I'd say it's a full-scale panic. Are you having a run on the bank scare yet? Well, it's rather brutal here. We're advising our clients to put everything they've got into canned food and shotguns.
So good. Oh, what a fucking film, man.
Now, a 25% crash could buy, sell. Ask yourself if it's a risk you're willing to take on, especially if you've already gotten such good returns from this bull market. If you're over-leveraged, you might want to lock in some of your gains now. These are the two questions that 1.2 million
lock in your gains. Lock in your gains.
Just 1 week ago. Warren Buffett's company, Berkshire Hathaway, has never had more cash on hand, meaning not being invested in the stock market, in their entire company's history than today. We're starting to see signs of the AI bubble everywhere. To paraphrase Ernest Hemingway, the AI bubble will come on like bankruptcy. It'll happen at first slowly, and then all at once.
What the fuck? This creator is funny as hell. I need to know who... I'm pretty sure it was Morrigan. She's not here today, right? She's not here today, and it's like classic that she's not here, and I'm pretty sure it was her that recommended this fucking video. This creator is so funny, man. So funny. 0 sources used in this video, by the way. Like, literally 0 sources. Still probably quite correct, right? It's kind of a vibes-based video. Just looking at his couch is making me feel a bit hot as well. Like, it's feeling pretty hot. You know, when you've got that kind of like a leather or faux leather couch and you like, you know, in hot weather and you get all sweaty on it, it's like, yeah, it's not making me feel good.
This is amazing. Even after the Titanic hit
yeah, Jinx Stalker,
the captain publicly declared the Titanic cannot sink. And think about it. The moment after the boat hit the iceberg, it looked fine. Maybe they could navigate around it. But the handwriting on the wall had already been written.
Wait, is this true? What is he saying?
A lot of these companies want to save face and not let you know.
I'm predisposed to not like this guy from his other videos having to go at Gen Alpha as if they're responsible for their own education, yeah.
How bad the sausage is being made. Be careful. I still always advise people to be invested in the stock market if they can, but don't do it in the dark. Do you want the...
You've got air conditioning over here, Mule. I know, yeah, but it's just, it doesn't stop me from thinking about it, you know?
Burst? Do you think it'll burst even sooner than we think? I'll respond to as many comments as I can. This video was actually suggested on my Discord, so thanks to Cat Stuffs for the suggestion. And now thank you to our amazing patron.
Oh, man. This guy just gets suggested to, like, do videos on things he doesn't really understand by his Discord members. That's what he does. And then he just uses sources that are just other creators, other YouTubers. It's not terrible, right? It's not heinous. He's not done anything harmful or bad. I just think it's bad brain, not thinky, not knowledge. There's not a lot of academia going on. Which is not that bad, right? It makes it accessible for people and whatnot. However, you can't just be going around saying to people, it's a good... Did you hear how much he said? Someone said, yeah, I read your chat message that said that, and I forgot. I wanna read what you said. Someone said, is killing me in this vid. Is he a Reddit aggregator? This is like the shit that we used to say at school... When we would want to wind someone up and get someone in trouble, we would be like, someone said that your mum's gay, right? Shit like that. Yo, Matthew, someone said that you have to eat plasterboard for breakfast, right? It was shit like that. And it was the person who said it was you, right? You came up with it. You said it. But you would say someone said. You know what I mean? So that you wouldn't get into trouble. Chat, listen, I'm going to end the stream. Thank you for the blue fella, Mohammed. I'm gonna redeem that tomorrow. I'm going to do that at the start of the stream tomorrow. So remind me. Join me at the start of the stream tomorrow, and you'll see it happen. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm also going to do that at the start of the stream. I'm going to do that right now. Any last tips or subs before the end of the stream would be much appreciated. But thank you so much for all the donos and all of the subs today. Anyway, thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for lurking. If you've been lurking, don't forget, I've got socials. Don't forget, I've got a VOD channel. Don't forget, I've got YouTube channels. There's loads of other content that you can get from me that isn't me live right now. And, yeah, we are going to go and raid Joan. Joan is doing some classic reacting. There's a lot of minions on the stream right now, so I don't know what that's about. But she's live. And we're gonna go and raid her. If you're a sub, please copy and paste the first chat message, the first raid message. It should look like this. If you're not, copy and paste the second one. And I will be back same time tomorrow, because yes, when you tune in tomorrow, the eclipse will have happened and the great Satan will be dying. That's right. Correct. Thank you for the birthday wishes. It'd be such a great place to hang. Thanks for hanging out on your birthday. It's really sweet. Appreciate that you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow. Yeah, around 7 p.m, 6:30, something like that. Set an alarm for it. Thank you, Trunks. I'll see you all tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace. Good night.